And hello everyone, welcome to this Saturday night stream of visual novels, which I'm playing every single Saturday. So today I continue Everlasting Summer. And so far I must say that I prefer it more than Doki Doki Literature Club, which was, well, as I said before, at the very beginning, like first view updates, play the game. So first 8 hours of the game it was it was boring. Here immediately it's interesting. So I think that Everlasting Summer is much greater game than Doki Doki Literature Club. But it's my opinion. As for both of these games, they were met pretty good for the visual novels, which actually has no puzzles or quest inside of it. Just choices and there was some card play, that was all. So, as visual novels, they're pretty generic, there's nothing special about them. Zeroscape is much better, that's for sure. But I don't know what we'll be playing after Everlasting Summer. Maybe Kalsk Head? Because Zeroscape I played many times. Know it pretty well. So I'll better play something that I didn't play before. Also, isn't it a bug save game which actually loads it? And let me check the sound on the stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, testing. It's working fine. So, I read about endings, so there's 14 different endings, 13 in the main game and one in something like DLC, official DLC. There's also unofficial DLC that I'm not going to play because, well, I believe they will be restricted on Twitch. Or maybe it's okay if I... no, I will not try. Alright. So, this is the last day. Okay. I forgot to look at the clock, but it seems like 6 or 7 in the morning. The camp was asleep. What I don't actually like, that actually text is something... the bottom of the screen, so I must look down instead of in front of me. Yeah. So in this case, Higurash, well, the original one, where the text was in the middle of the screen, the whole screen. It was more preferable for me as putting this one. So to actually read it correctly, I must sit like this, but... no, I'm not going... What about this? Just slightly lowered my chair. I don't know, okay. The camp was asleep. The grass was shaking off the night dew, and also, what's bad, you're constantly reading on the left of the screen. You're not sitting straight. So... I would prefer something like book format screen. Anyway, doesn't matter. The grass was shaking off the night dew, a light fog hung above the ground, and the sun was just beginning to break through the treetops. Not warm at all yet, like the fluorescent lamp in the house across from mine. I took a deep breath of the tasty cold air and thought that even a night owl like me can enjoy waking up this early sometimes. The streets of the camp were empty, of course. The water here has always been cold, but today it seems like they got it from the Antarctic depths. Even my hands went numb from it. Finishing with my again, I decided to walk around the camp a bit. Olga Dmitrievna is asleep, breakfast not for a while yet, so there's nothing to do. I came to the square and looked at Genda. By the way, they didn't explain what was this red paint, which actually Alisa and Uliana used stream before. That guy doesn't care if it's day or night, he's alert. I smiled at my successful joke, there was a joke, and headed to the boat shed. As I walked, I hummed some song, absolutely sure I was the only one ever can. To my great surprise, I saw someone sitting at the pier, hanging her feet in the water. Alisa. I came closer and stopped, not sure what to say. Then she suddenly turned around and stared at me. Been standing here long? I just arrived. No. Why aren't you asleep? Why aren't you? She turned back and stared at the river again. Looks like I'm not the only one in a good mood today. At least she wasn't being sassy again. Can't sleep? I see. But yesterday, you get everything right? What exactly? Oh, for God's sake! My answer didn't seem to go down well. Alright, I lied. Alright, good. She suddenly looked straight in the eye and smiled. In that case, I have plans for you tonight. May I ask what they are? You don't need to know. Well, since I'm a part of them, you'll know when it's time. Can you give me a hint at least? Nope. She got up and walked towards me. I'm a bit scared. I cleared the way. Don't do anything stupid, Alisa said, moving away from the boat shed. I wonder what she meant. And what are those plans? I had no wish to become a part of some terroristic act against a monument or anything. Besides, I was still haunted by yesterday's talk with Lena on the island. She's probably still angry, and I never managed to explain everything to her. Although, I don't even know what I should say if I had that chance. I felt guilty about everything that had happened, but I couldn't figure out what exactly I was guilty of. The camp was starting to wake up. Breakfast was at least an hour away, but I had no desire to go back to the camp leader's cabin, so I decided to wait by the canteen. At least I'll be the first one there for once. I sat on the steps and watched the sun rising. Sometimes it's great to just watch a new day come. I was overwhelmed with complete peace and tranquility. There were no thoughts to tear up my brains as they usually do, simply rest in warm rays of the heaven star. In any other place and circumstances, I could probably even say I was happy. Good morning, you're early today? I looked up and saw Lena standing in front of me. She was smiling. You too. All of last night's events flashed before my eyes. Listen. If this is about yesterday, please don't. She interrupted me sharply. I don't know what came over me. It was all... just forget it. She stared at me. Lena seemed much more confident than usual. If only it was all that simple. There's nothing complicated about this. She sat down next to me. So close I felt a bit awkward, but made no attempt to move away from her. Sometimes I have disputes with Alisa. Yeah, her list. I see, but in this case, it happened because of me. Who knows? She answered, lost in thought. So that's why, I'm embarrassed. Perhaps I really am to blame. Or rather, I'm not trying to say that I'm not to blame, but I was trying to explain myself like a fifth grader to a teacher. Okay, don't. As I said, nothing serious happened. If you think so, you should just think about how to act from now on. Not again. I covered my face with my hands, clearly showing that I have absolutely no idea what's going on here, and that everything, to put it mildly, is very unpleasant for me. Could you express yourself any clearer? What for? She said eventually. Look, if I don't know what I did wrong, I can't do better. I can't decide on how to act, as you say. I think you'll understand. I would like to believe that as well, but the canteen door suddenly flew open and Olga Dmitrievna came out. Sitting around hungry necessarily? She said playfully. Good morning. Then I said merrily. She got up and headed inside. Shall we? Yeah, sure. We were not done talking, but pioneers appeared out of nowhere and flooded the place. By the time I got my breakfast, Lena was already sitting surrounded by Miku, Zhenya, and Slavia. Sadly, there were no more free chairs at their table. Feeling down and deliberately not saying hi to anybody, I headed to my favorite place in the far corner of the canteen. I chewed my oatmeal. It really was chilly today, and washed it down with some cold tea. Then I began to watch the others. All the pioneers seemed to be here. Some were chatting, some, like Electronic and Shurik, were immersed in children, and some were noping around, like me. I was just about to leave when Uliana jumped over to my table with her tray heaped with food. Bon appetit, she blurted. Still in the game? I asked, openly staring at her tray. A growing body requires a lot of calories. Yeah, you really should grow up a bit, I whispered. What? I didn't think she heard me. Nothing. I headed out. Leaving so soon? She yelled at my back, disheartened. I gave no answer. I should have taken the version of stuff back in. I don't want to carry it around all day. Besides, what am I going to do today? Nothing at all came to mind. I was in such a mood that it seems like someone's going to show up and invite me on a journey. I left the camp leader's cabin and paused for a moment, then heard a voice calling out to me. Simeon! It was Slavia. Busy? Nope. Can you help me? Of course. I didn't want to look for answer on a wonderful day like this. A couple dozen hours wouldn't change my situation after all. What is it? You should stop by the Cybernetics Club. I don't know why exactly. They'll tell you everything. The unfortunate inventors again. Alright. Thank you. She gave me a nice smile and ran off. So a journey with the enemy's lair lies ahead of me, the lair of the evil Dr. Electronic and the diabolic Professor Shurik, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I pushed the door firmly and entered. Simeon, Electronic said a bit ominously, glancing up from some contraption he had been poking with a screwdriver. Slavy sent me. I know. And what? The second door opened and Shurik came in. Simeon. He greeted me in the same tone Electronic said. Well, I was... last time I checked, very strange translation, I joked. So, what do you need from me? We have an important task for you. I'm listening. The nurse came by yesterday. He stopped, as he wasn't going to continue. So, I asked carefully. So we have an important mission for you. I got it already. You are to deliver a package to here. Can't you do that yourselves? The infirmary is right over there, I said skeptically. We can't, Electronic said, surprised. What a weird couple indeed. I see. Not another heavy bug, I hope. No, nothing like that, he smiled. Alright, fine, I carefully agreed. Hold on. Shurik disappeared through the door and soon came back holding something wrapped in paper. Just be careful. Alright. I took the package. The pioneers went passing me the key to the pearly gates. It still looked like they were at least giving me the Olympic torch. Can I go? Of course, Electronic said, threateningly. Just be careful, Shurik pleaded. Outside, I took a good look at the package. They never told me not to open it. Also, it would make sense to go further on. I quickly walked to the square and, making sure nobody was following, slipped into the forest. I just stood there for a while. And this was indecisive. I can pronounce this. Looking at the package, I wonder what's in it. Why is it so important for them? Why couldn't they take it themselves? I had a lot of questions. I opened the package and saw a bottle of столичная vodka. Well, so what? Pioneers bring a bottle of vodka to the north. Or rather, I'm doing it for them. Happens every day. I rubbed the bottle back up and scratched my head. This isn't words anymore. It's just stupid. So stupid I couldn't think of one intelligent theory. I stood there for a while longer and thought I shouldn't let such a wonderful chance slip away. I quickly walked to the camp leader's cabin. Thanks God, Olga Dmitrievna wasn't there. I stepped inside and began to rifle through the contents of the table drawer. Soon the vodka was in a soda bottle, while in its place was some water for the plants. Happy with my clever plan, I went out and skipped along the way to the infirmary. Seriously, what is so wrong about that? They almost got me into a trap. If the camp leader had seen me, if anyone else had, I could have managed myself. So it was absolutely nothing. I gathered all my strength and knocked on the infirmary door. Hello, Pioneer. Hello, I have a package for you, a bottle for your armpit, a package for your cabinet. I was so euphoric I began to talk nonsense. She said. Hand it over. I handed her the package. Nurse stuffed it into the desk drawer without looking. You didn't open it, did you? Of course not. I blurted out. Goodbye. Alright, so I'll be... Go, Pioneer. I closed the door behind me and let out a sigh. I could always pin this on the crazy inventors, and in my situation could really use even the most basic form of stress relief. I came to the square. Clock showed noon. That meant dinner was coming. I sat on the bench with the solid intention of not moving from here until the come and get it bell sound calls. Pianos were running by. They were smiling and shouting merrily. Yes, the day was definitely a wonderful one. I glanced over the square and saw Lena approaching. Relaxing? Something like that. She sat by me and looked at the sky. Nice day, It is. It was a bit awkward. Lena seemed different. She was not embarrassed. Her face was not red. She was confident. So, about that conversation. I told you everything already. Yeah, but just forget it. If you say so. We sat for a little longer in silence. I just can't, not like that. So, what do you think about Alisa? She said, ignoring my inquiry. What do I think about Alisa? I repeated, lost in thought. I don't really know. Why? You were just so worried about yesterday. Well, of course, but what does that have to do with it? There's a direct connection there. She laughed. Let's assume. So what? Well, she... And again I started thinking. Really, what do I think of her? Well, she can be arrogant sometimes. That's right. What else can I say? Now that I think of it, I don't know Alisa at all. The way she acts does annoy me sometimes. If you were wondering if I had any negative feelings about her, then no. She gets carried away, but everyone has their quirks. Lena stared at me. Really? Did I say something wrong? No, not really. She laughed out loud one more time just before the lunch bell sound came. Alright, see you. I didn't stop here, also I had a lot of questions left. But how do I ask them? And should I? I got up and slowly shuffled to the canteen. There were only a few spots left, so I had to sit with electronic and Shurik. Did you deliver it? Yeah, I answered lazily, poking my fork and then back with caution. No incidents? No incidents? What was in there anyway? You didn't open it, did you? He started. No. Great. Finishing my meal, I went out. I was struck by a sudden yawn. Taking a nap wouldn't be a bad idea. I headed to the camp leader's cabin. It felt like the summer sun was going to melt the whole planet together with all its inhabitants. There was nowhere to hide. The sunlight seemed to reflect from every surface. Looking up, you risked going blind. Using my last bit of strength, I pulled the door handle, entered the room, and fell in the bed. Of course, I wouldn't expect the cabin to be really cool, but it was much better than outside. Blissfully, I stretched out on the bed and closed my eyes. Strangely, sleep deserted me. I was overwhelmed with thoughts teeming in my head. Here's another theory, a solution to the problem of how I got here. Here's an explanation of what's going on here. And here the true form of all those inhabiting this place. I remember then saying, "What do you think about Alisa? Seriously, what do I think of her? What can I think of a person I've only known for a few days? Can I just draw conclusions based on a couple of words and deeds?" Also, her deeds. I laughed a bit. Any relevant organization would draw the right conclusion based on the monument bombing. Still, though, I don't care. Maybe I really don't think anything of her. Can one be interested in a person who is not interesting? No, that's some sort of absurdity. And knock on the door. Come in. I was too lazy to get up, so I just sat up a little bit. Door opened and I saw Lisa. What a coincidence. She stopped, unsure, and stared at me for a couple of seconds. I guess you were looking for the camp leader. Why would she so... No. What's up then? I was looking for you. She sounded calm and not aggressive at all. I caught myself thinking I was not afraid of her and had no concerns when she behaved like that normally. By the way, I know for sure that alpha version of this game had tons of hentai in it, and they didn't change anything in the final release except they actually blacked out most of the scenes. So my question is, what will happen here? Black screen? I don't know. And maybe in bad ending you get nothing, who knows. I believe it will be a bad end. Why not? Because we actually lost the game, the card game. What for? I want to make everything clear. She sat on the bed across from me. What exactly? I want to clean up any misunderstandings or miscommunications. Alright, I'm up for that. Have you spoken with Lena today? Yes. About what? Nothing really? You're lying. Alisa looked stiff and worried. She crossed her legs and bit her lip. You do understand I'm always assumed to be guilty whenever anything happens? Well, you always are guilty, I said thoughtlessly. A spark flashed in her eyes, but she kept talking calmly. Maybe. But in this case, me and Lena, we always like that. Even if she starts something, she'll all innocent, and I take all the blame. So you're saying that Lena? Actually, I don't really know what you're saying. You never understand anything, do you? She felt. This is strange. I wouldn't call myself slow. So explain. You do know Lena likes you? She went right after those words. No. I answered truthfully. Well, no you do. No I do. An uncomfortable silence overtook the room. I was processing what she said, and Alisa seems unsure how to continue the conversation. Lena likes me? Could I ever have guessed? Unlikely. My intuition is usually good, but when it's about me and my feelings, it does not work at all. The bonus thing was accepting the news with almost no worries. Right at the moment, I was listening to Alisa. I was focused only on her. I could think about the rest later. 1 second. Just want to check this. Don't tell me that I... 1 second. Are you kidding me? Wait a second, I need to check one thing. I'll be right back. Actually, I will save here, you still can hear me. I believe I forgot to do one thing. And this one thing... Oh gosh. Sure, you don't need to mute myself. Come on, load it. No, everything is alright. So strong. Okay, let's continue. I'm back. And she thinks I'm gonna steal you away from her. She thinks that all the time, understand? Even though it's always the other way around. Everyone looks at her cause she's such an angel and nobody pays any attention to me. To them, I'm just a shoulder to cry on. Seriously? It's kinda wise person, but okay. Lisa started screaming. Look, please don't get so upset. I don't think of you like that. Of course, I still had no idea what forced her to be so honest. And I didn't know how to react. Moreover, I was not worried at all. It was like I was watching another episode of some TV series and what was going on in the room was on the other side of the screen. It's actually how it is like right now. I understand what the reason for all of it, but today Lena said it was okay. So just like you probably realized that she's not as quiet as she wants to seem. I started to guess. If I can do anything, tell me. Alisa raised her eyes. Only then I see she's been crying. Some sort of worry stirred inside of me. Could not treat this conversation like I was an outsider anymore. Do you like Lena? Or do you like me? I guess I should have expected a question like that, but I just wasn't ready. Just like that. Lena's nice, of course, but Alisa has her good points as well. Besides the way she was at the moment, she could seriously compete with Lena. I don't really know you two at all. A question like that? It's difficult to answer directly. If I could say no, I would have at that very moment. But I only had one chance for the other answer as well. And I didn't know what to choose. You did want the situation to resolve itself. Of course, but why but again? Why again? Why? Look, we're going nowhere with this. Well, answer then. Your face fell back into its usual bold arrogance. I need time to think. Well, go ahead and think. Alisa stood up abruptly and headed out. Don't forget, we have plans for tonight, she said on the threshold, smiling. The door closed behind her before I could say anything. Plans? What kind of plans? The talk with Alisa left a heavy impression on me. So, Lena likes me? On its own, the news could shock and startle, and I, about that, was also forced to make a choice, a difficult one, to put in mildly, and any choice I make would be a mistake for someone. If only I could refuse them both. Also, I didn't like the word refuse itself. If I could just answer her question with a no, it would be easier. But I knew it couldn't work like that. After I talked to Alisa, at least nothing would ever be the same again. It can't be no matter what happens, and I'll have to make a decision. Since I rejected the no scenario, I needed to pick a positive solution. If, of course, I could live with it. But I was sure that out of all the possible outcomes, is one that won't just satisfy everyone, but would also be one that I would want to strive for. And the choice seems obvious. Lena? She's pretty, she's cute, she's kind. But then again, there was something about Alisa that attracted me. What the heck? Suddenly the door flew open, and Olga Dmitrievna came in. Hanging around again, huh? Just resting? It's so hot out there. Go and help Slavia, she was asking around. Where? Asked Leslie. On the sports field. Reluctantly, I got up and headed out. I should really air my brain out anyway. There was a lot of people in the sports grounds. Some were playing football, others were playing badminton. Younger kids were just chasing each other. Simeon, Slavia walked up to me. You required my assistance? Asked of all official like. Yeah. Listen, did you take the infirmary key? No. Why me again anyway? Well, you were there a lot of recently. I guess she's right. No. Maybe you know who did? No, why? When Oz came up to me to ask for my key, you know that I have a key to every building in the camp. She said hers went missing. Could she have lost it? I shrugged. No, she says she couldn't have. I don't know, okay? Okay. She smiled and ran off. I needed it to the camp leader's house, determined to get some sleep after all. Olga Dmitrievna wasn't there, thanks God, so I fell on the bed and lost consciousness. I don't exactly remember what I dreamed of, but it left a heavy impression, as afternoon naps often do. Wait a second. Heavy impression? For afternoon naps? I don't know. I put some effort into getting on the bed and looked at the clock. It was just after 7. Not surprising if you think about it. I should have expected to sleep through the day. Also, as it turns out, I missed dinner as well. That thought made me uncomfortable, and I headed to the exit. I stopped on the threshold and thought of what to do next. I don't know how long I would have stood there. My head was still heavy after sleep if someone hadn't called out to me. Slimy was quickly walking toward the cabin. Simeon, she started breathless. Are you sure you don't have the infirmary key? Of course not, why would I need it? Well, do you know who took it? No, I don't, why? Well, something has gone missing. What? Something important? Slavia hesitated. Some medication. So, all these disturbance was started because of some medicine? Also, I pondered. I mean, I have the bottle in my cabin. Did she mean that? I tried to keep my face still as stone without doing anything to give myself away. Okay, I don't know, I'm sorry. Okay. Slavia said in frustration. I looked at her and tried to figure out how bad the situation was for me, or whether I was in trouble at all. On the one hand, the vodka, I did. Steal it. Then again, she's saying it's gone, as in disappeared, all by itself with no external influence. Also, it's highly unlikely that she would say that bottle of trophy vodka was stolen from the infirmary. So the way it was said was okay, the problem was different. I suddenly got really scared. What if they find out that it was me? Even if it wasn't about the bottle, they'd still find it while looking for what was gone. Basically, I had to move on. and the main thing to do right now was to get rid of all the evidence. I jumped into the cabin, shoved the bottle under my belt, and raced to the forest. Kinda obvious that vodka is missing. Kinda obvious that Alisa stole it. Well, it's now just regular water, right? Buried somewhere was the best decision at the moment. It's night already. I took my time looking for a spot, never noticing night falling on the camp. A familiar voice surprised me. Hey! I struggled to turn back, making my face look as casual as possible. So, what's going on here? Oh, I'm just having a walk. My voice sounded calm, but I already understood. I couldn't fully listen. Alone? At night? In the woods? Well, yeah, what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. She stared at me. Okay, so now... Hold on. Aren't you forgetting something? Don't think so. You had an agreement. About tonight. I think she's right, there was something like that. Yes, but you see... No, I don't, let's go! She turned around and gestured me to follow. I thought there was no point in arguing, any word or action could give me away. And then... I followed. Back to... your dorm? Anyways, Juliana? Okay, it's first time when we see it at the evening, and it looks even nicer than before. Seriously. It was a couple of minutes before we reached her cabin. While we were working, I was busy trying to find the best time and place to ditch the vodka, but Alisa stayed so close that I couldn't manage anything. Well, she stared at me. What? I was so nervous that my hair was wet with sweat. Only thing on my mind at the moment was how to jump the bottle so she wouldn't notice. What do you say? About what? Lisa pondered. Okay, I guess you're right. I brought you here, so I'm the one to decide. Okay, I agreed, and sure. Hold on a minute. She reached under the bed, and in a few seconds, pulled out the bottle of Stolichnya vodka. I was shocked. Surprised, huh? Of course. Not by the vodka itself though, but by the fact that it was the exact bottle I carried to the infirmary in the morning. The market contents gave it away. So? Alisa looked at me teasingly. What? Wanna take a shot? I didn't even know what to say to that. What she had was just rotten water. The real vodka was in the bottle under my belt. Well, I kind of... Don't tell me you don't drink, Alisa pouted. I don't know, no, I just... Alright, Sam, just a second. In just an instant, Alisa got 2 glasses and filled them to the brim. Let's do this, she said, giving me one of the glasses and downed her just before I could answer. She goes. In a moment she released. What on earth is that? She started spitting. They call this vodka? Despite my difficulty, I couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Alisa shouted right in the face. I'm asking you, what's so funny? It actually is funny. So, you're having fun? Drink yours, we'll see how you love them. I had no desire to try the stale water, but just to avoid making her suspicious, I asked, so, how does it taste? Like frozen water. Alisa said it was set. I was just going to relax a bit, have a cultured timeout and then eat. A cultured timeout. I repeated as a new bout of laughter bent me in half. Hey, stop it! Alisa shouted and jumped at me. She was trying to hit me, or bite me, or something. Maybe her plan was to crush me to death with her authority. She just grabbed her hands, and all she could do was gasp and paralyze Angel. All was going fine, but then Alisa's legs slid and she began to fall. I let go of her hands, so she fell right on top of me, painfully headbutting me in the nose. I moaned in pain, threw her off and turned to the side. And what do we have here? When I released, she had taken the bottle, all the pain disappeared. Give me that back! I tried to get the bottle back, but Alisa nearly jumped off the bed and ran to the far corner of the room. Let's see. She immediately removed the cup and took a big gulp. In a moment, her face went red and her eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. What is this? She gasped while coming back to her senses. That's the actual vodka? I seem to have come to terms with my defeat. But where did you get it? You really thought you had stolen the right one from the infirmary? She nodded. Well, it was the right bottle, sure, but the contents. Man, you're clever. She was already starting to slur her words. Alisa came to the window, poured the water out of my glass and replaced it with vodka. Come on. I don't want it. Alice, this is not the right time or place. Drink it, or else I'll tell everyone you stole the bottle. But it was you. Well, you had the vodka. You can't prove that. You think I even have to? Alisa said maliciously. Unsure what to do, I stared at the glass. What's important is to get rid of vodka. It was just one of the ways to do it. I burst out abruptly and swallowed the contents of the glass in one quick motion. A short moment after, I regretted that. Got any food to chase this? Oh, wait a second. Alisa said excitedly and pulled a huge stick of ham out of her drawer. I tore it from her hands and bit off a big piece. Yeah, so how was it? You asking. It's not like I have full strange booze every day, you know? I didn't really understand how I'd agreed to this so easily. Well, how was it? Like double bubble with vodka flavor. Alright, time for another round then. She opened the bottle again and poured us half a glass each. Don't you think that's enough? No way. Well, since we already started, the alcohol was starting its work. Without a second thought, I gulped down the vodka. Alisa was definitely less experienced. She was having some trouble with your second glass. How does it? She seems really drunk already. If you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen, I said merrily, pouring myself some more. Somewhere deep inside, I realized it was too much, but the gun was already loaded. How about me? Alisa was outraged. Have you had enough? No way. She grabbed the bottle from my hand and started to drink straight from it. Hey! We have glasses, you know? Screw them! She shouted and roared in laughter. So cool, she said, catching her breath. Sure, it's not bad. I look at the bottle. We'd gone through 2/3. I was definitely drunk by that time, and Alisa seemed even worse. Then again, there was barely anything left. I sat and poured a full glass for myself and a half for Alisa. That's all. With these words, she chucked the bottle from the window. What if they find it? Oh, who cares? We both laughed. Okay then, for all ladies present, I grunted and drank. And for all the gentlemen, she followed my lead. I'm getting dizzy. She undid a few buttons on her skirt. I carefully looked at her. Had she always been this beautiful? Or is everything beautiful to me at this point? Whichever it was, I couldn't force myself to look away. You're gonna stare a hole through me if you keep going like that. Alisa laughed. Sorry? Embarrassed? I stirred my feet. You can look if you're so interested. With some effort, I opened an eye and saw her continue to unbutton her shirt. No words could escape my mouth. Besides, who needs words? Who needs words at a moment like this? Obviously it's a black screen, it's kinda obviously. It happened then was what was supposed to happen. At the time I was unable to think of what was right to do. I didn't want to, I just felt good. The light bulb burned out, or one of us turned off the light, but in either way, the room went dark. I looked around her cabin and... Sort of something. A wasteful Liana. What, are you afraid someone will come and see us? She grinned warmly. Good heaven. Ask her to spend the night at another girl's cabin. Wait, so you planned all this? Well, not something like this, of course. She looked at me intently, smiled, and closed her eyes. Yeah. I stared at the ceiling for a while longer and soon heard quite immersion. Alisa was asleep. My head ached suddenly. The alcohol seems to be wearing off. Best thing to do in this case is to follow her lead and get some sleep as well. Before I finished, I thought I was already fast asleep. And it's a day 7. I thought that the 6th day will be the last one, but okay. Some people were chasing me? What? Maybe they weren't people, but fuzzy black balls with a hellish landscape in the background. Uh, I ran, stumbling over something, having no air to breathe. My whole essence was overtaken by primal fear and terror. And then a memory lapse. I opened my swollen eyelids only for my to be eyes. What? Struck by bright daylight. A terrible taste in my mouth, pains all over body, and thorough headache. It seems someone was drinking hard yesterday. After coming to my senses, I started to recall the events of last night. I believe there was a bottle of vodka which I happily emptied together with Alisa. I tried to stand up, but something was pinning my left arm. It was the peacefully snoring Alisa. Everything that happened returned to my mind. Fear was quickly replaced by a feeling of euphoria. I relaxed lazily on the bed, enjoying a beautiful hangover morning. Sometime later, Lisa woke up. I kissed her softly and said, "Good morning." She gave me a blank look for a couple of seconds and then jumped up, shouting, "You!" Me what? "Yesterday you," she hissed. But it was kind of your idea? I was drunk. So was I, or what can you do? Alisa was furiously looking at me, but then calmed down and sat beside me. Alright, whatever happened, happened. Are you sure? I got up and tried to hug her. Don't. She whispered, blushing. Why? Because. Alisa frankly shook her head. Because it's 4 o'clock already. And what? Don't tell me you're late for something? Everyone will leave without us. Leave where? Today is the last day. What? It's already the last day. I mean, wait a second, this camp was just for 1 week? The last day of what? I was completely confused. The last day of the term? Seriously? What? The hangover that seems to have already passed a while ago made a sharp comeback. Don't tell me you didn't know. Seriously, they removed all the hentai stuff, or even text. Well, I played only alpha and I believe only this road. Nothing else at all in this game, so after we finish this day, everything will be for the first time for me, every other road. There's certain more. Don't tell me you didn't know? Asked Alice in surprise. So, you didn't know it? Well, yes, but I've forgotten it somehow. And what should we do now? Very nice music. It's very good music in this game. Actually, that wasn't the main thing that I was concerned about. If today is the last day, then everyone will go somewhere. So I can get out of this camp somehow. Well, I have no idea. Maybe I can still make it. I jumped out of the bed and started dressing quickly. It was difficult as my coordination was badly disturbed by yesterday's lavish indulgence. What are you waiting for? Alisa didn't reply, but started dressing too. A couple of minutes later, we were standing at the deserted square. Let's go to the camp leader's cabin. And everyone left already? Nice. After opening all convenience Mitra's cabin with my key. I found nobody inside. We checked the high camp and found that we were alone here. See, again, it's the only first cycle, but it's already super interesting. The very beginning, the very end, and even the middle was kinda interesting, not boring at all. After returning to the square, I sat down and covered my face with hands like a doomed man. I still felt sick, but now it turned out that I had to solve a serious problem. Where would they have gone? Well, to the district center, I guess. Do you know where is it? Where it is? Approximately. So, is it possible to reach it on foot? Don't know. And how long would it take on bus? A couple of hours? Quickly I count how much that in kilometers. Around 120. So if we divide it by 6, 20 hours on foot, something. We can count how much that in kilometers, taking into consideration the quality of the Soviet motor car industry and Soviet roads, one could presume that it's quite possible to reach it on foot, provided that Alisa knows the exact direction. Moreover, in my situation, it's not easy to decide on such steps. But we can't stay here either, alone, without food in the deserted pioneer camp. In real life, it would be definitely a bad idea. I had no other choice but to treat everything happening as reality. Let's go. Where? To the district center. Are you mad? You prefer to stay here? Sure, they'll notice that we are missing and will return. Don't you think it's odd that they didn't notice it during departure? Well, yeah, but... She started to think. But to go somewhere on our own? But you said you knew the direction. I do. She agreed without confidence. So, what's there to think about? Maybe we'll encounter some local buses on the way? I don't really believe that myself, but it's... If there's an exit from this camp, this idea seems quite solid. I don't know, as you say. She brought it on, confused. Then start packing your stuff, meet here in half an hour. I ran towards Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. Yes, not much to pack. I tossed my warm clothes into a bag, and I was about to go when an interesting thought crossed my mind. What would I actually need them for? It doesn't seem to be late summer, so what's the point in dragging unnecessary weight along? Especially since I don't know how far I have to walk. After reasoning that one could survive such weather without a coat and warm boots, I shoved my cell phone with its dying battery into my pocket and went to the square. I had to wait at least 20 minutes for Alisa. My hangover seemed to ease a little, so I could better focus on the previous night. What does she really mean to me? Was it just drunken sex or something more? Naturally, I can't speak for Alisa. It's difficult. Yeah, there was still a reference, but nothing was in text before. It's difficult even to speak for myself. I began to remember the course of my acquaintance with her, how she teased and mocked me at first, her arrogance and self-confidence. It was more than compensated for by the temperaments of last night. It was already clear that she's not the person she wants to seem like. But what kind of person is the real Alisa? And do I have any feelings towards her? I do feel sympathy, a sort of affection, but is there something more? My reflections were interrupted by Alisa. Here, take it. She held out a huge backpack to me. What's this? Asked skeptically. My stuff? Why so little? I brought as much as I could fit. Look, we don't know how far we have to go. Maybe you can take only the most necessary things? So what? I just leave to throw it away? Leave it here? Alisa sniffed. Firstly, I couldn't understand why she even has that much stuff, and secondly, what's so valuable in there? But the chivalrous what? Chivalrous duty of carrying it is mine, isn't it? Of course. She smiled archly. I evaluated how much it would weigh. About 10 kilos, I guess. I can carry that for a few kilometers, but not much farther than that. You do understand that we'll not get very far with it? Well, we'll do our best. Yeah, you mean I can throw something out later? We'll see. She answered with her eyes flashing slyly. Okay, I'm taking you at your word. After all, as I have to carry it, I had the right to throw things out of it. And so our journey began. It took me at least an hour to start getting tired. I would never have thought that I possessed such stamina. Either the backpack was easy to carry, or last night's exercises had trained my muscles. I stopped on the roadside and threw Elisa's belongings to the ground. What are you doing? She was clearly resentful. Do you want to carry it yourself? Of course not. In that case, I need to rest. Naturally, the most rational decision was to get rid of most of the stuff, keeping only the most necessary things, but I couldn't bring myself to such drastic measures. You've been keeping silent for the whole time? Alice was staring vacantly down the road that receded into the distance. What is that to talk about? Don't know, but you're behaving as if nothing happened? Did something happen? She asked absent-mindedly. Well, had enough rest? Then let's go. Alisa began to quickly walk away from me. Hey, wait a minute! I shouldered the backpack and ran after her. We've been traveling in silence for some time, with Alisa slightly ahead and me behind. I had no idea how to start a conversation. She seems to be giving out obvious hints that the night's events were one big mistake. At least it seems so to me. So, from my point of view, what happened was meant to happen. For the last few days in the camp, I definitely been attracted to Alisa, and I believe she was attracted to me as well. In that case, what's the problem? Maybe she doesn't want to be just a one-night stand? No. She turned and looked at me. If I did something wrong, you did nothing wrong. But it just turned out this way. So it was just an accident? I didn't say that. Then, what did you say? My inability to get straight answer made me begin to lose my temper, and I raised my voice. You're just giving me hints, ambiguities. What about straightforwardness, sincerity? You went like this before. You will tend to change. We slowly paced forward. Change? You call this a change? You're a completely different person now, just like Lena really. Liz stopped by, didn't turn. Don't compare her. Got it? Don't compare me with you. He spoke quietly, and there was a rage in his voice. What? I was somewhat taken aback. You blame me for everything, but what about yourself? You're constantly looking at her. Even now you managed to see her and me. Wait, what? Why did you come yesterday then? You would have gone to her. You did know. I did know what? Did know that I was waiting for you. It seems that making this confession was a hard decision for Alisa, but at first I assigned little significance to her words. Well, you yourself told me to come yesterday, so it isn't about that. Lisa burst into sobs and covered her face with hands. I was completely taken aback. I still didn't get what she's hinting at, so it was impossible to talk normally. Sorry, forgive me. Stop apologizing. What if I said or did something wrong? So what's the point in apologizing? If you already did, better to behave yourself from the beginning. But I don't know how. Alisa looked up at me. There was so much sorrow in her gaze that I couldn't bear it and turned away. We stood like that for some time. Soon, she seems to pull herself back together. Okay, forget it. Let's move on. Actually, I couldn't forget it, even if I wanted to. But I had nothing to say anyway, so I followed her in silence. The sun was slowly moving below the horizon. I was immersed in thoughts and even forgot about that heavy backpack on my back. I had to say something, do something. Alicia is expecting me to. At least a few words. But what should I begin with? I'd gotten used to everything in my life being quite simple. Any task seems to be already finished after only a few steps. Instead of considering the long way to my goal, immediately I started to think about the results, enjoying an achieved victory. Moreover, I doubt I'd have to face a situation like this in real world. Obviously, for a long time, I dreamed about a person who could care about me. But right now, such person is in front of me and yet I feel nothing. And I can't tell Elisa either yes or no just because I don't know what will happen next. Meanwhile, it got dark. I guess we should make a camp for the night. There's not that much left to go. Are you sure? And even if that's so, it's better to travel during the daytime. You know best? She answered coldly. We stopped at the edge of a wood. Got anything useful in there? I pointed at the backpack. Have a look. Mainly footwear and clothes were there, but on the bottom I found a magazine and a box of matches, quite enough to light a fire. Soon we were sitting on a fallen tree and warming our hands by the fire. Only now did I finally realize that I'd finally gotten out of the damned camp and found no answers. On the contrary, everything had become even more tangled as, I guess, I'm to spend the rest of my life in this reality. If I don't take into consideration all the sci-fi stuff, it's clear that I'm somewhere in the south at the end of the 80s. How and, more importantly, why I was brought here is not so important now, as I have to somehow adapt. And I ought to begin with the girl sitting by my side. So, what will we do when we reach the district center? Call our parents? What else? Alisa smiled slightly. She had someone to call. And then? And then it's all over. Meaning? Well, you leave for our homes. I wasn't really surprised by this answer, I just hadn't thought about what would happen after the term ended. And that's it? What else is there? I don't know. After all that happened, but nothing happened at all, she told me merrily. What do you mean nothing happened? You'll have a chance to find Lena. I was surprised, but Lisa said it absolutely kindly. As if I need Lena. Don't you? To be honest, Lena was the last person I was thinking about now. No? Then maybe it's me? I look at Lisa attentively. She grins spitefully. And she was weeping just recently. What about you? I avoided the question. What do you think about me? I don't know. Maybe you can just say it straight out? A long silence. Well, Alice is waiting for a straight answer, but I can't sort it out for myself. Do I need to make more coffee? Maybe I'll take a pause for 1 minute and be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alice is waiting for a straight answer, but I can sort it for myself. Is it better than a good one? It can be good, that's for sure. So what's the difference between good and bad ending? I don't know. As I understand, to unlock the, like, the hidden ending, is it best or true one, I don't know. You must get only good endings, but anyway, I want to get all of them. This spinner come, and now the girl who wants to hear something I can't say that easily. You see? And then I really understood. What did you understand? Understood that now it's no use trying to be cunning and holding things back. I almost managed to break out of the cage. The worst is over. Or, on the contrary, the worst is yet to come, but it's time to speak plainly. You see, what you're expecting from me is almost impossible. Looks like everything's possible for you. She sniffed. It's weird to say it, but it's true. I don't know what will happen to me. Not even necessarily tomorrow, but in the next second. And what might it be? Will you vanish into thin air? Quite possibly. She burst into peals of laughter. You know, I was ready for any excuses, but not one like that. As aren't excuses, just listen. Alisa gazed at me attentively and it seems had no intention of interrupting. But it's okay, is it reference to Groundhog Day? Except the same could happen to the character. You see, I don't belong to this place. I'm not talking about the camp, but about the whole world. All of you here are completely strange, comprehensible people to me. As you are for us, actually. I'm not even sure if you're from my planet or my reality. Wait it now, Alicia said tiredly. Imagine that once you fell asleep and woke up in a completely different place. And not just place, but a different time as well. That's what has happened to me. I used to live in the early 20th, first century, in a city far away from here. I was somewhat older than I look now. I had my own life, regardless of whether it was good or bad, it was my own. And then one night I took a bus, fell asleep and woke up here. As a 17-year-old pioneer. Alisa looked at me in surprise. And you expect me to believe you? I don't know, it's up to you. It really wasn't easy for me to tell you that. You're a master storyteller, really. Just a second. I rummaged through my pockets and showed him my phone. To my great surprise, there was still some battery and the screen was glowing brightly. Have you ever seen something like that? Do you have something like that? I held it out to Alisa. She fidgeted with it, pressing buttons. Well, some kind of imported foreign toy, so what? It's not a toy, it's a telephone. And where are the wires? Where's the handset? She laughed. There's no need for them. Fortunately, I can't demonstrate to you how it works because they're still not invented in your time. Yeah, sure. She said skeptically and handed me my phone back. Anyway, it's your decision whether to believe me or not. I told you all this only to explain what position I'm in now. I still don't know what would happen to me in an hour. So such decisions. Fine, you don't have to say anymore. Fine. Okay, and you don't have to make any decisions. She got up and pushed some more firewood into the fire. If I offended you... Nah, everything fine. She said coldly. I understand. You're a visitor from the future, so normal girls like me don't interest you. You got me wrong. No, I didn't. It's very credible, logical and above all, truthful tale. Any girl would dig it. So you still think that I'm making up excuses? Alicia stayed silent. Or that I've gone completely mad? One could expect anything from you. Why do you have to be like this? Said sadly. And what about me? I've Done nothing wrong? She grinned spitefully. Just imagine that it's all true and understand why I behave so. Already imagined, understood. What the heck was this? I was about to say something else, but a horn sounded from the road. There was a bus on the roadside. Yes, on a regular road. It's odd that we hadn't noticed its approach. At last, salvation! Shall we go? Alice asked in a completely blunt, emotionless voice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed the backpack. I can manage it myself. She took it from me. It's obvious that it was too heavy for her, but I didn't object. Soon, we sat peacefully on the back seat of the bus. Various feelings fought inside me. On one hand, I was glad beyond measure to get to the civilized world. On the other, I was guilt-stricken by the unfinished conversation with Alisa. Sorry that I acted so. You expected something different. I expected nothing of you. She replied calmly. I just wanted you to understand. And concerning our relationship, I like you, really. Glad to hear that. But your voice didn't sound so glad. I said it honestly. You see, I don't know what will happen next, but here and now, I guess last night you liked me even more. No, you misunderstood. Should we do it again while the driver comes to us? Calm down for a second, okay? I didn't even think about it. What's the matter? You want it, and I don't care. The only things I'm good for. Lisa, wait. Okay, I want to sleep. She reclined on her seat and closed her eyes. Wait a second. I'm sleeping, let's talk later. I didn't object. After all, it's a good sick of counsel from your pillow. Besides, Alisa needs some time to calm down. Also, of course, I was desperate to explain everything to her in a way she'll understand. But I held back. Still was sick at heart. We were alone on the bus. Outside, dark shadows were passing by. Sometimes it was possible to discern a tree, a river, or the pillars of power transmission line. But the landscape seems not to differ from the one in the camp. Maybe the world is a cycle and we are just moving around it. Anyway, the surroundings were the least of my concerns now. Just stare at the floor and thought about tomorrow. What will happen? The city, this planet, this time, all are strange to me. And the father talked with Alisa, who was totally disappointed with me. The process of waiting happens to be more tiresome than its result. And finally, things bound to happen don't look so important or personal. All the strange is exhausted. There's just tiredness and emptiness in your soul. The bus was driving to the unknown. I couldn't resist and fell asleep. And that's how it's over. You must return back, isn't it? What? Days are no. It seems I'm getting old. The day was over and the hangover should have been long gone, but I still felt sick and dizzy. Despite how hard I tried, I was unable to open my eyes. I just rolled over. I wonder what awaits me in the district center. How am I to live? Maybe it's not all that bad? Well, sure, I don't know where to begin, but on the other hand, this world doesn't seem hostile. I know a lot of things here. Everyone speaks Russian? So maybe nothing bad is going to happen? Suddenly, I felt very sick. Damn it, I thought it was all gone by yesterday's evening. I managed to reach the toilet, moving instinctively. After some time, my dirty business was done. I returned to the room, and then I realized I am back in my old flat. But it's actually not a bus, but actually a flat. What can I say here? What is this picture on the right? You can't see it, but okay. I don't know, pretty dirty room. And refrigerators inside it. Wait a second, is it some kind of studio? Looks terrible. However, it's not so old. It seems that nothing had changed during the week of my absence. The dust layers haven't even grown thicker. The keyboard position, monitor incline, and the stain from a cup of tea on the table stun my eyes. Theoretically, a man in my condition shouldn't notice such details, but the entire room drew my attention to the most minor of details as it was twinkling with different colors. The socks were thrown around in exactly the same manner as they had been before. Blankets sat around it on the unmade bed as it was before. The little window showed the same view of the street like a correct kinescope. In vain, I tried to become terrified, or at least scared. Maybe it's shock effect. Post-traumatic stress disorder, or something like that. After all, several hours ago, I wasn't even thinking of returning to the real world. The piano camp, the girls, Alisa, the mystical district center, where I would have arrived if I hadn't woken up in my flat. All that had started to seem real to me. Maybe my fantastic vacation to Savionok was just a dream? My feet started to rack up cycles around the room. I held my hands behind my back and started to think everything over. Only once in a square, I returned as suddenly as I arrived there, without any reason or logic. Maybe there was some sort of explanation, but it's beyond my or human comprehension. Whether it was a trick by interstellar forces, or supreme mind, or government experiments I believed as the last one to be the least likely, they left no clues. I was unable to find answers in the camp. It would be foolish to expect things to become clearer here. It's like searching for evidence in a house that's been burned to ashes. Even if a crime was committed, all the evidence was destroyed by fire. Actually, not. You still can find the clues. Maybe if I had the skills and equipment of a criminologist, I could find something, but, well, yeah. The memories of the week spent in the camp are all I've got. It wasn't a dream, I knew it for sure. My hangover was absolutely real, my feelings and emotions were genuine, not just the stuff of dreams. Therefore, I've been there. I spent a week in the Savionok Pioneer Camp with the camp leader and the pioneers, with Alisa. Memories of you made me sigh. It would have been great to live with you. Wait a minute. What's wrong with me? Should be glad I returned home to the real world. Shouldn't I? For now I just couldn't evaluate the situation reasonably. I couldn't understand whether I wanted to stay there or to enjoy my long-awaited return. I noticed a 5-ruble coin on the table. I took it and began to toss it up without any purpose, counting the number of heads and tails. A long time ago, maybe even in school, I heard that in an infinite number of coin tosses, the probabilities are not equal to 50% each, obviously. Maybe it's because a coin doesn't have a perfect shape and weight, or because of some other reason? No, it's not related to shape and weight. However, after some time, I counted 70 heads and 71 tails. Oh, the theory of relativity lies? No, it's not. But I'm not the man to judge it. I don't know much about it. I recalled my childhood when I had heard the word tails for the first time. By the way, it's not an entropy. The coin toss is not random, it's predictable. So I don't know who decided that it will be random. It's not, and never was. And professional who tossing coins to win something in gambling knows this for sure. For some reason, it always made me think of squirrels. Wait a second. Heads and tails. What is in Russian? I don't remember. Well, mostly because in my country there was no coins until I relocated. Relocated they appeared, but it was too late. And heads and tails, what is this? Ah, Орел и Решка. So Решка sounds like nuts, so it's related skills. I don't know what was in Russian here in this game. Maybe there is some logic in this. A squirrel does indeed have a tail. All this theory seems strange to me, but at the same time, couldn't find any conclusive evidence to disprove it. So does it mean that squirrels come out more frequently than heads? But one must consider that a squirrel has a head as well, so I yanked my hair and sighed, exhausted. Now's not the time for thinking of such rubbish. On the other hand, what is now the right time for? What can I do? What is under my control? If I hadn't bothered trying to find answers during the week then, what would be the point of thinking how? Wait a second, next cycle we will try to find the answers, why not? Maybe I should just try to go back to my ordinary life. The words ordinary life were painful to me. Why did I choose that specific word? I could have said past, former, or something else. I guess because it was what I was used to. The most obvious answer. Wait a second, how did you know it? Ordinary? Past formal? I don't know, sounds okay to me. As I say, what you get used to becomes second nature to you. Instantly, all of the last week's events floated before my eyes. Did I really want to stay there so badly? Was just 1 week enough for me to get used to Olga Dmitrievna picking on me all the time, Ulyana's pranks and joking around, on Lisa's chickiness and mockery? I had no answer to this question, but it's obvious that I already miss it. Also, I'm sure I'll never return there. Obviously, I can't tell Wes's force that brought me there might want to entertain itself again. And again. And again. It is possible. But for now, I have what I have, and adventures that I'll remember for the rest of my life. Damn it, how many people get to experience something like that? Even books, even dreams about such things are unthinkable. The main thing is that it wasn't Dr. Moreau, Evil Island, but a normal Soviet pioneer camp with normal pioneers. Its commonness was overlaid by the astonishing origin of my arrival there. Anyway, it wasn't the worst experience of my life. Perhaps it was one of the best. Obviously, it's said that everything just ended halfway through, but every story has an end. It's good that it has ended that way. Who knows what else could have happened? And that's all? Time passed, or finally it's on top. The events that took place in the camp now seemed more like a fascinating novel I once read. No, I haven't forgotten them. I could recall them in the finest detail. By the way, Gates. Very nice music here. I remember how as a child I used to lie under a blanket with a flashlight and read a fascinating book about space flight until dawn. Sometimes I was unable to get up to go to school. My parents always used to scold me for that, but with every night approaching, I would carefully turn every page, trying to absorb every minor detail of the story. I had similar feeling about that pioneer camp. Reality, if I can consider it such, now seems more like a book. I didn't think it was bad at all. In the end, the main thing is to remember. And it's not important whether the memories take the form of a slideshow, photos, video, or audio. Knowledge buzz made me feel both fear and hope. At first I cycled around the 410 road without a purpose. Sometimes I fell asleep on the same seat, but nothing happened, not even a trace of something supernatural. As times went by, I stopped these little trips. Something changed in my life, just couldn't do otherwise. A couple of weeks after my return from the camp, I took up my guitar that was lying lonely and gathering dust in a corner. Striking a couple of chords, I remembered Alisa. For me, her image was inseparable from this instrument. At first it didn't work out very well. Maybe I just had no talent for music. I started reading teach-yourself books and watching video lessons. By the way, you can simply play Rocksmith. On the other hand, all the effort wasn't a burden anymore. Just played the chords and polished my skill. And as with any kind of activity, including music, practice makes perfect. About half a year later, I realized that I had achieved some results. At least, I could now smoothly play parts of my favorite songs. Satisfied with my progress, I put a couple of advertisements on music forums, intending to form my own band. I still had no idea what kind of music I wanted to play. My tastes varied from something really heavy to anime soundtracks. At first, it seemed impossible for me. I would have to communicate with stranger. And what if we are just too different? And anyway, how to explain to others what music I want to make? It all worked out much easier. The potential candidates turned out to be not so frightening, and our tastes were mostly the same. After all, we share the same goals, so issues stemming from a lack of understanding could be resolved. And soon, we had a band. Suddenly I discovered my talent as a composer. Having spent entire days and nights on the note editor and sequencers, I started composing okay things, at least in the opinions of the other band's members and pals I showed my songs to. Quite soon we have our first concert. A dim-lit club, not significantly more spacious than my bedroom, 3.5 viewers who went exactly sober. I was hugely anxious, and the sound equipment was constantly malfunctioning, but all of that didn't bother me because I was happy. Since this was just the first step to success, however, it was a long time before we were invited again. With great difficulty, we managed to record 3 tracks and publish them on the internet. Reviewers were far from ecstatic, but it didn't bother me much. It was just beginning. Maybe some considered our music just a leisure activity or a brief fixation, but for me it was serious. After all, it was me who founded the band, and all the music was mine as well. I felt a personal responsibility for the fate of my creation. Every spare moment I spent on improving my performance technique, and after a year I could already confidently say that I wasn't the worst guitarist in the world. Then some sort of popularity. We were giving concerts almost every week and were finally getting paid. It wasn't important that it was just 500 rubles per man. The fact that our work was in demand and someone was ready to pay for it, even so we were usually warm up for other bands. What that mattered. I was sitting before my monitor, touching a guitar. The date of an upcoming concert was thickly circled on the computer desktop calendar. The very thought of that gave me goosebumps. It was the first time we will be headliners. And we'll have an album presentation as well. I wonder how many discs would be sold. Of course, the CD era is already over, but there are still some who appreciate it. And maybe some will buy it just to support the band. I look at the date once more. Yes, it's exactly a year since I returned from Savionok. My smile reflected in the darkened monitor screen. I wonder whether Lisa would like my music if she existed in this world. Don't think so. She preferred Soviet rock classics, but who knows? I played a couple of complicated guitar parts and concluded with a feeling of satisfaction that the sound of my guitar surpassed by far that of the Soviet Ural guitars, and my skill has overcome that of guitarists of the same era. I wonder whether I would have achieved all this without those fantastic events. Unlikely. Nothing strange about that. Lots of people rethink their life after stepping close to the age. Sure, nothing dangerous happened back then, but a psychological shock is a good substitute for grave danger. I rehearsed my part once more, got the guitar into keys, put the guitar in the case, packed all my stuff and headed to the exit. It was cold outside, just like that day. Slowly I approached the bus stop. It was a 410. Such a coincidence, I'm going to the club on this very same bus. With a sinking heart, I counted down the seconds. Soon the bus arrived. It idly opened its doors and swallowed up a few passengers. It was a winter night, just like back then. By the way, is it a Christmas game? It might be. Cars flashed by outside with their headlights, igniting the city, As I got ready to sleep, the closer we got to the downtown area, the more people were there were in the streets. Some of them were chatting merrily, some were Persian, magnificent boutique windows, and some were hurrying somewhere, paying no attention to anything. This day, I had no wish to return to the camp. Any other time maybe, but not today. I must play the concert, and the rest can go to hell. I had a clear aim, and nothing else matters. The club was considerably bigger than the one we played our first concert in, but at the moment it was empty. The sound check was going on. I couldn't hear the drums through the monitor loudspeakers, which I desperately tried to tell the sound guy about. Sound tuned, gadgets installed, set list all prepared, ready to rock. But it is a special day. We are not doing the warm up. The other guys are doing the warm up before our concert. Thus, our entrance is last. As I listened to the first band, I noticed that they have a lot of improving to do. On the other hand, we were no better not so long ago. As the time got closer to the start of our performance, my tension grew enormous. Come on, I was literally shaking with anxiety. I decided not to listen to other band and to wait calmly in the dressing room. Judging by their expressions, my matters were in the same mood. We were silent. Actually, we had nothing to talk about. Our parts were learned and perfected long time ago. Only nervousness could hinder us, but we already have some experience, so everything will be fine. At least I confront myself with this thought. Nice. So, wait a second, who is our hero? This one in the middle? Why it's always a lead guitarist who's singing. And now, finally, the time has come. I don't remember how we entered the stage and greeted the audience. My consciousness turned on when the first chords of our first song came from the speakers. While sitting in the makeup room, I desperately tried to warm my ice-cold fingers, but now they run from string to string without a slightest mistake, as if they were charmed. I thought flashed across my mind, why didn't I still make a single mistake? When I played all these parts at home or during rehearsals, I never thought about it, everything seemed a matter of course. But now, when I stood in front of an audience, it felt different. Somewhere deep in my mind there was a thought that soon my finger would slip and thank goodness, the singing didn't interfere with my playing. Our performance was nearing the end, and now it was the time for the difficult solo I'd been learning for so long. But by that point, my nervousness had vanished, and I played through it perfectly, even better than during the rehearsals. And hello, Mort. It's very loud. Finally, our performance was over and the concert hall burst with applause. What are you doing here during the Christmas night? By the way, in 4 hours it will be over. I smiled awkwardly, at least I thought so, and bowed several times with the rest of the band. They shouted encore to us. Even without them shouting, I would have been glad to play something else, but we'd run out of songs as we were just a newly formed band. Wait a second, you can repeat something. Euphoria prevailed in the dressing room as we congratulated and hugged each other. Sounds of opening champagne bottles echoed in the halls. Oh, I believe I remember about this in this Mahjong chat, no? And how was it? And why did you stop? That's the question. Why? All this had been solved, which made me even happier. Finally, I managed to become something too. It's impossible to predict the future of our bands or of the whole affair with music. But one thing was clear, I have finally found something I'm interested in and can dedicate my entire life to it. He's actually dedicating his entire life until we actually restart this game. As well as that, I can see that it may be able to make people other than me happy too. I was probably not the happiest man on the earth. At least it was surely the best moment of my life. Until the club is empty, instruments are packed, and I'm too waiting for the others so we can go home. I glance at the stage where I'd been standing just an hour ago. Once again, joy, pleasure, and excitement gripped me. This won't be the last time I appear on the stage, for sure. Hmm? Was horrifying first 3 or 5 times? Hmm. What? Maybe maybe it just vice versa. He was very stressed before the concert, so he ate a lot of like I don't know ice cream or something. That's why he actually forced to do something like this before the concert. Very funny story. Thanks for sharing. This won't be the last time I appear on the stage for sure. And maybe even grander stages like concert halls and Olympic stadiums are in my future. Who knows? Anything is possible now. After saying goodbye to my mates, I ran to the bus stop and luckily caught the 410 bus. Very stage. Never happened to me. Nobody was inside. I took a seat behind the driver. Just like back then, some familiar tune could be heard from the radio. Maybe one day my songs will also be played on the radio. In some way, these trips were similar to the events that took place a year ago. I mean, at the moment, everything is as expected. Achieved by means of hard work, and the plans result in fulfilled. But I'm returning as another man. A man who has changed in a way. And it still continues. Every story has its beginning and its end. Every story has its own outline, synopsis, contents, key points, and prologue and an epilogue. Wait a second, prologue and an epilogue? No, not every story. There's no book which, if you read it again, would not reveal any new details you didn't notice before. Every story has its beginning and its end. Almost every. Except visual novels, in general. So... are you going to show me this black screen? No. They're showing us the credits, I believe. But I can see credits. Oh, here's our... Двач Эрогати. Well, in this version, Steam version, there's no hentai at all. So everything is okay. They removed all the hentai senses I see, and all the artwork. I still don't understand what CJ means in visual novel. I mean, it's like artwork, but CJ? Characters what? G? I tried to Google, but I was not able to find the answer. I'm too stupid. Thank you and goodbye for now. So, this summer they're releasing a new game. Very soon. And yeah, the list of actually who developed this game is pretty short, despite that it was 200 of people, and I don't remember this game. Okay, we have certain more runs of this game. More. I had never been on camp. Had never. But as I remember from the stories from it, it was very horrible and nobody wanted to go the camp and actually stuck on top. Alright. So, I don't know, I cannot save, but I believe it's counted now that we actually finish it. Where's the settings? Okay, skip scene, it's working, I hope. At what age, by the way? So character here at the age of 17, I believe. Well, some of them. Okay, let's fast forward. Or should we click some button to do this? Yeah, it's working. Okay, so we must get all the other ending. Well, from 14. So it's okay. But I believe starting from 16 it would be a horrible experience. Because of the people who are trying to dominate. Be like alpha and the 14 years old, it's still nothing, I believe. Which class is this one? Wait a second, which grade? Let me count. Well, 14 maybe not okay already. But 12 definitely good. Okay, first of all, it's all about noises. I want to find the answers. And to get any answers, we should not pay attention to anyone in this camp except ourselves. Okay, to do this, where's my list? It says that it's very easy to get such endings. Really? So we must do simply nothing for 5 days. And only at the day of 5, we must select to do nothing and just sit and do nothing. Day 5. 2 times. And there's 2 endings, the good one and the bad one. The good one is not follow the voice, and the bad one is follow the voice. Okay, let's go and do this. That's what actually happened to everyone who was in CAP and who I knew. Even my parents included. It's constantly happened. So I didn't even try. I was totally against the campus, so I had never was here. Okay, last time I select I'll come with you. But this time let's select no, I stay here. Every time it's so hard to decide on the answer. It's totally the same, no? It is. So difference? There's no difference. It's very strange. Wait a second, what was the question? What should I reply? Do not reply, I believe. I was frozen in astonishment. The girl looked perfectly normal, just like an ordinary human. But I still could not utter a single word. It's too late to run. So it's all new because I selected a different answer. What? There's too many sex laggers, like in this game. How can you like in this game? So this game totally describes like it was in the camp, in the summer camp. Totally. What you just said here. Except everyone accepting him, but we don't know why, but everything else totally like this. They say something wrong. Okay, if I keep clicking on the right, so it will skip if we actually saw something, right? It took a monumental effort to answer. Yeah. What? Oh, nothing, I mean, I just arrived. I replied quickly, beginning to worry that I might have blurted out something wrong. Right then, welcome. Nice. It must be short to get all other items now. So run after him this time. I decided that I had no wish to come across this aggressive Elisa girl again and darted after Electronic. Electronic, supersonic, ran into the square. I lost sight of him. But Bachevskaya wasn't chasing me either. However, I really should not risk calling her that. Even in my mind. After catching my breath, I wondered why I had reacted like that. Alright, she's a girl, an aggressive one. But why run away? Failing to find a good answer, I sat down on a bench and stared at the monument of Genda. So we are not attempting to grab it. Right? See? I don't have it. Just too many skips. I leave the key this time. On the other hand, why should I need them? Actually, I thought that you'll grab them and return them, but he's not doing this for some reason. Keep silent. Honestly speaking, I haven't read it, but I think that such literature suits for her very well. Skip it again. Okay, it's day number 2. Oh, wait a second, I must select, and we must select something that... No. It's just... I remember we checked simply everything, and Clubhouse was the last, so this time it should be first. And I still don't understand what is this old building. Wait a second. We went into the forest. We fall down as some kind of tunnel or mines? And went back to the old building or what? And then the clubhouse. I'm not quite sure. It's kind of very long distance. If it's really this one, it's not something new. And we did check everything else, even islands. Closest one. And long one. Wait a second, why there was a train on this long island? What else we didn't check? Boiler room? There was something in the boiler room? Okay, clubhouse. Music club. There was some nasty picture that we skipped. Library. Go alone. Do not bet. No, I'm not going to participate in your shady business. Sorry about that. You was? She shrugged and went up the stairs. Before she went inside, she flunked me. Prepare to face the consequences? I wonder what will happen because of these consequences. What if I made the wrong decision? After all, she can really complicate things for me here. On the other hand, I just couldn't allow myself to be pulled into something so reckless. Alright, that's all. I let out the heavy sign and followed her through the door. So we wait a second, it's still new? A few seconds ago I thought I still had a slim chance to win this tournament. Then I wouldn't have to fear Lisa's revenge for not betting with her. But now that hope was gone. Skip the turn, we don't need it. I still don't know how to win this game. Skip the tournament, loons against... Oh, wait a second, we can skip it! So let's skip it. Why should I play it? Or should we train? No, let's skip. Just simply no need for this. What are we doing? What did I select last time? Sam. This one. Well, let's go to the bus stop this time. The events of the past day kept flashing brightly in my head. The damn it useless checklist, this stupid tournament. Right now, I don't want to do a single thing or to talk to anyone. I don't even want to start thinking about my current situation. I came to the square and took a seat on the bench while staring at the Genda statue. I don't know how long I was sitting like this, but finally, crickets. Hairpins brought me back to reality. Chirping, no idea. I got up and blindly walked in a random direction. The bus stop. Somehow, for the second day in a row, I find myself at this place. Somehow, you just went straight to it. Maybe subconsciously, I feel that the bus will be waiting for me here to take me back to the real world. Very unlikely. On the other hand, why not? It got dark already. I was just standing there and gazing at the night sky. Astronomy has never attracted me so much as astronautics. It always has been more interesting to look at the pictures of far constellations, nebula, and galaxies made by artists than to try and figure out how to measure angular velocities and masses of stars. But suddenly I would be able to find the Great Bear constellation? Great Bear? Is it how it's named in English? I'm not sure about this. But if I get lost in snow forest, my only way to find the way out would be that little knowledge about moss growing on the north side of a tree. It's actually a lie. It's not growing on the north side of the tree. I don't know how it was read in schools by teachers because it's bullshit. It's not like this. However, I still don't think that would help me to get out. You can go to the forest and actually check it yourself. After a couple of minutes, I headed back to the camp. For the first time today, I finally felt how tired I was. And by the way, same for, I don't know, antness. Okay, day number 3? Uh, Last time we promised to Lena, but I don't know what I promised. Fine, wait a minute. No, I still can skip it. Oh, so I selected this. I don't care. You know, he didn't ask me to help you tonight. Okay, no, let's select this. Should go take a look, what? No, we must keep looking for answers. This time we must find answers. However, that is, what's the big deal? I have better things to do. I came back, the leader's cabin. Olga Dmitrievna was lying lazily on her bed and reading a book. Semyon, oh, what are you doing here? That's what I could ask you to. I've forgotten something. So I came back. You were absent at the lineup. Oh yeah, I apologize. Alright. Nevertheless, you should do something useful today. Just as I planned. But I have my own vision of what useful means. Like, you could go to the square to help with the cleaning. Slavy is in charge here. There. Strange, I just been there, hadn't seen anyone. Or you could visit the boys at the electronics club. They asked me for a hand. Those fathers on raging again. Finally, you could help at the sports club. Oh, what are they up to? They renewing the pitch, fixing the benches, changing the goal nets, and so on. Honestly, none of those options suited me. By the way, why is they doing this if it's just 5 days left in this camp, or less? Why is she always trying to broaden his work? Seriously, except for Slavia, no one ever works here, while some people in particular are enjoying their free time with a useful spirit. Every one of the leaders' attempts to keep me busy seems to serve only one purpose, to prevent me from finding out my current location. Really, all the deep and vital questions concerning my existence are swept away by broom together with all their rubbish and litter. In my case, taking some time to work would probably pay off, but just like someone suffering gangrene, and rejection and amputation, I will stand by my... By the way, I still didn't make the coffee. And so the empty now. Next time. You know, I already had my own arrangements. Oh really? What kind of arrangements? She backed up. Oh well... Can't just tell you what I'm really thinking about. On the other hand, why not? No, it's too dangerous. At least now I maintain a fragile balance and nothing is threatening me. Everything seems that way. Just as I thought, what exactly she thought remained secret. You probably have not yet released how important it is to practice in social life. What? Practice in social life? Never heard about this. It's the only way to become a pioneer capable of being a role model. I didn't want to sit through another long lecture, so I decided to accept one of the offers. Sometimes the answers in this world can be found in the most unexpected places. Or at least so I wanted to believe. So, should I choose for you? The lady's voice turned authoritative. I can do it myself, thank you. I mumbled and left the cabin. Help Slayer? I think I'd rather see the guys with the giant robot engineering. Help the sport club. Wait a second, wait, it's a hard choice. So, Electronic and Shurika are definitely not related to us. But sport club, maybe it will be Uliana, so let's select the second one. Well, they might be not so giant after all. That was surely a hard decision to make. Indeed, is there any reason to spend extra time with word chops found of early to mid 20th century sci fi? But would I manage to find out something useful from them? At least I can try. Standing on the threshold of the clubhouse, I hesitated for a while. Finally, all my doubts were set aside. I opened the door and went in. And here I think I will go and make this coffee. Be right back. Be right back. Alright, coffee is here. Now we can go and get all the ambience in this game. I doubt it will happen today, maybe next Saturday. But we'll try. Electronic and Shurik were bending over the table, studying something closely. Hi there, cybernetics. How's it going? Seriously, what was this robot that they tried to create? Maybe it was in the secret ending? I don't know. It looked like a cat girl, but who knows. I was itching to behave as friendly as I could. Hey, we were waiting for you. How did you were going to say that? Electronic obviously intended to be called the Oracle. What? So, what do you need? You'll help us to complete the robot. No way. It's out of my league. Don't worry, we'll show you around. The more you hate me, the more you will learn. I'm a hard man. But I'm fair. Electronic joined in cheerfully. There's more to life than fun and games, dudes. There's a topic to discuss. I've got a question and you seem to have an answer. What's the question? He inquired guardedly. Do you think it's possible to travel in time? Finally we get an answer. Why would you think such a thing? And wait a second, is it a new music? I didn't remember this one. Electronics suddenly became serious. It's not only my idea. I took a book from the library yesterday, The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. You must have read it, so well. I'm thinking it over. Oh, Garbage Wells. Wanna leap to the future? See how life is there? Nah, not really. I'm more interested in traveling back in time. Why is that? I don't know. Very nice music, seriously. I don't understand what they're saying in it. There's some gibberish. But it's really nice. Cool. I don't know why not. Well, and what do you think about it? General relative theory postulates the existence of wormholes, also known as tunnels in space. But you wouldn't understand it all anyway. I bet I won't. Anyway, in any such a supposition, I'll encounter a whole bunch of paradoxes. For example, if you'll travel to the past and kill yourself, then it would mean that you from the present won't be able to exist. Wait a second. You will, because it's parallel worlds. Every single travel in time creates a new world, and you're living in it, without actually disappearing, so there can be a paradox. Paradoxes is for people who are lack of imagination. Well, it seems so. In a nutshell, it's all too unscientific. I say, but what if it would be possible? I mean, do I need some kind of a machine, a device, or program to get to the past? Or it's enough just to fall asleep in the wrong place and wake up in another time and reality? Wait a second, when you already travel back in time, it's already a different world as soon as you arrived. So, your past is not your past anymore. You're out of this world. I'm sure that modern science has no answer for your question yet. Oh yeah, it sounds like Popular Mechanics magazine. I've seen a couple of issues lying around my shelves too. I see. It appears that coming here was a better idea. What? Coming here was a good idea with this nice music. However, if you assume that known laws of physics are incorrect, alternatively the laws themselves are correct but we don't know everything about them, then it's definitely possible. Okay. Or it could be somebody, for example, a more advanced race than humans that possess superior knowledge of the nature of things. Okay. They could build a time machine or travel through time by some other means. Okay. So that means that I was thrown into the past by humanity's big brothers? An interesting idea. Gosh. And it seems reasonable if you think about it. And how would one find this? The ones you've been talking about if you're already in the past? How on earth would we know? They both laughed loudly. Well, thanks guys. I was about to leave. Hey, hang on. And what about our robot? I'm sure that everything will be just fine with it. The junior cybernetics arguments were quite logical, but alas, I wasn't an inch closer to solving the mystery of my arrival in this world. I strolled around the camp for some time and then headed to the canteen. Okay, skipping all this. State helped Diana with scan up. Oh, run away! This time. Solution came out of thin air. While Uncle Vienna was scolding Uliana, I snuck to the exit. Thank goodness it was nearby. Sleeping outside, I hesitated for a few moments and ran into electronic. Looks like he was working till late at the club. Oh, wait, the fire? Fire? My shuttle's leaving in 10 minutes. What? Hey, wait! Electronics were in the air behind me. I ran off towards the square. It's definitely not the best place to hide. Indeed, in a state of stress or fatigue, I frequently start talking to myself. Well, not really talking, but rather mumbling under my breath. Helps me to concentrate and find the right solution quickly. Okay, where to next? Where should I go? The best place would be the one with the least amount of people. Consequently, my way lies in the woods. Half a minute later, I was already locked and sitting on a stump near the forest trail. That was one hell of a gateway. I hope that will teach Juliana to behave. Indeed, she's not a child anymore. Well, sad but true. Not a child anymore. Now a thought crossed my mind I might have sort of mishandled the whole situation. A fair share of that broken tableware is because of me. Moreover, one might mention that I didn't have to engage in that mess at the beginning. It got me thinking. How's the weather? What are you doing here? Slavia stood right before me. I actually want to find the answers on this. How does she manage to sneak up unnoticed? Thank goodness, it's not Olga Dmitrievna. Fine. Those were the only words I managed to squeeze out of myself. I thought I'll find you here. Why? I'm not sure, just... She looked up at the sky. There are fewer people around here. By the way, Slavia may be the only girl that I don't like in this game, I don't know why. Does Slavia really think I have some sort of a social phobia? Hello, Blighthelm. Nice to see you here. Wait a second, it's your first message on this channel. I can't believe this. Second thoughts, she actually has a good reason to think so. And what are you doing here? So, today is just Saturday night of novels, so totally just reading 8 hours in a row, non-stop. Looking for... Oh, wait a second, why she was looking for me? She smiled again, but this time her smile looked a bit different, a little friendly, I guess. Me? Why? Can't you guess? I can't guess at all. I'm bracing prepared for harsh lecture because we tried to avoid her, so in the sense that you're guilty to a lesser degree than Uliana? And becomes leader's assistant is defending me? I felt even more pathetic. Oh, thank you for subscription. Thank you very much. Now, get serious. You're not playing bad cop? Good cop here. But if I groan that you aren't gonna help her, you can at least help me. Saying that, Slavia looked up at the sky yet again. I wonder what she is looking up for up there. And what they need to do? We have to reorganize the books and... gosh, again this boring stuff. It's way better than disciplinary enslavement together with Juliana. It's way better than... okay, and anyway, it was an offer I couldn't refuse, so why we can't refuse this? I'm all at your service, mademoiselle. Oh, madame. Chill out. Then follow me, monsieur. In a couple of minutes, we were in the library. All the way I kept looking around in fear of meeting Olga Dmitrievna. Looks like Slavia didn't notice my anxiety. And still, it's quite odd that she hasn't scolded me. Well, if we were to continue our analogy, Slavia is definitely the good cop. And who's the bad one? When we went inside, leaving sunlight streamed through the windows of the library with a myriad of dust particles dancing in the beam. It's a special library dust with that distinctive smell that you can never confuse with anything else. These microscopic pieces of the moribund, what is this, connected works of Marxist-Leninist classics. That's interesting. Don't the dust near the fiction shelf smell similar to the dust near the books on physics and chemistry? You start with those rows. Slavia pointed at the bookshelf near Lenin's sculpture set. Wait a second, where's Lenin? Oh, on the left. Oh yeah, but what exactly do I have to do? It's kinda strange that every single political head in government in Soviet Union had a nickname instead of real name. Very strange. Well, first of all of them were criminals, so their nicknames were criminal nicknames. That's kinda were very common for USSR. They use it to hide their actual names. But when everything is over, when the revolution was over, why they keep using them, it's kinda puzzles me. I don't know. It's very strange. And by the way, that's why they were supported by criminals. A real one. Like killers, murderers, and so on. Because of this. I don't know. I don't really like the Soviet Union. Just remove the books from the shelves and put them on the floor. We'll dust them, and then we'll put them back. By looking at all this dust, reading is hardly the pioneer's favorite activity. Any idea where Jenny might be? Don't know, she probably went somewhere. Strange. It feels that there are just two places in the world where one can meet Jenny, the barber in the canteen. Wait a second, I still don't understand Jenny. She's not in our, I don't know, romance goals, but she definitely knows something. Her behavior is very strange. It's more look like the main character. I got into gear. I guess I've never handled so many books in at one time in my entire life. Anyway, I'm much more used to reading from a computer screen or a tablet. Firstly, there's no need to pay for electronic books. Wait a second. In Russia, of course. And secondly, you cannot find anything in printed form. How's it going? Asks Slavia, standing behind their bookshelves. It's okay. It's going little by little. Have you read anything about that? About what? Well, about communism. Nah, I'm kinda more into historical books. And adventures. Me too. Well, historical literature wasn't exactly my favorite, but the class struggle under socialism was definitely was no match for it. Hey, don't hold a grudge against Eliana. I don't. Indeed, I felt that my head egg, with my bad egg, I mean, Wade's head egg, mostly recovered from the incident in the canteen. I don't know. Besides, I managed to cleanse myself of the lunch leftovers in the forest lake. It's not like she's doing all that out of spite. Out of spite or not, one should think through one's own actions. Or whatever. Kept moving around dozens of books, written by people totally unknown to me. I'm gonna forget who they are in a minute, and I'll never get to know what they were writing about. It is a doom of many writers to become a forsaken set of ledgers and a hardcover on a bookshelf in the library of non-existent pioneer comes to reality. Wait, and if it's hardcover, it must be a good book. Not many books are having them. Well, in English world. Because Russian books are mostly in hardcover. It's very rarely when you can find someone in softcover. Have you finished? Yeah, I think so. You know? Okay, let's do it this way. I write them down and you put them back on the shelves. But just remember what order they were placed in before. It's okay, nobody reads them. Nice. It looks like she has a smile for every occasion. A couple of times I've noticed slight differences, shades of emotions in that smile, joy, happiness, sadness. But these shades were so evanescent, I wasn't really sure that I'm not imagining things. This time his smile looked a little flirty. What? Yeah, probably. At least I wouldn't be reading this stuff. Somebody said that Simeon's ending will be easier. I don't know how to avoid your ending because what are you doing here, sir? So I was waving the covers with the damn clothes, and I was putting the books back on the shelf. We were a good team. Our job was almost done. Why didn't you take anything from the upper shelves? Upper shelves? I looked up. Sorry, I hadn't noticed them. It's alright. Wait a moment. I'll bring them here. Even with my rather considerable stature, I wouldn't be able to get them. I stood on the chair and proceeded to remove the books from the shelves and pass them to Slayer. By the way, I missed your message. Suburban, one day I don't. Wait a second. You streaming every single day? It's kinda a lot. I stood on the chair and proceeded to remove the books from the shelves and pass them to Slayer. After a while, there were only about a dozen books. I left at the farthest end of the shelf. It looked to me like it wouldn't be hard to reach that far. I always been that type to take a larger bite rather than biting twice. It's like everyone. And taking that bite without moving the chair under me became a fatal error. Constantly happens. Nicely done. Opening my eyes, I found myself on top of Slavia. Are you... Did I... Are you alive? I got the fright of my life. Even if I'm only 17 now, falling off a chair into a girl is something else. I'm fine. The place was only an inch away from mine. Isn't it broken? I don't think so. You'd make a rather bad stuntman. She laughed. You bet. I looked into her eyes. Just looked. I wasn't sure what I should say. And Slavia either hesitated to, or just let me take the lead. At this rate, something might happen. Your lips were so close to my... What's going on here? A natural desire started to awaken my body, but was it right? I had the urge to stand up, but wasn't able to do so. Slavia was just lying in silence and looking me straight in the eyes. All of a sudden, I noticed a bell ringing on the edge of my hair. It's dinner time. Yeah. Shall we go? Or shall we lie here somewhere? Wait a second, that's why I don't like you. She's dominant. Much more dominant than Alisa. No, Alisa is totally not dominant girl. That's right. As I remember... No, she was actually trying to protect herself by being rude. Not trying to control somebody, but she's definitely a controller. She smiled again, and this time her smile seemed foxy to me, as if she was hinting at something. Let's go. I didn't move an inch. Well, if you're going to go, you need to get up first. Obviously. It felt like some invisible force was holding me in place. Slavia seems to recognize that and carefully slipped out from under me. Are you going to stay in there? She laughed. At that point, I finally came to my senses and stood up. I'm sorry. That's okay. But we haven't finished it all. We'll have to clean up the rest later. Yeah, sure. I stayed silent all the way to the canteen. Slavia roamed on about her life in the camp, but given that it was indeed a monologue, I wasn't paying much attention. What is this? Coming to the canteen, I saw Olga Dmitrievna on the porch. Don't you have some explaining to do, young man? What's going on? What did I do? I don't remember. Now remember what it was that I forgotten. What? Nope. How was your cleaning duty? Good enough? That's not what Ulyana told me. It was all your fault. And what did I tell you? I ordered you to clean it up together. And what were you doing? I didn't know what to say, as deep down I knew that she's right. Don't blame him. Simon was helping me at the library. Oh, well? Yeah. Well, that's all great and stuff, but... To cut a long story short, you won't get dinner tonight. What the heck? How's that? Why? I protested. However, my protest looked more like a demand for a refill at the prison mess hall. Bold and daring, but still stupid and counterproductive. Hopefully that will teach you a lesson. At that instant, Olga Dmitrievna looked more like an ancient Roman legionnaire commander than a tiny pioneer camp leader. I had no idea how to oppose her. Forgive her and hold me responsible. The camp leader took her time to think it over. Alright, if you say so. Thanks. Thanks indeed. We heard it inside. Well, I'm gonna join the girls. We had a prior arrangement. Take care. She smiled and waved her goodbyes. Seriously, where would I be without her? There were no free spaces near Slavia, and besides, I hadn't been introduced to her friends. Seems that I will have to share dinner table with Victoria and Shurik, and we can skip this. I'll have to go. Wait a second. Let's see. Got without an alarm, the clock was showing 9, such a rest seems to happen, I felt strange, probably I wasn't the best idea to sleep during the day. Okay, so wait a second, where are we going? It's still something new. In a couple of minutes, I was standing at the square. The loudspeakers and some DJ equipment were installed near the monument, and the trees were decorated with light strings. What? I definitely don't remember this. Oh, wait a second, it's dancing night? Might be. Oh, typical country ball. Yeah. A lot of pianists were around, but no familiar faces, so I just sat on a bench and waited. I don't have to dance after all. Maybe I'll be able to just sit and chat with someone. Hey there, sad face. Liana, wait a second. What is this closes? Here to suggest something? Come on, let's dance. It's way too early. This isn't even any music yet. Nah, you're so boring. Yeah, I'm not the merriest person for such event. Sure, anyway. So Liana did wear something like an evening dress. Pretty funny. Hi, you too? Smile. Hey. She sat down by my side. How the evening? Fine. Why so sad? I'm not. Okay, well, dancing will surely cheer you up. Maybe. Don't forget to save one dance for me. She laughed and ran towards the music equipment. The situation was getting serious. I wouldn't be able to sit through the whole dance party. Hi. Then I came closer. Oh, hey, you had to. Is that such a wonder? Yes. Okay. Gonna light this party up. The joke fell flat. Lena blushed and looked down. Well, maybe that's not the best idea, setting things on fire. Okay, then I guess I'll. Yeah. She left. It looks like the whole camp was at the square. Parents from the large groups talked, joked around, and laughed. At the DJ's panel, Yana argued loudly with Olga Dmitrievna about the playlist for the evening. And here it is. The music started to play. I don't know the band or the song, but if you ask me, I really felt that I target Soviet pop classics. The pianist just stood there for some time as if not hearing the music. It's always hard to take the first step, especially if you're pretty sure that you'll be the only one who would take it. Poliana seems not to grasp that simple truth. She reached the center of the square with few buns and cried out loud, "What are you standing around for?" and started to wiggle ridiculously. Wiggle is the exact word. You couldn't find a better one. It looked so silly and funny that I couldn't resist laughing. She noticed it. "Hey, Simeon." I pretended I couldn't hear her. "Stop pretending, come over here." I kept ignoring her. The pianist slowly released that they went too sexy for this party and started to dance. It looked really silly from my point of view. Shaking one's arm and legs to the beat of long-forgotten hits. Come on, get real! Of course I couldn't dance at all, but this thing couldn't be called a dance either. "Hey Simeon, what are you sitting there for? Don't you want to dance?" "I don't want to." I was so deep in thought that I hadn't even noticed Lara. "Not really." "Are you sure?" She smiled. "Maybe later?" Damn, what am I even doing here? Slime went back to the dance floor. I sat a little longer and then confidently slipped away after making sure nobody noticed me. Okay, we'll get the answers? I totally didn't want to see anyone after such successful dancing. Most quiet place here is the bus station, which might never be visited by the 410 road again. But I let out a scream. What the heck? We got the bus? That's kinda interesting. What is more interesting on the left, as you can see, it's some kind of shelter, just paying attention. It's like a bomb shelter. I saw them a lot in the past. So it's ventilation for it. So was the bus right in front of me. just like the one on the first day. I was petrified. How? What? Why? Once I remembered all my theories about getting to this camp, I was struck by the realization that during these last few days I had gotten so used to local lives that I had started to forget that the things happening here are really not normal. I just stood there and watched the damned Icarus. Then I slapped my hands to my cheeks to be sure that it's not an illusion. The past was still there. If it's here, then it's time to go home. Sayonara, pioneers. I rushed to the door. The heck? I came to my senses on the ground. My nose hurt like hell. I stood up and tried to understand what's going on. Seems like I bumped into something. The bus was more than real to the touch. Tried to reach my hands out through the door, but there was some kind of an invisible wall. I was overwhelmed by a nearly animalistic fear. Fear of everything, the camp, its inhabitants, and this bus. How the hell did I even get here? What is this damned Icarus I can't enter? Why is this happening to me? Suddenly, a strong, unbalanced wind blew. Turned around and saw a little piece of paper at the wheel of the bus noise. Something was writing on it. You here for a reason? This game is great too, seriously, this... Oh gosh, and I missed it in my first playthrough. You here for a reason. The bad handwriting seemed familiar. I suddenly have seen it somewhere. It dawned upon me. I took a small church roll from the ground and scribbled the same sentence on the backside. The handwriting was identical. My head cleared. I have sent a message to myself from the future, that's it. Or not. From the past. Damn, I don't understand anything. In any case, it was my handwriting. It certainly was not hard to forget it, but I was sure that I had written that message myself. After turning that piece of paper over in my hands, I decided to try entering the bus one more time. The invisible wall was still there. I circled all around the cars, trapped at the wheels, peeked inside through the windows. Everything looked absolutely normal. Wait a second, if you stand in front of here, like forever, will not go or what? But in reality, it wasn't. Heavy stones just bounced off the glass without invisible damage. No effect, not even a scratch. I sat down the curb. Why it's curb and not curb? Something's wrong in translation, and signed weakly. If you think about it, that piece of paper hinted at something. And it seems that this situation won't do me any harm. Simeon! Seems like the leader is looking for me. Listen, what will she say about the bus now? Would she still insist that it won't be coming for a few days? I jumped up and ran towards the sound of Olga Dmitrievna's voice. So, what do you say about that? I brought out triumphantly and waved my hand toward the road. Say about what? She replied in surprise. I turned around. The bus had disappeared. As suddenly as it appeared, the cry of triumph died in my throat. It is time to sleep already, let's go. What? What? The bus! There was a bus just a moment ago! The bus couldn't be here, she said calmly. I stared at Olga Dmitrievna's face. She was either skillfully aligned or really didn't see anything. And is it me who might be seeing things? It can be true. I really saw the damned 410. 410. Yes, it's 410. It's very strange that there's no word for 400, like in Russian. Wait a second. There's no word for what? Usually people say it like 10, 100, 1200, but anyway. No, languages is so different. There can't be exact translation. How should I name this road? 410, that's all. White line. Great line. I said quietly. Simeon, I don't understand. Stop lying to me, there was a bus. It's you. You're keeping me here. Why? I greeted my peace, but tried to speak with a calm voice. It was not a calm voice. You scare me. Time to go to bed. I won't get anything from you as usual. Seriously, so I really wanted to sleep. I walked swiftly past the leader, deliberately not paying any attention to her. I couldn't fall asleep for quite some time, and only the crumpled piece of paper with the words "You here for a reason" reminded me that the events of these 3 days were real. So, what is the reason? Well, the reason is to get every single item, that's for sure. Okay, damn number 4. So we should do nothing during this day. Day 5, it's where it will be. A hellish creaking in my head woke me up. My skull felt like somebody was blowing on it from the inside. I rubbed my eyes, though the ringing alarm clock on the bedside table knocked it off and dozing off again. When I woke up, it was already 8:45. Looks like it's time to wake up. I can't miss my breakfast. I got up, scratched myself, and suddenly remembered last evening. There was a piece of paper under the pillow. You are here for a reason. I still don't get it. What does it mean? How did I manage to send a message to myself from parallel world, of course? Obviously, it will be about parallel worlds, like every single almost visual novels where you have several endings, and the game is about endings. So it's kinda easy to predict. You play Higura, Shumineko, something like that, or Zero Escape. Well, it's like, wait a second, Zero Escape, it's not about time travel, it's about parallel world, it's about time travel. Oh gosh. Oh, why don't I remember that? More questions. Maybe I should play Zero Escape after this game. Seriously. Why not? I played the first and second games when the second game was released. Yes. And when the third game's released, I was playing it the same day. So I think it was quite a lot of time ago. So many of the puzzles I will be like first time I'm seeing them, that's for sure. But questions and answers. No answers at all, to be precise. I left the cabin and looked all the camp. No, it doesn't look like an illusion. But this memo made everything much more complicated. What can I trust? My stomach growled rigorously. Even Agent Mulder didn't conduct investigation hungry. Is it? There was unexpected crowd near the canteen. Of course, there was no other place in the camp that parents loved as much as the canteen, but why were they all crowded on the porch? I'm closer to understand what's going on. It looked like all the camp had gathered at the porch. There were all the familiar girls, Olga Dmitrievna, and Electronic. Okay, we saw it. Uh, uh, we're trying to find Shurik now. So, Forest, Boathouse, Boston. Boston seems to be a fine choice. Strange thought came across me. Perhaps Shurik is in the same situation as me, and so he decided to run away from the camp, maybe by the 410 bus. Could be really turned out to be true, if he came here by accident, too. Also, the chances of that are quite slim. But you never know. What if the bus would really come? However, I could hardly believe in that. Indeed, I spent a couple of minutes waiting at the bus stop, made sure that there were no signs of Shurik or anyone else here, and headed back to the camp. Somebody rushed up from behind the gates and bumped into me. Impact wasn't strong, so I just struggled. Miku? Miku stood in front of me and rubbed her raised her head. Oh, sorry. It's alright, it's my fault. I was going to the music club, but got lost and thought about a new song, thinking up the lyrics and music I hadn't released. How I got there. So you don't have to apologize. Your words per minute rate obviously exceeded the recognition limits of my brain. I made an attempt to retreat promptly. Sure, I gotta go, you know. Oh wait, I wanted to leave as usual without having to listen to her, but Miku grabbed my hand. Her grabs gave me the creeps as I got a clear vision of an agonizing execution by another rap session. And help me a little, please. Just say things and wins a bit. That definitely wasn't on my to-do list today. I'd be glad to, but it's pretty please. Miku looked at me with such puppy dog eyes that my heart started to melt. She totally wasn't going to let go of my hand. And what help exactly do you need? You'll accompany me. I can't manage to compose on my own. I can sing or play, I can't do both at the same time. You know, a virtuous has her weaknesses. Well, I can't really play any instrument. No mind then, I'll show you everything. Come on, let's go. No, don't go with Miko. I should be searching for Shurek and all that stuff. Miko looked at me with frustration. Just for a little bit. I was lost for words. She dragged me along with you. Wait a second, we can reject it? Probably nothing good will come of this, but the only way to get her off me is to wrestle my hand out of hers. But that wouldn't be very nice. Nothing bad will happen after all. Probably. Within a minute, we were already standing in the music club. Miko took a guitar. Here, have a look. New music? She sat down and started playing. I tried to follow her hands. The tune seems quite simple. Seemed quite easy to repeat it. Not for me. Got it? Kind of. Let's try. Took the guitar and started playing. That didn't really work out. Let me show you one more time. She played much better than me. Looking at Miko, I wondered. Of course, she was a chatterbox. She was naive and clumsy. However, she was extremely talented in music. How did you figure it out? You just see it first time. No matter how good someone playing, you can't figure it out as a talent, and not until you check out how much did they practice. Yeah, what is talent is you need a little practice to master something, right? That's it. That's what I figured out. Try again. I managed much better the second time. Whoa, that's much better. She smiled. It wasn't hard. In fact, just repeat the same notes over and over. Just don't lose track. Start on my command. Okay. Ready? Go! It was a song in Japanese. Frankly speaking, I didn't understand a single word, but Miko's singing was quite good. Wait a second, you actually an anime maniacs. What? Okay, it's not Japanese, right? That's why he didn't understand it. In fact, it was outstanding. She put her heart in every note, every word. There's no words here. Yeah, music probably in the very thing for her to dedicate her life to. It seems like it wasn't her who chose the music, but the music that has chosen her. The last half an hour presented Miku in completely different light. Oh, thank you. Did you like it? I finally managed it with you. On my own, it's not so good. I either messed up with the words or maybe the strings, and it's just perfect with you. Thank you so much. You really have a talent, Just to play like that without any preparation. No. It seems I changed my opinion about you too hastily. Thanks for the song. Gotta go. See you. Thanks for. And we just left. The rest of yours were left behind the door. I leaned on the wall of the club cabin and sighed. Miku's song was still playing my mind. Okay, so what house? Maybe Shurik decided to pick up stones near the water. Because you're a loser. And why is that? Wait a second, so she actually locked us here? And but why? If he actually not tried to make a bit or something? Cause you're trying to complete with me. When? When we played cards. What a serious reason. Yeah, maybe I should apologize to you? No. I'm just asking. Orders of stolen candies? Got food poison from the canteen? Spouse bundle? Do not ask about the bundle. Give? Do not give. Really? A stomach ache? Really? Doesn't seem so. Do I have to toss my lunch all over the place for you to believe me? I don't know what terrible things can be done with activated carbon, but I'm sure you will think of something. She hesitated. And what if you're right? There! I knew it! Then I'm certainly not giving you anything. Alisa tried to get to the drawers, but I blocked the pillbox with my chest like Alexander Matrosov. Alexander Matrosov was a Soviet infantry soldier during Great Patriotic War. Was mostly awarded the title of the hero of the Soviet Union for blocking German machine gun with his chest. Actually, many people did the same. For all her imprudence, she was still just a girl, and she had no chance of pushing me aside. Whatever, I'll find it somewhere else. But if you ask me, I would prefer to stay alive instead of getting a hero medal or something. She turned away and headed to the exit. At the door, Alisa stopped and looked back. By the way, the camp leader and the nurse are carrying a pioneer with a broken leg? I really don't care, but they seems to be struggling. Yeah, sure. Come see for yourself. Alisa seems to be a lion, but on the other hand, as long as I can see her. I came to the door and looked outside. No one was there. Where exactly? They haven't reached here yet then. She made a helpless gesture. Have fun. So she stole it. I returned to the table and only then realized that one of the drawers was open. How did she make it so quick? I turned my back for just a second. So that evil can come from activated carbon. I seriously didn't know that you can use activated one, not the regular one. Strange. I don't know what is this apple still, but don't eat it this time. No. Even assuming that this is a normal apple. In any case, I shouldn't eat unwashed fruits. Just like that. I found a reason for my fear and put the apple away. It was time to go for dinner. Maybe we will not get any answer by not eating it, I don't know. Wait a minute. Carbon. Carbon that she stole from the first aid kit. Why exactly the monument? I could hardly imagine how long she would have kept on scolding Alisa if electronic hadn't popped out at that very moment, shouting, we are going alone. Am I going there alone? Olga Dmitrievna looked thoughtful. Perhaps you're right. We go together tomorrow morning. We stood in silence for some time, then dispersed around the camp. Everybody seemingly forgot about Alisa and her terrorist act, maybe due to the minor damage it caused. Together with the camp leader, I went towards our cabin. I tried to think of why Shurik would go to the old camp. Wait a second. How do you know that it's old camp? Oh, yeah, that's right. But my question is, nobody goes, so he will die this time or what? He's interested in robots and cybernetics, not scary stories and ghosts. Why does a brood have to do with that? I remember how I decided to wait until something extraordinary would happen, and then released, this is it. Okay, Dmitrievna, I think I'll take a walk before that. But just not a long one. Okay. When I reached the square, I understood that hanging around in the forest or some other strange place may not be that scary. But doing so in the dark? I didn't want to return to Olga Mitrovna's cabin, but I had to find a flashlight. For instance, there was one in the infirmary. I was glad I didn't spend my whole time there reading the fashion magazine. The flashlight was found quickly and in few minutes, in the few, in few minutes, I was again standing at the square, pulling myself together. I just had to make the final decision before I entered the forest. Moving past the pioneers' cabins, down the forest path toward the abandoned camp. I said first. Electronic told me that the old building was built immediately after the war. It looked like a It looked like a kindergarten or like a barracks I expected, and definitely could hold fewer pioneers than today's camp. It had been abandoned for about 20 years. It was not totally dark. The forest looked totally different at night. Mysterious shadows were hiding behind the trees, strange rustlings, and the cries of night birds came from everywhere, branches strangely snapping under my feet. Full moon was shining, so I decided to set the battery in the flashlight. I'm sure I will need it sometime soon. The faster I moved, the more unpleasant thoughts came into my head. I wasn't afraid of the dark at all. I didn't believe in ghosts and other mystical crap, but at the same time, during the last few days, I'd encountered so many incomprehensible phenomena that against my own will, I started to read between the lines of the simplest thing. Obviously, I felt exceptionally uneasy in the forest at night. Everywhere I looked, every shadow, every tree or bush, all looked like weird creatures escaping straight from horror movies or from Stephen King novels. A branch seems to be someone's hand, eager to grab your shoulder. A fallen log, someone's dead body, someone who failed to get out of the forest. In every gully, I saw bottomless abyss. If I had found myself in the forest under any other circumstances without all these buses and pioneer camps, of course, I would still feel uncomfortable, but then I would be able to explain everything with logic and be afraid of nothing except for owls and mice, of course. I don't know, I spent too many times at night at forest, even in my childhood, so nothing special about it. But at the moment, there were more than enough reasons to fear. Despite all this, I reached the old camp without any adventures. Wait a second, no calls? What? Strange. A little glade surrounded by trees stood a house, resembling a kindergarten. Paint peeled all the walls, almost all the windows were broken masonry here and there, holes in the roof that looked like those made by a bombing. In front of the building was a little garden surrounded by a rusty fence. Apparently once it was a playground with a merry-go-round, swing, slides and other Soviet attractions. But time is cruel, all of them were broken and mutilated by corrosion. The grass was so tall that it almost came up to my waist. The moon looked out from behind the clouds and illuminated the old camp. Seems like everything came back to life. Windows shone with new glass, and walls looked like they had been painted with fresh paint. What? I had playing water. So translucent. Children joyfully running and frolicking in the yard. A strict camp leader on the threshold holding a basket with ripe apples in her hands. The old clean lady taking a nap in the shade. It sent chills down my spine. Of course, my imagination was just playing tricks, but the old camp itself was so similar to all the post-apocalyptic pictures I had seen that these visions were so no surprise. I stood undecided for a long time before I dared to go further. After all, I'm here to find Shuik. Though I still don't get what he might be doing here, if he even is here. A boot somewhere nearby doesn't mean anything. However, if he was not eaten by wolves, wolves. For some reason it seems like there were no wolves in the forest. This must be the only place where he might be hiding. I carefully crossed the yard, pushing the tall grass apart and trying not to bump into a jagged piece of metal. But I stopped in a doorway, hesitating. An impenetrable, heavy darkness stared back at me from inside. Even the bright moonlight could not illuminate any object or even highlight a silhouette. My head was filled up with different thoughts that all said that it's better for me to not go any faster and run away quickly. But I pulled myself together, turned on the flashlight, and stepped over the threshold. Wait a second, so we're inside. Inside the building looked like a typical kindergarten. I still remembered my childhood days, and so everything here looked very familiar. Not for me. Sleeping room with lines of beds standing close to each other, large playroom, toilets, a dining room, and utility rooms. Signs of the past children's joy were seen everywhere. From time to time, the flashlight drew my attention to the kind doll, a plastic toy car, a punctured rubber ball, or a broken rank of tin solvers. There was a book on the table, faded with age. I flipped through a few pages. It was a story I had read a long time ago, back in my childhood, something about the war. Enemies destroyed the kindergarten and all of its kids hid in the little basement together with a bunch of adults while bombs were exploding up on the surface. I don't remember the end of the story, but as far as I remember, nobody died. Never read about this. Look at the illustration, all the emotions, fear, sadness, sympathy for the poor children, and the sense of hopelessness which I had experienced while reading this book came over me. It's strange that under exactly these conditions, right here and now, that I found this book. Probably there's somebody who managed this ongoing story, who writes a scenario for this absurd play, who sews costumes for the local pianos, and creates sets like this abandoned camp. To tell the truth, he's very talented. Attention is paid to even the most minor of details. Also, this place was abandoned a long time ago. Everything here seems to be untouched. Of course, time didn't spare this camp. In so many years, it had often been visited by the locals. Perfect place for young people just hitting puberty. They could drink alcohol, indulge in amorous pleasures, or simply burn everything down just for fun. Electronic mentions this place is full of legends. Legends of ghosts and devils living here. Take for example the story about the camp leader who committed suicide. What? In my world, nobody would believe that this could stop somebody, but in this reality anything is possible. Suddenly the fear didn't disappear, but I decided that since I'd come here, I was going to carry on to the end. The building was small, so it wasn't difficult to search it completely, but I didn't find any sign of showing. Maybe I should just call out to him? But on the other hand, maybe it's not such a good idea. Frustrated, I sat on a bench in the lobby and sighed. "Costs, where are you?" I asked the camp. And all of a sudden I noticed a strange depression in the corner. A small trapdoor. An adult would barely be able to squeeze through it. And it seems to me that it had been recently opened, as the dust was cleared around it. And so here's the part where I need to be scared. So Shurik went somewhere. What might be lurking beneath the trapdoor? A basement? What would he be doing there? I pulled open the hatch and pointed the flashlight into the darkness. There was a ladder going down a couple of meters, ending in a concrete floor. There was a long, narrow corridor disappearing in the darkness. I hesitated for a long time. On the one hand, I had absolutely no desire to go down there, but on the other hand, if Shurik was really there? I swore loudly and began to descend. Downstairs, it was so dark that even the flashlight didn't help much. A low ceiling wires extending along the walls, broken lamps clad in iron bars. I've all seen it all somewhere. I slowly started to move deeper into the dungeon. The path went down and after a few dozen meters ended at a stairway with high steps. Soon I found myself in front of a massive metal door. There was a sign painted on it. I looked closely and realized that it was a biohazard sign. No wonder if the old camp was built after the war and it lasted until the 70s. So it's an ordinary bomb shelter and there's nothing to be afraid of. However, those thoughts made me even more scared. I made a decision and opened the door, which immediately shut with sharp sound as soon as I stepped through the doorway. I shuddered strongly. My hands began to tremble and my vision dimmed. I gained consciousness after a few seconds and only then I realized that apparently a strong spring was attached to the door. I found myself in a quite spacious room. In the beam of the flashlight, I could see a bunk bed, some cabinets along the walls, and several devices of unknown purpose located in the far corner. Wait a second. Yeah, we actually came from the exit, and next it will be Shurik who is hiding here. Was he fall down through the hole? But my question is, who opened this trapdoor before? Because Shurik went from the other side, not this one, as I understand. Okay, bunk beds, cabinets, walls, and several devices of no purpose located in the far corner. Seems that the bomb shelter has never been used. Nobody ever came here. The beds were made, which is strange in itself. I carefully looked around the room several times. Cabinets were filled with gas masks, chemical protective suits, dry rations, various domestic odds and ends. Devices which I at first could determine the purpose of were gauge of radiations, air pressure and temperature. In short, it was a typical bomb shelter. I'd never been in such a place before, but it was how to imagine it. The only thing that remained unexplored was the door at the other end of the room. I pulled the handle, but the door remained closed. Wait, what? Someone recently came down here, and he wasn't found in this room, then it would be logical to assume that he is behind this door. I called out in whisper. Shurik? No reply. Maybe he looked himself out, but why? It wasn't clear what I should do next. Perhaps it would be smarter to come back tomorrow with help, but for some reason I had a feeling that behind this door I would find answers that can't wait to be found. I walked across the room and took a crowbar from the corner. I wedged it under the bottom of the door and tried to rip it from its hinges. Oddly enough, after a while I did just that. Fortunately, it wasn't as massive as the previous door. Holy shit, it was very loud. The door gave out and slammed into the floor. This one? I took a deep breath and pointed the flashlight down the passage. A corridor vanished in the darkness, the same as the one on which brought me here. The walls were closing in. My head almost touched the ceiling, but I could not make out the end of the corridor. I walked carefully, looking at the ground. This was the reason that I did not fall into the pit. The hole was about 1.5 meters in diameter, and there was ice at the bottom of it instead of concrete. It seems that the hole was caused by an explosion. It wasn't too deep. I could easily climb out later. More interested in what was at the other end of the corridor. After jumping into the hole, I found myself in something that resembled an old mine. The walls and the ceiling were reinforced with wooden beams. The tunnel was so long that my flashlight was insufficient. A few minutes later I found myself at the crossroads. It's too dangerous to go any farther, I could get lost. I decided that it would be a good idea to somehow mark the place from which I would begin my journey into the labyrinth. So I picked up a stone and made quite a big notch on the wall. So So actually we are choosing the left path before, so this time let's go only right. We'll find something else. It seems that there's another fork on the road. Right. And another. And I don't remember this, that's for sure. Finally I walk out of the tunnel into a rather large hall with a high ceiling. So on the right there's something new. Though it could hardly be called a hole, they must have used to mine something here. Coal probably, or maybe gold? The walls had been cut by pickaxes or pneumatic drills. This place was pitch black, so my only salvation was this flashlight. Even bricks, it's unlikely that I'll ever get out of here. And it's already fly, I suddenly spotted a piece of red cloth. A pioneer's neckerchief. Shurik was obviously here somewhere. Shurik! Shurik! Only my echo answered me. But where could he have gone? There was no other way out. Maybe there are other places in these tunnels that I didn't see. So I should search for them. So actually there was no purpose of this. Okay, right? Alright. Alright. Okay, it's the same actually that you saw. Around one last turn, a door appeared from the darkness. So looks like it was some kind of cycle or something. I opened it and went inside a small room. Nobody was here except Shurik, who sat in the corner. Shurik? He stared at me with eyes full of terror. Don't come near me. Shurik, it's me, Semyon. I won't give up so easily. He grabbed a piece of reinforced bar from behind his back and started waving it around. Shurik, what's wrong with you? Calm down. First you bring me here, then you take me through this mine, and now you're pretending to be Semyon? Wait a second, there's different plots here. So there's another guy like me here. He actually brought Shurik here. Wow. He must have gone completely nuts. No, I think he's right. And wait a second, he's actually a necktie, with something. It's on him, it's a bug. Shurik, calm down. Nobody pretending to be me. I really am me. No, I really am I. I tried to talk as calmly as I could, but I was almost feeling more nervous than him. Semyon? He squinted. Is it really you? Yes, and now tell me what happened. How did you get there? Shurik caught his breath and started to talk. I needed some parts for the... Wait a second, he's not insane here in this version. And I heard that there's a bomb shelter in the old camp, and there could be some instruments there. So I got up in the morning and went, stopped for a minute, trying to deal with the trembling of his hands. I found suitable parts, but then I read primal fear in his eyes. The voices, they told me to go here. I went down the mine. Then they were telling me to go to the right, then left, then right, then left, then right. Wait a second. There's some secret passageway? Right, left, right, left, right, left. He started to laugh hysterically. But no, they won't get me. I'll stay sitting here. They won't find me there. Here. He once again started to wave his pipe in the air. Shurik, there's no one there. I wasted quite a lot of time working in the mine like you, but didn't hear any voices. He fixed his eyes on me. Then you be them. Shurik rushed towards me. I was just barely able to dodge him. But the flashlight wasn't as lucky and took the full force of Shurik's blow. We found ourselves in complete darkness. Now it was my turn to lose my mind. What have you done, you idiot? I lashed out with my hand in the direction where I expected Shurik to be, but to no avail. None of you both die here! I got nothing but silence in return and then a quite hysterical laugh. That's alright, that's fine. I know where the exit is. Follow me. Follow you where? I can't see a damn thing. Follow my voice. I had no other choice. Here, Shrek's voice was heard from somewhere further on. How do you know where to go? I walked over here. Then why didn't you leave? The voices. Wait, they can hear us. In theory, I could believe that there's some supernatural forces here. In this Aviona comes they just be a daily occurrence. But there was no reason to panic yet. So my hands were shaking non-stop. Here, I slowly followed his voice and eventually lost track of time. We could have been roaming for a few minutes or a few hours. Finally, a dim light appeared in the distance. We're here. We reached the wall. Oh, wait a second, this is the other end of this? Okay. The way towards rhythm was blocked by letters on the ceiling. I pulled myself up and recognized the square from the bits of landscape I could see. Lift me up. Shurik obediently followed my request. I started to hit the grating with my fist so hard that in just a few strikes my arms were all covered in blood. But in return, the grating gave way and pushed open. A minute later, we were out on the surface behind the monument of Genda. When I saw this grating before, I had no idea that there could be catacombs below it. They will come for you? I fell to the ground exhausted. Whew, they will come. Said Shulk again and ran away. I was so exhausted. By the way, just noticed now that these cabins are right here in the background. I was so exhausted that I could not even be bothered thinking about dumb voices or recalling the first second camp, the bomb shelter, or the mine. Almost unconscious, I reached the camp leader's cabin. But I couldn't go to bed right away. Well, look who's here. Look at me now. I started tiredly, attempted to cut the explanation to a minimum. You said you were going for a walk, but instead... And I was going to go and call the police. And... Look at me now. Cannot wait until tomorrow. I'm really tired. The camp leader eyed me all. Okay, fine. I was a bit surprised that she agreed so fast, but decided not to waste this opportunity and quickly turned the light off and turned under the covers. Okay, it's like the day where we can select something. We must select nothing, as I remember. We run. And I saw it so. I will check one more time about this. So, at evening you should do nothing. It's a good ending. Don't follow the voice, and the bad ending follow the voice, so we'll follow the voice first. Okay, let me take another pause here. Or maybe we can open something like Clubhouse, skip, refuse. No Wi-Fi. You enough already? I don't know. Let's be Lena. Let's go. Okay, be right back with this music. Okay. Alright, skipping. Tried my best since the girls here. I tried my best. Okay, but that's not all. Okay, Clubhouse. Infirmary. Library. Try it. Let's try. Why not? Okay, do nothing, just stay seated. Let's select this. All I was doing was just watching the fire. There's a saying that claims that one could watch it forever, as well as running water. Not me. But there was also some third thing there. What was that? Like somebody working, I still remember. One could watch three things forever: burning fire, running water, and how other people work. I don't know how it's about in English world, but this is true. The camp leader pulled me out of my daydreaming. Simon, don't you think it's too early to relax? But what else would I need to do? I honestly couldn't get what Olga Dmitrievna wanted from me. I don't know. She stopped for a moment. But if there's something to be done, then do it without hesitation. She smiled ambiguously and went back to the fire to throw a few branches on. She knows something, that's for sure. After those words, I'm completely sure that she treats me like a personal slave. Or at least, like I'm free. And that's good music. That's a good tunes. A free labor force, which is, strictly speaking, the same thing. I sat and put my head down on my hands, hoping my torments would be over for the day. Someone patted me on the shoulder. I looked up and saw Shurik and Electronic, who sat next to me. What do you want? I asked tiredly. Don't be sad. Is there anything better to do? Look, we've been discussing the possibilities for the advancement of the cybernetics club with Olga Dmitrievna. And there's a problem. We need more guys. If you could... He hesitated. Advancements and those guys are incompatible with each other. I said nothing and started to look over the pioneers around me instead. Well, I didn't have time. Can you see that I'm always busy with the camp leader's errands? Yeah, I guess you're right. It's kind of embarrassing how it all went today with Uliana. I look at him with surprise. It seems that Shurik blames himself for that cake incident. Yeah, it is. All my pioneers seems to be here, but I couldn't spot Slavia anywhere. I think she's angry with me. Who? Asked absently. Uliana? Maybe I should apologize? No, it's not your fault. We sat silently for a while and then I stood up and said, my legs are numb, better take a walk. They made no reply. I made a few... Wait a second, it sounds like Naruto. I made a few cycles around our improvised camp, noticing the close looks of the camp leader following me. Looks like Olga Dmitrievna couldn't wait to come up with some kind of new task for me. I haven't found Slavia anywhere. Maybe I should go and try to find her? On the other hand, I felt sorry for Yana every time I recalled her upset face. Maybe this hype isn't the most entertaining things ever, but sitting there all alone isn't any better either. But at the time I didn't want to go anywhere. Or remain seated. I guess that's enough for me for the day. I sat on my previous place and waited for the end of hike, patiently, almost physically able to feel the looks the camp leader aimed at me. At last she stood up and declared, "And now let's play Cities?" Gosh. I hate this game. Had nothing against the game itself. What? But it was obvious that the hike will take longer because of it. Pioneers sat around the fire. I noticed Lena and Alisa, who took their places on a trunk opposite me. It seems that everything is alright. And just a few minutes ago I thought the opposite while looking at the Quirrell. But anything is possible. I'd really like to know what they were talking about, but it's impossible now, and I could feel tiredness growing in me more and more. My mind was completely blank. To be precise, my head was so heavy that there was no place in it for ideas to unfold. While in my better times, my brain appeared to be a wide highway with millions of thoughts running by, chasing one another and causing major crashes. That was more like a footpath, lost in the woods, which is used rarely and only in exceptional causes. Slavia didn't come back. Maybe she had something to do? But once again, there's nowhere to find out now. Okay, let's start. Moscow. Moscow ends with A, actually. I don't know how it happened that in English it became Moscow, not Moskva. Pioneers started to name cities. Finally, it was my turn. I tried to listen closely to catch the first letter of the city I have to use. Arkhangelsk? Kiev. We played several rounds. Each new city name made it harder to remember everything that was mentioned before. My attention was dissipating, and I was already lost in all these capitals, megalopolis, villages, and urban settlements. Simeon, it's your turn. Olga Dmitrievna brought me back to reality. Oh, excuse me, and what was the last one? You did dreaming again. It's night dreaming. It was Sevastopol. Okay, then I'll say London, already used. Well then, Leningrad. Got me thinking. There were tons of cities in the world, starting with L, but it was hard to remember even one of them now. Liverpool? Already there? Los Angeles? Finally! She gave me a scornish look, but the game went on. I could hardly bear to think of another city starting with L, but fortunately it was the last word. Wait a second. Louisville? Okay, that's enough for the day. It's already late. Time to go back. Sighed with relief. On our way back, we walked as we liked without joining in pairs. Night descended open camp. A perfectly regular and normal night. It was one of those nights when dark skies, stars, and even a crescent moon don't cause any special feelings, and the chirping of crickets against this word. Chirping, who knows? I don't know. And the songs of the night birds seem more like routine work noises than a nocturnal chorus. Chorus? Seriously, this is. Sometimes it's ski, sometimes it's chill, so I don't know. In a few minutes, all the pioneers were lining up in the square. It was quite late already, and what we took its toll, so our lineup wasn't perfectly aligned. It took to me more like a line of Vikings after a successful battle, where the warriors are happy and smiling, anticipating the return to their families rather than thinking about maintaining correct formation. But someone else could possibly see a completely defeated troop, a bunch of survivors who have to march to their homeland with the last of their strength. Thanks everyone. And now, go to sleep. It's late already. Players quickly each run their own ways, and I was left together with the camp leader. And we should go too. We went in complete silence to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. Okay, let's leave, she said, turning off the light. I was tossing and turning for quite a while, recalling all the events of the day. On the one hand, I was overcome with fatigue. On the other hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had forgotten something, done something wrong, said something wrong. And this feeling is of incompleteness was stirring me. It was about 2 a.m. all my things would end sooner or later. At least would take a break. I feel asleep. Fell. Alright, day 6 and it's. What is it? Nothing, no character appearance left. I don't know what time it was when Organ meeting woke me up, but even before opening my eyes, I felt the imminence of death. What? My whole body ached. I felt dizzy. My mind was clouded by haze. Simeon, wake my community or you'll miss breakfast and, more importantly, the lineup. Looks like the camp leader intends to exploit me to the fullest today, the same as any other day. I garbled something, covered my head with the blanket, and turned to the wall. Then Ungaditerna's anger will never go beyond words. At least I really wanted to believe so then. Stand up right now or what? I was going to say triumphantly, but kept silent. Not because of fear, just because I felt too lazy to open my mouth. Really, what could she do to me? Lecture me at the lineup and my phone on the wall of shame? Or use me for inhuman alien experiments? Well, I'm ready for that too. Just let me sleep a couple of hours. Okay, but if you miss the lineup, the door slammed behind the camp leader, and the sleep, which had been about to fade, claimed my mind again. I woke up, dazzled by sunlight. It was 1 p.m. According to my cell phone, which was squeezing the last drop of charge out of its battery. Why are you not turning it off when you are not using it? Strangely enough, my body didn't ache. My head felt clearer, and all in all, it was a good beginning to the day. After waving my arms, pretending to do early exercises, I sprang out of the cabin and headed to the washstands. Yeah, I slept through breakfast, but we'll be served lunch soon, so I shouldn't worry that I'll have to stay hungry like I did yesterday. Yeah, that's me. Along the way, I met a painter whose face somehow looked strangely familiar. Wait a second. Oh, it's the one who actually made Shurik to go into the maze of this abandoned mine? But I was going so fast, I couldn't really see him, and when I turned around, he was already gone around the corner. There was nobody near the washstands. Everyone is probably busy with Orchid Meterna's task and God knows what else. I quickly brushed my teeth, washed my face, and was already going to leave when I suddenly heard the sound of water flowing from the opposite tub. A second, should be safe here. Just in case. A pioneer leaned against the washstand over there. I couldn't see his face, but judging by his figure, he looked like the one I saw a couple of minutes ago. How are you doing? The sun's so bright today. I looked up into the sky, shielding my eyes with my palm. Yeah, nothing special. It wasn't easy to get a better look at the pioneer, given the way he stood, the bright sunlight that reflected from the water and shiny metal surface of the washstands heavily obscured his face, and I wasn't able to distinguish any single feature. The camp leader is angry today, so angry. His voice sounded painfully familiar too. Well, she's always like that. Well, you'd know better, yeah. Try to remember if I ever heard this voice or seen this pioneer before. Well, see ya. He turned the water off and quickly marched toward the forest path. So, to get the bad ending, we must just follow the voice, okay. Okay, for a second I thought of following him, stopping him, but I quickly fought it off, as I decided that it's not worth spoiling such a great morning with suspicions and burdensome speculations. Nature was glowing with the bright light of life. Lush treetops were rhythmically swaying in the wind, whispering to each other. The breeze gently stroked the high emerald grass. Birds were cooling in the shade. Cooling maybe. Escaping the midday heat, the woods and fields stretching beneath the horizon, but dissolving in warm sunlight. I don't know which month is it now, but it looks like midsummer. I distinctly remember the summer vacation of my childhood and youth. Times of fun, leisure, carefree joy. Not for me. Definitely not for me. Childhood games, how many there were? I wouldn't say no to playing war games or hide and seek now, or swinging on a bongo, or maybe building a sandcastle and habiting it with stove soldiers ready to fence their master to the last drop of their lusty blood. By the way, I remember only twice in my life I played with sand. Maybe I'm wrong. I went to the square and sat on the bench, waiting for lunch. Took like there wasn't much time left before it. From time to time, pioneers passed by me, sometimes alone, sometimes in pairs or groups of three, but always someone I didn't know. Alice, Yana, Lena, and Slavia were nowhere to be seen. Thoughts about the meaninglessness of existence were circling in my brain, but this didn't worry me on such a beautiful day. Just think about it. Who would think of grieving for his life, lived in vain or lost earlier while basking in the rays of such a friendly sun? Certainly not me. Wait a second. Race. It's summer. Even in Russia, especially south of Russia. You should not spend midsummer under the sun if you don't want to get cancer. You'll definitely get the cancer. That's for sure. I look up on Genda. He was meditating as always. Now he definitely never gets any unnecessary doubts. I remember my first hours in this camp, and the day before, the anguish, the anxiety and fear. That all seems so far away now. Also, so little time has passed. Will I get out of here or not? It didn't concern me as much as before. Maybe I'm already dead. Then this is the last stop. Please get off the train. What are you thinking about? I looked up and saw that pioneer I'd seen before. I couldn't see his face again, as the sun was shining in my eyes. You know, Clive. What? About life? So he would sit down next to me, but the pioneer stayed in the same place, only half turned, which completely killed any hope of seeing his face. Listen, have you met earlier? I don't think I remember you. Well, let's say that you know who I am. But I don't. I laughed sincerely. Here? You don't. He answered short. I see. Honestly, it's not like I didn't want to talk, I just didn't know what to talk about. And my soul was so calm, this didn't bother me. Your first time here? Actually, it's my second time. He asked the question, but his tone implied he was only expecting a confirmation. Yes, and you? Me? He paused for a few seconds. No, it's not my first time here. One might say that I visited this camp every year since my early childhood. Such an answer got me interested. Well, and what was it like before? It's always the same. Who got me to being the camp leader, all the same parents around, all the same lineups at the morning, and all these wicked accidents. The moment I saw that it was me speaking, not him. Interesting. It's just that with every new, he hesitated. Yeah. More and more interesting things happen, and one gets to understand better what's going on. What are you talking about? This conversation positively triggered my curiosity. It's a pity that I can't distinguish the face of this pioneer at all. Well, every session in the pioneer camp reminds of the previous one. So it's not cycle, it's session. He said calmly. No, I prefer to say cycle. Session? Session is like you have session the same thing. Well, which is going on, but not repeatable. Right? Probably. This is my first. It shows. Depending on grinned. But it looks like it won't be the last. Wait a second. Why is him here? How did we happen in the same place? Well, it's one here and all, but you know how they say there's no place like home, but you still have to get back there. Now I was absolutely sure that this guy was hiding something from me. To be precious, he stood out too much from the camp's usual ordinaries and was too different from the local inhabitants. What do you mean? You think I'm stuck here forever or something? I said, enunciated every word for this. Very loud. Pioneer had no time to answer as the lunch bell sounded. I turned my head towards the loudspeaker, and by the time I looked back, the guy was already gone. Thousands of theories and speculations instantly appeared in my mind, but I stopped myself, remembering all the apparent normality of this camp. To all, nothing supernatural has happened in these 5 days. Moreover, everything here seems too natural, sometimes even boring. Maybe this pioneer didn't mean anything by that and I just misunderstood him. Thinking that, I went to the canteen, intending to feast. Fast. Sometimes it seemed to be to me that a lunch here is akin to the crowds around the soup kitchens during a famine. Pioneers were running around, pushing each other, trying to crawl through for the first meal and take the most comfortable table. By the way, if you check this picture every single day, will it change or it's constantly the same? Maybe the same. It's currently standing and patiently waiting for the cook to get me my assigned food rations. For lunch they had okroshka, which I didn't really like, and cutlets with potatoes. Okroshka is traditional Russian cold soup. Russia? Okay, but I really doubt. Doesn't matter. I sat in a corner and mentally rejoiced that I will be able to eat in peace. The table was the furthest from the kitchen. I could persistently hope that the pianers who were looking for a free place wouldn't reach it. Because traditional Russian food, it's not in use in the modern world and Soviet Russia anymore. Who would reach at last? However, when I moved on to the main course, Slavia Shurik and Electronic appeared from the crowd. Can we? I had nothing against their company. Of course. Lunch was going surprisingly calmly, where even Electronic wasn't jabbering, as he usually does. I finally finished the meal, sprawled in my chair and, satisfied, clicked my tongue. Listen, do you know this piano? I saw him today. He's so suddenly realized that I don't really know how to describe him. Well, about my height, same constitution. How to say from such a description? Slavia smiled. Well, we have half a camp of such guys, if it comes to that. All in all, they were right. Why are you asking? It's just that I met him today, and it seems like I haven't seen him here before. Look, in the canteen, I don't think he'll miss the lunch. Why didn't I think of that? That's it! Okay guys, enjoy your meals! I got up and started to slowly walk along the rows of tables. Lena and Jenya are sitting over there. I gave them a friendly smile. Alisa and Uliana are laughing and arguing about something. Olga Dmitrievna, surrounded by pioneers. Good thing she didn't notice me. There are hardly any free seats, but the guy from this morning is nowhere to be seen. The situation is getting more and more interesting. Looks like I won't find him here. Maybe he already had lunch? Headed to the exit. It was so hot outside that it seemed like he would instantly melt after coming out of the shade. I suddenly felt like sleeping. I yawned and headed to the camp leader's cabin in order to follow the domestic interpretation of the Archimedes principle. In the end, Olga Dmitrievna is unlikely to return anytime soon. At least I think so. And I will definitely have a couple of hours to rest. Anyways, I really don't expect any other options to arise. Especially in this heat. The heavenly coolness and the cabin became my salvation. I took my clothes off and jumped into bed. Crickets were lazily chirping outside. The wind was shaking the curtains on the window, and I sank into a dream. Knocking on the door woke me up. The knocks were soft but insistent. I reluctantly got up and went to open it. Essentially, there was nobody on the doorstep. I rubbed my eyes and stepped out to look around. What? Hello there. What do you mean by this? I rubbed my eyes and stepped out to look around. All the same, no one around. A dream, maybe? It was already 5 o'clock. I felt jaded. Probably shouldn't have slept in the afternoon. Probably shouldn't. Okay, after all, I knew what was going to happen. What was going to happen? I don't know. I put on my boots, left the cabin, and locked the door. But where shall I go? All in all, there's no much time till dinner. A sudden thought came to me that it would be nice to refresh myself, so I went toward the beach. Sun was past the midday mark a while ago. It gets dark early here, in the south. Wait a second. Let's see. It's dark early here, in the south. Oh yeah, it's summertime, of course. Squinted and looked up at the flaming disc. Who was it just now? I flinched. The same mysterious guy was standing in front of me. And once again his face was hard to see due to the bright light. For a moment the sun blinded me so I could not see anything besides the faint contours of objects. Are you stalking me? Nope, I was just passing by. Wait a second, you were stalking him? I mean, you, Simon. He answered calmly. Then you should know better. So you haven't seen anyone? Correct? What? I rubbed my eyes, but it didn't help. Why didn't I see you at lunch? I asked bluntly. I wasn't hungry. He laughed. I blinked a few times and my vision came back, but the pioneer had miraculously disappeared once again. What the heck? What the hell is going on here? And I was absolutely sure there was something strange about that guy. He must be directly related to everything happening around here. I'll have to find out. But for starters, it's good to confirm that I am not mistaken that he's not just a local pioneer. It was quite crowded at the beach. It looked like everyone from the camp was here. Well, no wonder it's so hot outside. Wait a second. No, they leaving tomorrow, right? Olga Mitrovna was standing just a bit farther apart from everyone, keeping an eye on her army of pioneers. As soon as I thought that coming here might not have been the best idea, she noticed me. Hey Simeon, you went at the lineup, and in general you are just hanging around all day. I didn't know how to answer. And just how are you planning on becoming a proper pioneer? She continued more softly. Olga Mitrovna in the camp? Is there a pioneer who looks a lot like me? She looked surprised. Maybe, I don't know. Why do you ask? I'm just curious. Well, we have a lot of boys here. Alright, never mind. Someone's yell came from the riverside and Olga Mitrovna rushed in its direction. Well, it looks like I will be a spiritual lecture. I lowered myself into the sand and stared at the pioneers playing in the water. After a few minutes of sitting here, Uliana approached me. Why so sad? I'm not sad. Well, why are you here sitting all alone? Just thinking. About what? I decided to spare you my story about the mysterious pioneer. Well, imagine that you're chatting with a weird person and you have to figure out what exactly is so weird about them. Simple. I'll just ask them. She laughed. Too simple. But he won't answer. How do you know? Have you tried asking? No, but it's obvious. Liana did not answer, just sat down next to me and let out a tired sigh. I'm all zooming out. And what if they know something, but won't tell you? Make them? But how? For a bit longer, we sat together talking about random things, and then I got up, said goodbye, and went away. It's time to find the mysterious stranger and get all the answers. The first place to visit was the bus stop. After all, this is where it all began. The road was empty as always. Only small dust tornadoes were occasionally visible on it. I was ready to turn around and go back to the camp, but then I heard someone whisper, "Don't trust him." What? Who? Someone was hiding behind the monument. A pioneer was sitting there, with his back to me. And once again, the voice seemed strangely familiar. Who are you? I took a few steps towards him. Stop! Don't come any closer! For some reason, I froze in my tracks. From somewhere deep inside, an assurance came to me, and I understood that I shouldn't argue with him. Alright, I'll stay here. Have you seen him? Talk to him? He asked nervously. Who are you even talking about? He was dressed in a pioneer uniform. You know who. And I definitely did know. He was talking about that word pioneer I saw earlier. Yes, I answered after a few moments of silence. What did he tell you? The pioneer asked in a pleading tone. Nothing really. Did he give you advice? Did he tell you what to do? Treating you? No, nothing like that. Of course, he is impressive word, but nothing more than that. Well, he may not be alone, or more likely he's alone, but you may meet many pioneers here who look like him. And what about you? Who are you? Who are you hiding from? You will understand in time. Just remember, the most important thing is to find the exit. I wonder why. All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind came through, bringing leaves from the trees and throwing an old paper bag into my face. Shielding myself, I averted my eyes. When I looked back at the monument, the pioneer was already gone. At that moment, I was overwhelmed by fear. Real, almost tangible fear. I remember being scared during my first hours at this camp. But back then, everything around me seems kinda friendly. Now Savannah revealed its fangs, getting ready to eat me. And ahead, the unknown. My body was covered in goosebumps, my throat was dry and my hands were shaking. I tried to ignore it all and headed back to camp. I saw already dinner time, but I had no desire to go to the county. After meeting the second mysterious pioneer, just thinking about the locals made me, if not afraid, then at least creeped out. I don't even know who or what they all are. And even though nothing had happened yet, it doesn't mean I can trust them. I stopped in front of the clubhouse, but then realized that this is not the best spot to be at. I could run into someone, which was not something I wanted to do at the moment. Almost running, I heard toward the forest and walked a few meters along the path before finally stopping. On one side, the mysterious pioneer. Well, two of them to be precise. And the other of the other inhabitants of this camp, it seems absolutely normal. Either way, my decision to stand back and let everything resolve itself was under some serious pressure. At this point, it was clear to me I had to do something on my own. But what exactly? Everyone is probably having a dinner, so I have a good chance to make it to Organizer's place without being noticed. I decided to first take my clothes that I wore when I arrived here along with my cell phone. I won't be able to come up with a solid plan right over the bat, so for the time being I might as well hide in the forest. I leaped up the steps and entered the building. My clothes were right where I left them, and my phone was where it was supposed to be, under my pillow. I quickly grabbed it and was ready to stuff it into my pocket, but then I noticed something on the screen. The message window was open. The text read, "You're wrong, Simon. You're so wrong." It felt like my soul had left my body. I froze on the spot. I was shaking, and my blood was pumping so hard. It felt like my skull was going to burst open from the pressure. It took at least a full minute for me to come back to senses. Ogonirona could have typed in the message, "Why are you not locking your phone?" Or one of the pioneers. It's easy to figure out how to do it even if they are not familiar with this technology. But no one besides me should know where I keep the phone. This moment was the straw that broke the camel's back. I rushed out of the house, determined never to come back here. Night fell on the campgrounds. I had been sitting in the woods for a few hours, trembling at every noise. The spot that I chose was far away from the path, so it would be hard to find me. I was keeping a few plans in my head, for the time being, to try and run, to kill every single person in the camp. What? Why? However, on the other hand, one thought chased me, and realized that I shouldn't behave like this because of some strange pioneer, or even because of that message on the phone. All of this was reinforcing the thought that everything happening here was far from normal. However, there was no proof that anyone in the camp had anything to do with it. I would have stayed here until morning, was my own thoughts, but I heard footsteps coming from somewhere nearby. So, you decided to escape after all? I turned around but couldn't see the pioneer's face in the dark. Nevertheless, I was pretty sure that it was him. I wasn't afraid then. More precisely, I was so physically exhausted that I was prepared for any possible course of events and somehow managed to reason appropriately and to maintain the conversation. I wouldn't call this an escape. I went slowly, stretching every word. Then what is it? A tactical retreat. Brilliant. I burst into laughter. Listen, why don't you tell me what's going on? Who are you? And what you want from me? What did that guy tell you on the gate? Seems that he didn't even hear my question. He told me not to trust you. I lied. But on the other hand, I thought that it was what he meant. Well, that's always the way for him. Oh, running away? Hiding. I could hear irritation in his voice. I'm not sure what kind of circus you're running here, but I'm not going to be part of it. Oh, why not? You're the star, after all. I couldn't see his face, but I bet he was smiling. Explain my part to me then. You know, I was like you in the beginning. The first time everything went peacefully. And I escaped. I tried to understand what was going on, got mad and even challenged them to get the truth. He laughed crazy. I should. Okay, well, I do understand what's going on, but why is he here? How is it possible to have myself in the same cycle? No idea. And not just me. Not just one copy. There were at least two, at least. But it was pointless. Continued the pioneer after calming down a bit. Pointless. And then I began to notice their lapses. At first, I just heard their voices from a distance and sometimes in my head. Then various silhouettes appeared. Then they slowly took on physical form. And finally, they stepped into my world. I could touch them, introduce them to other pioneers. And they all were different. Different, do you get it? Different. He started shouting. And I took it again and again. You can get used to the loops, but wait a second. Who? You want to say that there were new pioneers that actually showed up in this camp? Like, I don't know these girls. Then I learned how to get into the worlds by myself. Got it now. To interact with the others, but it turned out that I'm not alone. There are lots of us. Okay, I see. It totally explains everything. Today you saw at least one more. No sound. So he actually was able to drag the version of himself. I didn't know what questions to ask and didn't want to interrupt his story, so I simply waited. After a minute he continued. It's not that simple, of course, and it's not always possible. Only other certain circumstances. When you feel strong emotions, for example, I instantly remembered how I saw him the first time. The time when I didn't feel any emotions at all, including the moments when you feel happy, as if he was reading my thoughts. I see. So, you're trying to say that there are several parallel worlds, including the same count with its inhabitants, where I'm replaced by you or that guy I met at the bus stop? Yeah, something like that. His answer didn't surprise me at all. In the end, it's clear that whatever happens here is beyond the limits of human understanding, and this theory didn't even seem all that unusual. But you've said that everything recurs? Yeah, it recurs. And what will happen afterwards? You start from the very beginning. You wake in the bus, come to the camp, meet Olga Drevna, the girls, electronic. But if it happened to you, then why should it happen to me as well? It happens to everyone. Once again, he laughed hysterically. And how many loops have you experienced so far? Stop counting them already. At first I tried to remember them, so maybe a few hundred. No wonder, it was very clear to me that this guy was suffering from a progressing mental dysfunction. But you reached for a way out, didn't you? He didn't answer. That's what that guy at the bus stop was talking about. Because he understands nothing, damn it! He shouted. Wait a second, so you're not remembering what happened a year after this count, because it cycled only after the full year? Because he's just like you, constantly running away, hiding. What would you suggest then? If I had any suggestions, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. Alright, but you were trying, weren't you? Are you trying to understand what I know since I've been around here for a long time? He asked cheerfully. Well, that's evident. Yes, I did try to run away from him. There. He waved toward the forest. Is nothing there. Nothing but trees. When I had been walking there for several days and finally passed out, I found myself in the bus again. Same for walking along the road, it's endless. Talking to somebody about that is pointless. You probably already understood that by yourself. I did. I interjected. Even if you try to explain your situation directly, at best you'll just be considered an idiot. But what if you try to not leave the bus? It's pointless. Sooner or later, you'll be found. I even tried to spend the entire time there. In the end, I fell asleep and everything started from the beginning. And what if you start it by yourself and leave? No keys? And I don't have any carjacking skills. Wait a second, you can develop it in 1,000 years, right? All the cycles. The cursed cycle. Exactly. And long silence fell. Finally I asked, and what about the people around here? Don't they raise absolutely reasonable suspicions? Suspicions? Not our game. The only thing that is suspicious about them is that no matter how much you tell them, they stare at you with their eyes out on stalks. The people. I feared them at first too. Then I used them for different experiments. And now I don't consider them humans. So all those puppets! You can easily predict any reaction, any word or action. So they aren't worth sparing, are they? The one worth sparing is yourself, he said softly. Do you know how funny it is when human bones scrap as they slowly break from this tension? Looks like he has finally lost his models. Listen, I understand everything, but The other one thinks that's a bit much too. But it doesn't matter, nobody but you is really there. The piano suddenly fell silent. Well, no, I don't agree with you. You're probably thinking why I didn't check this all by myself, aren't you? Why I didn't try to reach the nearest village or town? Yes, I did have such thoughts. Why wasn't I suspicious? Why was I doing different stuff instead of searching for answers? Well, yes, forget about it. That's normal. You all behave like this for the first time here. But how many others have you seen so far? Not that many. The pioneer was lost in thought. About 10 people maybe, but I'm sure there are many more of them. And is everyone like this? In fact, yes. Only the details are different, but the main scene is unbearable. There's no way out of here. And by the way, you're just like the majority of them. The only thing that differs is that you have heard everything from me instead of experiencing it for yourself. I don't know if I should thank him for that. Well, and what now? Nothing, he said shortly. I closed my eyes and lost myself in thought. That was a critical mistake. When I opened the eyes, I didn't see anybody, just like the previous times. Wait a second, and what about the girls that we heard? Like, totally the same, by closing our eyes. So it's clear what's going on now. But in fact, how could everything he said guide me to an answer? Yes, I'm not alone. Yes, everything occurs. But what's the reason for all this? And what is more important, where's the way out? The only useful thing that I extracted from the conversation was that the local inhabitants were not worth sparing. And that was quite significant to me for now, since it was much better to sleep in a warm cabin instead of the forest. I sighed, took my things and headed toward the camp. As I was walking, the conversation with my fellow sufferer popped up in my mind every now and then. Why did I not ask him about the message on my phone and some other stuff? There were hints after all. Maybe if I had found some details out, I could have drawn some conclusions. However, it didn't seem like our meeting would be the last one. The lights were on in Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. I opened the door gently and went in. Speak of the devil, here you are, the camp leader said angrily. Olga Dmitrievna, I'm so tired now, so let's put off the lecture. Tired from what, I wonder? From everything, snapped the camp leader looked at me with surprise. I fell into bed without undressing. Semyon, a role model piano shouldn't behave like that. And how should he behave then? Well, not like that. The camp leader stammered for a moment, as if struggling to pick the right words. He should respect his seniors. Respect you immensely, for sure. Semyon, the sarcasm in my voice didn't go unnoticed. And now I'd like to sleep. By the way, how far is the nearest town? When does the bus arrive? How can I even get out of here? Asking in a surprisingly calm voice. There was no answer, and there shouldn't have been any. I said all that just in order to get rid of her. Why are you silent? I'm tired, let's talk about that tomorrow. Tomorrow we must leave, isn't it? The camp leader got up and turned off the light. Yes, it's all just like that guy said. Why did I speak to him so calmly and properly, I wonder? I should have been shooting from her. That pioneer didn't have much credibility, but I had a feeling that he's unable to harm me. Wait a second, he just said that he can't harm me. As soon as I thought that it would be a good idea to ask something else, fatigue overtook me and I passed out. So what? Will I oversleep again? Bright sunlight was striking my eyes even through my eyelids. I stretched out lazily and quickly got myself out of bed. It was 2 a.m. Yeah, as I thought. PM. Looks like yesterday really finished me off and my body required much more time to recover than usual. I had to stroll around the room, thinking of what I should do today. Obviously, my life in the camp would never be the same again after everything that I heard from that strange piano. And if everything just as he said, I have plenty of time ahead. Grabbed my Higgin kits and went inside. I managed to take only a couple steps as somebody ran into my back. Turned around and saw Lisa. Wait a second, why is she still? Hey, be careful, said she indifferently and ran on her way. She held some kind of bug in her. Okay, so they're leaving now. Whatever, yet another ordinary day in this crazy place. Finished brushing my teeth and then spent eternity washing my face in ice cold water to bring myself to my senses and fresh my head at least a bit. Felt a bit better after that. Suddenly, hope struck me from nowhere. It wasn't a hope that I'd be likely to leave this place safely. As I just didn't want to believe that everything is as bad as that guy told me. Good morning. I heard a faint voice coming from the woods. Someone stood behind a tree. Morning. Are you ready? Ready what? I looked again. It seemed like it was the pioneer from the bus stop yesterday. Indeed, I was prepared for such weirdness today, so I wasn't really surprised. I started this conversation quite clear-headed. You didn't believe him, did you? Oh, it's another one? What are you talking about? Everything that he said. Alright, but what is your opinion on what is happening? I already distanced myself from the outside world and decided to treat everything happening to me like a fictional film, not reality. Hopefully it would give me more room to move around in terms of situational logic analysis. There's no exit. There's an exit. Oh, there's an exit. There has to. Oh, you don't know, he said excitedly. I don't know, but I like to believe that too. If you just see me on. I turned around. Sly was standing right next to me. Who were you talking to? No one? Just talking to myself. Hardly think it's worth telling you about aliens from parallel worlds. So you probably can't even see them anyway. Are you prepared already? Prepared? Finish a hike? No. Today's the last day of this session. What? A stupid smile settled on my face. There will be a bus this evening. We are leaving. Holy cow. I was really there for even the most incredible of beasts, but what's this what that mysterious pioneer was talking about? Probably it was. Well, apparently I'll have to go for a second lap and live yet another week in this camp. Live. But this time I'll know everything. I haven't packed yet. It's not like I have much to pack anyway. Okay. Slime shifted her gaze. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Well, see you then? Yeah. I had to ask when we are leaving at least. Well, evening. I went to the square with the intention of discovering that. There's got to be someone I know there. But believe it or not, there was only Genda waiting for me in the square. Probably all the pioneers are busy with packing. I took a seat on a bench and just stared at the sky. Turns out that today I just have to wait for the departure, pass out on the bus, and wake up in this camp again, just like the first day. Everything was growing in silence. It's exactly that time of summer day when the sun seems stuck in the sky. The birds and crickets have gone for an after-lunch dose, and the wind is saving its energy to deliver a long-awaited coolness to people in the evening. Suddenly crossed my mind that I haven't just missed lunch, and I haven't had any breakfast either. It was ridiculous to search for anything in the canteen. The pioneers had surely cleaned up everything just before the departure. I scratched my head and made my way to Olga Mirina's cabin. Surely there should be something edible in the table's drawer. Someone called for me just as I approached the door. Shirok Electronic swiftly approached the cabin. "Are you already packed out?" "Already packed up?" I answered, imitating him. "You haven't quite been yourself the last few days. What makes you say that?" "How should I know? You'd know better." I mean, why so concerned? No reason. Real pioneer always treats the comrade's problems as his own. I cast a skeptical look at him. "Since you're concerned, I'm fine." Actually, it was half a loaf of stale bread and a piece of smoked sausage in the drawer. I've ate everything with devotional pleasure, washing it down with smelly water that Olga Miriam probably used to water the plants. Just as I finished, someone started knocking on the door. "Come in." Liana rushed into the room. "Oh, it's just you," she said disappointedly. "Wait a second, this sentence is much longer than the previous one. And who did you expect to see? Circles complete with burns?" Liana jiggled. "Where's Olga Dmitrievna?" "Don't know." I shrugged. "Why not?" "I don't know because I don't know." "What do you want from her anyway?" "You have to ask something before the departure." "Okay, I'll tell her that you were searching for her if I see her. By the way, why aren't you packing up?" "Like I have much to pack." "Well, see you." She cracked a sly smile and bounded out of the cabin, slamming the door behind her. And still, it's really strange that nobody seems to be puzzled by the sudden departure. And why am I the only one who was not expecting it? Like everyone really cares if I pack my things up? As well as that, doesn't anyone care that this is the last time we are seeing each other? The words of that guy in the force yesterday about all becomes tenants being unreal suddenly sprung into my mind. Well, right now I'm more ready to believe it than ever. The desk drawer where I found my breakfast contained lots of odds and ends. I grabbed a pencil and piece of paper, examined them for some time, and then slipped them into my pocket, just in case. Had no intention of watching over all the pioneers running around and begging, so I just lay in my bed and didn't even notice how I dazed off again. It was somebody's voice that woke me up. A familiar pioneer was sitting directly opposite, with his back to me. I'd gotten used to him a bit since yesterday, and it even seems that I stopped fearing him. "Hey, why do you always hide your face?" "Because you shouldn't see it." "If you say so." I wasn't in a position to argue. "So, what are you going to reveal this time? You already know that it's the last day of session, don't you?" "Yep." "And you've already spoken with that one?" "Yep." "So, did he tell you?" "Nothing special. He said that there's an exit out of here." The pioneer burst into laughter. "Yeah, I believe that 2 ages ago." "And now?" "And what is now?" "I have my past, my life back then." We stopped talking for some time. Anyway, it all was long while ago, so I don't really remember. The future is all the same loops, repetitions of the same story. Where is this now? Well, I hate to say it, but I am not yet as lost in times as you are. Oh, that's nonsense, that's communist time. He broke into diabolic laughter. There's just one thing I don't understand. What's your reason for coming to me? What do you expect to achieve? Me? Nothing, right? So, why do you come then? Just because you, him, and others like us are the only real people around here. Given everything he'd said to me already, I just wasn't ready to believe that all the local tenants are just puppets in some kind of hellish stage play. Are you sure that you're right? Right about what? Well, that you're right about everything? I can't be right or wrong. I didn't choose this world. I didn't throw myself into it. I'm just here, and you're just here. Listen, I already got a headache from your philosophing. I was kind of puzzled myself as to why I was so calm talking to this mysterious bear. Well, it is, right in front of me, all the fantasy and the worldly that's happening in this camp. It is an explanation, at least a partial one, for how I got here. Here they are, the answers I've searched for such a long time. On the other hand, my behavior was quite logical. While I couldn't quite explain what was happening, this cuckoo guy just talked and talked, but it's not like his words changed anything. Then, what's the point of listening to him? Oh no, you will soon understand everything yourself. Somebody was knocking at the door. I got up to open it. It was Slavia on the doorstep. You came to see Olga Dmitrievna? No. Come in then. I was 100% sure that the pioneer had already disappeared. Turns out I was right. Slavia took a seat on the bed and I snuggled against the wardrobe in the far corner of the room. She was distantly nervous. Did something happen? Not really. Just today is the last day. Well, I'm already aware. Better late than never. Well, so I thought. I mean, we probably won't see each other ever again. It's a small world, as they say. But maybe you would give me your address to write letters? I would have, if I only knew it myself. Let's do it the other way around. You give me your address. I'll definitely write to you upon arrival. But why don't you want to give out yours? Well, you were just about to move, so you never know. It's better if I write to you. Try to put on my cuter smile to make my story look more credible. Wait a second. In this case, we can find her? The next year. Okay, it's fine then. Slavik got up and seems to be leaving. Wait, what about the others? Let's do it later. There's no later here. Expression of sorrow and disappointment crossed her face. I just shut the door, and right then heard the spiteful voice of the pioneer from behind. Well, happy now? You hearted girl? What have I hurt her with? What should I have said to her? My dear, write to my dear granny in the village? Or should I have left you the address of a house that's probably not even built yet? So what? I am not my brother's keeper. It's your word, not mine. I'll manage somehow in my own. That last phrase really made me squirm. You know what? This will never stop. I didn't manage to finish the phrase. Someone was knocking at the door again. Come in? Uliana flew into the cabin. Why the rush, milady? I made an excessively slowly bow. Me? I'm just... Your eyes darted about cautiously, and her cheeks were blushed. Just wanted to say goodbye. There will be time for that anyway. After all, we'll all be going to the same bus. Yeah, you're right, but it's kind of embarrassing in front of everybody. Oh, so there's something that you can be embarrassed by? I laughed. She pouted. I just wanted to tell that you aren't a douche, really. In fact, you're almost a cool guy. Your words astonished me. Well, thanks. You're good to hang out with, too. Well, that's it. She rushed outside, slamming the door loudly. Hey, didn't expect that from here? Did you? I got nothing to do with that, I told you. It really looks like you knew what she will say. Maybe I did, maybe not. You just came here to mock me? Starting to lose my temper. That idea had also crossed my mind. Then why the hell are you hanging around here? If I ever need a man to comment on all my actions, I'll hire a professional psychologist. He thinks that after all this time I don't qualify as one. My estimation is that after all the time here, you've definitely gone bananas. As psychologists are freaks, all psychologists are freaks. Yes, but not all freaks are psychologists. He laughed out loud. A sense of humor, how encouraging. Frankly, your jokes are very lame. You're laughing at yourself. Listen, if you got nothing to do in your own world, go and bug that second one. And have you got anything to do in your world? The banner sharply countered. You know, I'll find out what to do. I'll pack my things, leave this camp, and then what? Then what? Like I know. I've never been in such a situation before, believe it or not. It's just that you've forgotten that you won't be able to leave the camp. Yeah, I was right on this matter. Probably. Just because you failed to do so, that doesn't mean that I will fail too. You're the boss. Come on, how many times should it happen? There was a knocking at the door. So quiet that I barely heard it. I heard it for sure. Come. Who else is it? He stayed under my breath and shouted, "Come in!" But the door didn't open. So pulled the handle myself. Lena was on the doorstep. Looks like I really scared her. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. You came to see our good meeting now? No. She said, staring at the ground. So, what is it then? What did Lena want from me? Come in. She came in and hesitated in the middle of the room. I wanna take a seat. I wanted one of the beds. Lena hesitated a bit more, but nonetheless took a seat. Did something happen? Not at all, it just... She threw a quick glance at me, but blushed at once and looked away. Here. Lena took something out of her pocket and handed it to me. I was stunned. It was my phone? But where did you get it from? I found it in the forest. Okay, but why do you think it's mine? Some boy told me so. Have you ever seen him before? I don't know, I couldn't see his face, but he was dressed in a pioneer uniform. Everything was clear at once. And don't you wonder what it is? I look at the screen. There still was some battery left, therefore the cell phone shouldn't just look like a piece of plastic to Lena. I don't know, some kind of game? Yeah, you're right. Quickly opened Snake in the menu and handed their phone to her. Here you go, a keepsake. Oh, what are you doing? I can't. Lena waved her hands at me. Take it, I have lots of this at home. She resisted a bit more, but finally she took the device. And how will she charge it? And what do I do with it? Press the keys to move left and right. You got to eat these pellets and keep from hitting your own tail. Oh, so interesting. She smiled. Thank you, and yet I have nothing for you. I'm so embarrassing. I don't need anything. Thanks. No, that's not good. She said with a voice that sounded more confident than usual. It's the last day today, after all. Yeah. Hope we'll meet again. I think we will. Then I have a present for you. And what is it? Close your eyes. What? I did so. And promise that you won't open them until I tell you. Okay. No, you have to promise. Alright, I promise. The moment I felt a light kiss on my cheek, just cheek, I was really eager to open my eyes, but I promised. Open. The room was empty. What a girl. The only thing I managed to say. So, how does it feel? Start? I heard malicious laughter from the place where Lena had just been sitting. So, that's your new way of pranking me? You than the others? Me? Pranking? Far from it. Indeed, you got a kiss from a sweet girl thanks to me on the cheek, but anyway. really wanted to beat him up at that moment, but I wasn't even sure that he's a physical being here. I presume that this prank wasn't your last one? I said calmer. Who knows? Who knows? Isn't it fun? The piano laughed hard. Perhaps Professor Moriarty laughed like that, as if he anticipated the success of his diabolic plan. You're suddenly having fun, but I'm not. Relax, dude, there's almost nothing left. And here you go, your second lap. After you do a dozen, then you earn a pit stop. Also, you probably won't need me then. You'll figure out everything yourself. It's not like I need you right now, Ethan. Oh, Latin graduates. Just cut it out. Idiot Ella. Just shut up already. No understanding. Shut your damn mouth! I screamed so loud that the walls trembled. You again. The front door suddenly burst open, and Alisa came in. Looks so different now. Is it just me, or has someone gone completely nutty nuts? She asked with fright. By the way. Really long-handed. And let me just add this ambient a little bit. Wait a second, there's two ambient sounds, right? It is. What about here? Okay, she asked me with fright. Well, you could say so. I answered angrily. Why are you yelling? Because I want to. Already released. The accidental arrival of Alisa was easily planned by this pioneer, would be commented on by him in a manner that I'd sooner drive a pair of nails into my ears than have to hear. Oh, it's very quiet. Really, the music is too loud, but ambient. Maybe if I do this. Alright. Uh, this was as a planned by this pioneer, or would be commented on by him in a manner that I'd sooner drive a pair of nails into my ears than have to hear. Okay. Have you gone psycho? Or something? Alisa reclined on the bed in a laid-back manner. To what do I owe the honor? I came just for the sake of it, and you're just here screaming? You aren't doing anything just for the sake of it? I've got nothing to do, I've packed my stuff, it's boring. Well. If you think that I came to you because... She threw an angry glance at me and turned away. I really shouldn't have come after that. After what? I haven't said a word. Of course, you saw that instead. Oh, so you can read minds now? There's no need to read your mind. It's written all over your face. It was hardly possible to read anything on my face besides loathing and anger. And what have you read there? It's none of your business. Well, it's not like I'm holding you here. Forget it. I'll go whatever I please. Don't boss me around. Okay, stay here then, for God's sake. Anyway, I like Alice's company was much more than pioneers. I lay back and closed my eyes. Took Alice a few minutes to break the silence. You really don't want to tell me anything? For example, today's the last day after all. So, you're happy? Well, she bubbled uncertainly. Everyone's leaving. Good riddance. And that's all? You need something else? Didn't you like it here? Your voice sounded unusual. I've seen better places. Damn, you're so dumb that speaking to you is a complete waste of time. She got up and headed to the exit. Yep, good luck to you too. Alisa turned to me. Now she looks much better. Her face was rising with anger. Couldn't you at least have said that you missed me? Sure I will. Pimp. She slammed the door all loudly. Stupid. Alyssa didn't hear my last line, of course. What a wakeboard chick, huh? As good as you are. And you in that case. Of course, keep comparing me to yourself. I remarked mischievously. But what's the difference? It's the same situation. I just been here a little longer. Well, in fact, a lot longer. And you're already gone completely nuts. No wonder. Her laughter was really pissing me off. But who is left? Nobody, I believe. I mean, who should knock in here? Electronic? Listen, have I already told you that you should be an actor? Not a brilliant Hannibal actor. Especially since you consider yourself a psychiatrist. I'll think about it. Well, now I must go, maybe I'll see you again. Get lost. I turned to look at him, but the panel had already disappeared. Finally. But nevertheless, why did he come? Might be the case that me, him, and others like us are the only real people around here. But I desperately didn't want to believe that. Wait a second, they also can be people. Why should they be a puppet? Because it's not repeating for them? Of course they will act the same all the time. By the way, I just noticed that there's a bra here on the right behind the shot. All his speech seems like some sort of a complex game. Like he's trying to give me one hint after the other, trying to lead me to something, enable me to discover some kind of devious plot. Too bad he's not really successful at that, because I'm out of ideas. Time dragged on deceitfully slowly, but it's 5 p.m. already. It's common during the summer. If one counts the seconds and minutes, it appears that even a single hour would never end. But if one thinks of anything else, then the whole day flies by quickly. I decided to start packing. They could live without me. Quickly took all my winter stuff and shoved it in the bag. I was almost about to jump into the bed again, but the door opened and Olga Dmitrievna came in. Oh, I see you packed already. That's great, let's go. I got up reluctantly, grabbed my simple luggage and followed her. I really don't care what will happen next. I had long suspected that nothing was up to me in this world, and recent events had reinforced my complete confidence in this. I might wake up tomorrow in bus number 410, or might not wake up at all. And that's all, folks. It's all that simple. There's no point in staying here, there's nowhere to run. Basically, my only exit is to leap on the bus with everyone else. Go into the unknown. That's all I'd been doing for the last week, stumbling along a narrow path in pitch black darkness, unsure where is the beginning and where is the end. We were almost approaching the gates when I heard someone calling my name. Simone, Simone. Look at me, Tina. Excuse me, just a minute. Okay, but make it fast, or we'll leave without you. I headed for the bushes that the voice came from. Simone, Simone. I waded through the thick greenery and came out into the forest path. The voice seems to be calling from nowhere. One moment it was heard behind the tree, and now it seems to be behind my back. Probably it's one of those aliens from the parallel worlds, but I suspect that I haven't met this exact one before. We don't have much time. I'm listening. I know that you already been contacted by him and he. Yeah. And I know what they told you. Don't ask me how. Is it a new song? I don't remember this one. I mean, Lost music. What's you? Okay. But you must know one thing. The thing I know. There are more than a dozen of us here. In fact, more than 1,000. But a lot of people got out. I've tried to digest what he said and raise the right questions. Then, why you here? I state. Why? To help others to find an exit. Whoa, how generous. And why should I trust you? You're the third one already. Well, in fact, I'm not even sure that you all aren't just my hallucination. It's not about trust. Then what is it about? It's about the right choice. Consider the scamp to be a giant maze. You should take a few right turns to find an exit. Okay, and how do I know which ones are right? You will know? Come with me. Where to? To the second lap? Hold on a second. That pioneer said that my second lap will start tomorrow. He lied. The speaker raised his voice. He's gone completely crazy and he's trying to destroy all the others. So if I don't go with you and leave on the bus then, I'll be destroyed, right? I don't know. Then why do you say so? Nobody ever returned from my conversation with him. Listen, why should I trust you? I was definitely on the edge. One that pioneer just mocked me and didn't seem to be a real danger. This one clearly spoke about things worth being anxious about. I couldn't decide which one should I trust. This problem is like trying to get a blind man to say whether the light in the room is on or off. Wait a second. If it's not a fluorescent light, you can get the heat. That's right. He can only guess. No. Just like me. No. Hurry up. Time is running out. Hey, wait a second. Make a choice. Are you coming or not? We are following this voice. Okay, let's go. Anyway, he sounded more credible than the crazy pioneer. Of course, this solution could be fatal, but the alternative isn't any better. I just took a shot in the dark. Okay, so, where are we going? You're already here? There. Kinda interesting, but I think that in this game there's many mistakes between there and here. But who knows? My eyesight started to fade and I felt my consciousness leaving me. What? Why? 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 What just happened? There was no explanation to what happened, but okay. Oh, there's no water. That's fun. Oh, this song. Who's putting death metal in this game? Same as usual, it's stuck on stop. It's definitely a bug. Okay, one more loop, but actually cycle sounds better. Wait a second, this actually an OLED? I didn't see it before. Oh, it's achievements. We had 2 bad endings. Oh, so all of those are endings. And why is they looking like Xbox? I don't really like Xbox achievements. The first place where I saw the achievement was actually Warcraft Blizzard. But this, the design looks very outdated when it was released. And if I click on this, it's actually showing me the ending? I don't want... main menu. Okay, it's still here. Okay, let's go. Don't remember that this tune was repeated somewhere in this game. Do not. That was very loud. Leave. Keep. Okay, data. Sometimes this sounds are too loud. Wait a second. It's actually... okay, let's change it to this, maybe. Continue. Alone. Do not. Skip. Skip. Bus stop, right? Fine, I remember. This. Keep looking for answers. We can select sports clubs this time. Let's see what will happen. I was hoping that I could escape the obligatory work if I pretend that I'll help in the sport club. So obviously I have tons of members and could probably do just as well without a single extra pair of hands. However, I'd better visit the sports ground, at least to check in there. Just in case Olga Dmitrievna finds out that her ideal planner slacks off and dodges community service. You never know, you could imagine worse punishments than a public telling off at a party gathering. I wasn't really planning for that to happen. All of a sudden, I saw no cleaning, painting, or repairing but a football match. They were playing 5 versus 6. Yeah, as I thought, it was Uliana. I took a closer look at the players and recognized Uliana. I won't interfere, I'll just watch. Since we're obviously of course no water. Obviously mismatched. One team consisted entirely of young kids that look about 12 years old. The other team consisted entirely of teenagers. Besides, they had one extra player, Juliana. Mind you, that can just one extra person or one girl do? Soon enough I realized that I was mistaken. Liana had a good dribbling technique. Nice tune. Cutting through the defenders, one by one. She obviously lacked teamwork skills, but they weren't even required at this level. She scored with annual regularity. I came closer to the beach. Hey, come on and join us! They shot one man on their team. I guess it's what counts as community service here. You already finished everything, said Juliana, sounding insulted. I looked over the sports ground again. Benches were freshly painted, new nets placed behind the goals. How did they manage to get through all of this stuff? Come join their team. Well, given that I escaped the last time, I should indeed play now. What? A stacks in the middle again. Ball the center. Be start. With the very first touch, I put the ball into the top corner with a delicate strike. How do you know how to play? Actually, it wasn't that difficult. The pitch was at most 50 meters long and a goalkeeper of the opposing team couldn't even reach the crossbar. Sometime later, we tied it up despite our team being 7 or 8 goals behind at the start. Objectively speaking, one should know that Oliana's team scored a couple of goals during my time here too. More precisely, she scored. You couldn't say that she had Ronaldinho's tricks or precise backman shots. In her pocket, she would just kick the ball into open spaces, and coming up toward the goal, she just toe-punted every time. Ever such a dull strategy, but positive results. I could not keep an eye on every opponent, and my teammates were not much help. Certainly, I played better than all of them, and theoretically I could have scored as many times as I wanted it, but it seems unsportsmanlike to me. Winning isn't everything. It's taking part that counts, isn't it? No! Only wins count. Everybody knows this. But after Liana's words, penalty shootout. A winner wins the game. I made up my mind that I don't want to lose. At the time, it was 11-9 in our favor, so it wasn't reasonably to object. Even goal, I'll shoot. It's each then. One shot each? Yes. I stood at the line and got ready. She took a run and sent it straight in my hands. That's not fair. What's not fair? You'll shoot again. Okay, just do it. I said, smiling. The second shot would be go better in rugby. One more time? Absolutely not, she sniffed. But you shall never score a goal against me. We'll see. I put the ball in the low right corner of a goal with a precise kick. Lena didn't even move. Wait a second, for an Anand, a beater, he's actually playing pretty good. Why? However, there was no point. Penalty kicks like that are uncatchable. Looks like I'm on. She answers nothing and just look at me resentfully. I need to lighten the mood. Don't get upset. I just... And that's when the music started playing, calling the pioneers for lunch. Alright, I'll get even with you some other time. She laughed, waved her hand, and ran in the direction of canteen. I jiggled the ball a little and followed her. All running away? I just didn't pay attention that actually the background has changed during the dance. Lights on. Where you going? Bus stop. Don't go with her. Buttholes. Just asking. Food poisoning. Don't. Don't. Do not eat it. Still don't know what is it. Alone. Oh, come on. Wait a second, he said right, left, right, left, right, Left. Yeah, we arrived here. Why it was so loud? Okay, it's just fillers for the keep. A fuse. Lena. Tried my best. While still clubhouse. Don't remember. Now it's cake. Before it wasn't a cake. Stay seated. Remain. Nice, super fast. Okay, day 7. Stop knocking. Okay, we are not following it. No, you know what? I can't just believe you in only a couple of minutes. At least I've known that other guy for a little longer, and his arguments seem to be more weighty. You'll be sorry. This word sounded like coming from another world. The voice seems to disappear. Of course, I couldn't be sure whether my choice is right or wrong. It's right. It was a blind guess, enforced by a time limit. It's another cycle, what are you talking about? Nevertheless, whether I'm right or not, you'll find out soon. Well, in Zero Escape, it's actually counting how many times or what you did before. Here, I believe it's not related. It's always all the same text. A couple of minutes, I was standing at the bus stop with all the other pianos. Errors here? Okay, it's a new CG. Let's understand. Who knows? Nice, nice, nice. Except I can't see Zhenya or this nurse. Who was also here? I don't remember. Begin Olga Dmitrovna. I was here. You're leaving our camp today, and I would like to tell you something important. In particular, important. She was visibly nervous and desperately lost for words. I hope you remember the time you've spent here for a lifetime, and that you'll retain only pleasant memories about Savionok. I also hope that you became at least a little bit better, managed to learn something, and found new friends. Just come back next year. The camp leader all looked away. It's like she was trying to keep the tears inside. I didn't expect her to get so emotional. Also, her speech sounded like complete nonsense to me, as usual. Pioneers started to crowd in the bus, bubbling cheerfully. I decided to hold on a little and say a proper goodbye to this camp. All of a sudden, I felt deep urge to throw a coin. Of course, there's no fontaine here, and honestly, I didn't feel like returning, but it's still just a superstition. And I don't believe in them. At least I never believed in them before. Digging through my pockets, I found only a couple of candy rubbers, a pencil, and a scrap of paper. I held them for a moment, then I squatted, put the paper on the ground, and scribbled a few words. You're here for a reason. Wait a second, you sent it back in time? Grinning at my stupidity, I threw the scrap under the wheel of the bus and got into the cabin. Oh, Miku as well. But there's few more girls I had never seen before. I found a place in the middle. But the strangest thing was that everyone sat in pairs and only I was alone. However, what's the difference now? If I disappear, I'll either disappear or we'll start everything in a couple of hours. Man, what is this cat-like things? Hold on, who are you? Is it a reference to something? I don't quite sure. The bus was slowly moving towards the district center. Already? Occasionally bouncing over the bumps in the road. It was impossible to see anything beyond the old windows in the pitch black dark of the night. Anyway, I couldn't care less about that surrounding countryside. I just sat and waited for the inevitable. It was the first time in a long while my head was completely empty. The pioneers around me enjoying the trip. Juliana and Alisa were playing cards. Lena was reading a book and Slavia was sleeping. Miku was trying to wait to start a conversation with Zhenya, and Zhenya was trying to really hard not to start killing people. Electronic and Shurik were crafting something, as always. He was the only one completely ignored by everyone. Might be a slightly far-fetched perception. I got used to the role of being the center of the universe in the camp. I thought that everything revolved around me. Well, that might be so up to a certain degree, but here and now I'm only a foreign object, an out-of-place molecular, harmonic pattern of crystal grid. I'm not sure how long we'd spent on the road, but sleep had already started to overcome me. I was desperately fighting Morpheus, trying to stay awake as long as I could. After all, it's quite possible that today is the last day of my life. And probably it's reasonable to cling as hard as I could to these few hours of meaningless, useless existence. I suddenly remembered that scrap of paper and the few words on it. Damn it, I've seen them before. How could I be so ignorant? Maybe all these pioneers, all the gobbledygook clouded my consciousness so much. It was literally bursting with questions. However, physical fatigue and, more importantly, emotional fatigue took its toll and I fell asleep. Well, we know that we sent it to ourselves, it's still not explaining anything here. It's still another day. Nice. A sharp pain travels through my entire body. I felt it especially sharp in my temples. It feels like they're ready to shatter into thousand little pieces, giving the wind free access to my empty head. Probably I would not have been able to stand even 5 minutes of such torture if I hadn't opened my eyes in time. I was somewhere. It was impossible to tell precisely where. My mind was clouded in mist. My thoughts were confused. By the way, why actually a bad ending of Alisa had a very huge epilogue? If her bad ending was pretty short. One single message. The moment between the conscious and conscience states when you vividly remember your dreams. Who the heck is this? Cat girl? Might be. I was going somewhere by bus and was about to doze off when suddenly a girl came up to me and began to speak quickly. I couldn't understand a word. Okay, this is the tune that I heard before. But the girl looked very upset. I failed to understand what she needed from me. Time passed, and she kept talking on and on. It was getting really annoying. I wanted to ask you to cut it out, or at least calm down a bit, but I failed. Is it because I didn't manage to say anything or because my words didn't reach you? I couldn't even see your face. I was simply listening and staring listening. Perhaps it was important for me then. Surely you would not try to remember what mosquito disturbing your sleep looks like. But it's gonna be still in the bus? What the heck? Surely you wouldn't manage to recall the frequency with flapping wings and the inclination of its proboscis after that. And that girl is just one of millions of voices that disturbs you from concentrating, from thinking, from falling asleep. The louder her voice grew, the harder it got for me to catch her words. The bus came in, the seats warm by time, The uneven floor, the rusted ceiling, the cracked glass of the windscreen, everything was floating away. Along with her. And then I felt a unique sense of relief. It didn't matter how real the boss and the girl had been. It was nothing but a bug to me. And here I am, hanging in total emptiness and falling inside a dream. Well, dreams can be really something. Not quite a nightmare, yet definitely not something pleasant. I got up, rubbed my face to get back to reality, gave a light around and prepared to clean myself up. It was really grey morning. Unable to find my hiking keys on the nightstand, I concluded that I could manage without it. It was hard to get dressed. My hands were trembling like hell. I looked at my reflection in the mirror and checked out my 2-week stubble. Well, perhaps Olga Dmitrievna has a reason. 2 weeks? It was only when I went outside that I suddenly understood that I am not in a pioneer camp. I'm back in my apartment. Wait a second, so why nobody remembered that there was a whole year until the next cycle? Or loop. It's very strange. And I've just come out of my room in the passageway, not out of the cabin. I was overwhelmed with surprise, with dismay, with fear, even with terror. But how? I sat down on the bed and buried my face in my hands, trying to remember the chain of yesterday's events. Yeah, the bus, the last day of the term. Yeah, I fell asleep and woke up back home. Well, to some degree it might even seem quite logical. It seems that the initial astonishment has worn off during the first few seconds. Though the fact that I came back like this after a week-long absence is no stranger than my sudden appearance at some pioneer camp of the 80s in the first place. The events of the last 2 days flashed before my eyes in an instant. That mysterious pioneer, his words. But how did I manage to get back to reality then? According to him, I was going to be stuck there forever, and there's no exit. By the way, you're still stuck here forever. Let me save. So this is definitely music slide. I don't know if it's music that they downloaded for free. It can't be. It's definitely someone creation. Well, free music is also creation, but this one cannot be free. It's so nice. On the other hand, I wasn't alone. That pioneer at the bus stop and the mystery voice empathizes the contrary. Since the exit exists, does it mean I found it? I managed to get out of the endless loop? But how? Nevertheless, I wasn't sure whether I should rejoice or grieve. All the last week, I'd kind of gotten used to the everlasting inner monologue. A search for answers and the in-depth analysis of everything, so I simply couldn't accept this fact as it was without figuring out what exactly happened to me. Sure, he told me that I'm the only one who was observed the existence of other guys like me during their last first loop. And does that mean anything? Anyway, all his theories and ideas instantly collapsed like a house of cards. Now I had to decide how I should react. Of course, I should rejoice. After all, I'm back to the real world. Maybe the last 7 days were just a dream? There's absolutely no evidence that I really was there. I don't see my pioneer uniform anywhere. I look my age, just like I did before. My phone is on the table, fully charged. But one can't deceive one's own memory. You can't live through such terrifically real experience in a dream. I still remember the events of the whole week in great details, yeah. You can experience, but not the whole week. Maximum that I was able to experience it just 1 or 2 hours of lucid dreams. Perhaps I was in a coma all this time? An ironic laugh escaped my lips. Nah, that's not an option either. Then, all's well that ends well? The last few hours in the camp flashed through my mind. Indeed, I wasn't hoping to get out either from the camp or from that reality, and I was pretty much ready to another week, and another one. I'd accepted my role, I reconciled with my destiny. And what was I supposed to do after all this stuff that happened? I had a dull sigh, got up from my bed with considerable effort, and went to my computer. That's weird, but according to it, only 14 hours have passed since my disappearance from this world. For the whole week? A new message in the instant messenger. Hi Simeon, yesterday it was legendary. See you later. What? My college friend. It was him who invited me to that party with the rest of his college friends that I was going to attend? Suddenly, all my senses came back to me. The headache, the dizziness, all the symptoms of hangover. It looks like I indeed attended that party yesterday and I was partying hard? So there was no pain or camp? But then, where did all these memories, emotions, and feelings come from? All of this was so incomprehensible that I became enraged. I began cursing folly, trying to tear my hair out and hammer it on the keyboard with my fist. I didn't return to a normal state until there were no keys left on it. Why should I care so much? Nobody worries when a dream or hallucination ends. While were people are usually glad that this happens. Was I really that prepared to stay there? That my return to reality became so desirable for me? Happens to me every single time. And then a simple and obvious thought crossed my mind. Perhaps I'm just going insane. Indeed, madmen frequently have visions which they perceive as reality. Besides, I had all the symptoms of insanity. I never left the four walls of my prison. I never socialized. I have lots of physiological problems. Well, that explains a lot. My dark, nervous laugh echoed in the room. Guess it's the right time for me to visit a therapist or as a psychiatrist. Should I just surround myself at the asylum? A horse, half my kin of a horse. I crawled to the top of my legs between balls of my maniac laughter. Dispute not, Vicio, she's a lunatic. The racket my neighbor's mate on the wall calmed me down somehow. If I tripped that bad, it looked like only a lobotomy could help me. I just sat completely freaked out for several hours, doing nothing, thinking nothing, just staring at the monitor, long since gone into sleep mode. Finally I moved the mouse and opened a few tabs in the browser, so what's new? F5. As if the events of the past week had never happened. Come on, do you have a grief for hallucination? Was it real? Sure, lots of memories? Sure, looks true enough. By all means, yes, any proof? No. The verdict is clear. As is my future course, I have long suspected that my current lifestyle wasn't doing me any good. I wasn't ready for such an unusual event, but so what? I have to be more prepared for my next trip. Night, an endless stream of threats and images took my mind off my lamentation and consideration. Instant Smashing's window poked up most unexpectedly. Hey, how are you doing? Sure, quite an original way to start conversation. Doing fine. My contact's profile was completely empty, not even a nickname, just a 9-digit number. Is it ICQ? You can't guess what kind of person is on the other end by just looking at the number, can you? You can Google it. Sure, someday it will be all different. Unified digital identifiers instead of names, a couple of symbols for a biography, several bytes of personality, and 3.5 bits of feeling. 3.5. What's I mean? Get some home safely? Probably someone from yesterday's party. Seems like it. You do remember everything I told you yesterday, right? Well, I guess not. There was yet another message after a long pause. I see. Honestly, I don't give a damn who this is and why he's messaging me until this unidentified individual starts harassing me, I could easily tolerate his presence in my contact list. Well, that's okay, we'll meet again, we sure will. Sure, looking forward to it, yeah. Alright. Bye? I didn't reply. This odd, screwed up day at last was slowly coming to end. Going to bed, I yet again recalled in my head all the events that seemed so real for me. When I'm going to wake up tomorrow, would this hallucination return? I'll probably just forget everything. Strange, but no. I'm really feeling that everything happening now is real. There was just a fiction. A game of deformed imagination, or really something fantastical, and here is reality. Sometimes inconvenient, sometimes it unfolds differently on how you'd wish, surprises you like this, but it's still reality. I fell asleep with these thoughts. Bit by bit, my life resumed its normal course. I started to forget the events of that week. After all, nothing bad happened. Even if it was indeed real, who cares? That were only 7 days in a penal camp. I wasn't killed, nobody kidnapped me to conduct experiments. I wasn't brainwashed, so why do I care now about the reason? And if it indeed was a hallucination, I could only hope that it won't repeat itself. I was still shut in. My computer and the internet were my only friends, and the keyboard was the only communication channel connecting me to the outside world. The F5 key became the main thing in my life again. Come to think of it, it really wasn't all that bad. Yet one day, a familiar combination of digits popped up on the screen. That strange contact of mine had come online once again. Hey, hey, how are you doing? Doing fine. Probably I knew him from somewhere, but who cares anyway? Any news? Not really. Stability is a sign of true class? No. One must say so. No, I see. Stability is stagnation, and stagnation is bad. This conversation was over for me, but he didn't seem to feel like that. Oh, nothing has changed? Nope, should it have? Well, it's not like you experience stuff like that on a day-to-day basis. Not everybody gets to experience it either. What are you talking about? Don't you get it? I was starting to. I prefer you to explain. Don't you remember the camp? It felt like an electric shock. All the events of that week immediately sprang up in my mind. My hands started to tremble. A cold sweat burst my forehead. I turned around in horror. Already imagining that I'd see aliens, ghosts, or the Grim Reaper, but there was nobody in my room except me, as always. I ran to the corridor, checked in the kitchen and in the bathroom. Still nobody. At last I returned to the computer. The same message window was still flashing steadily, as if it was perfectly ordinary message. Who are you? My hands were trembling so much I could hardly hit the right keys. Oh, so you do remember it? My hallucination seems to be continuing? Did I never leave the camp in the first place, or it's just a dream after all? Or I don't know what to say. I admit it sincerely. Anyhow, I felt that this entity, that's the only definition that I could think of, doesn't need any kind of internet to communicate with me. Well, you can just keep silent, everything perfectly clear. That smile at the end, well, it's definitely emoji. The end of line looks like the deal himself, stretching its deformed jaws open to devour me. What is happening to me? I finally made up my mind to answer that question. Nothing at all, you just living your regular life. But the camp, was it real? And what do you think? I'm not sure. If it seemed real to you, then yes, it was real. If not, then it wasn't. Just that simple. It's not simple at all. What will happen to me next? I whisper. Nothing to worry about. Seems that it really hurts me without the use of the internet. Terror climb chained my whole body, closed my eyes and curled myself into a ball. Why are you doing this to me? I started to lose it. Words were coming out of my mouth by themselves. Illogical, meaningless sets of words. Why? Why me? What for? Leave me alone, I haven't done anything bad. 7 minutes after I found the courage to open one eye and take a look at the monitor. There was a reason for everything. The message window was flickering coldly. And what's next? No, you'll see that soon enough. Everything started fading to black in my eyes, noise filled my ears, and I started to feel dizzy. I felt that my very soul was escaping its physical shell. The events of the last few days became hazy, as if they'd all happened to someone other than me. Then the memories of the camp started to vanish, and as if somebody was using an eraser to through rub outwards, writing with a pencil. A moment later I felt and sensed nothing. I saw us plugging into a state of comic glass. Hello, Cheshka Petri. Nice to see you, and thank you for the follow. Suddenly you haven't seen my stream. Very strange. If anyone saw me at the moment, they would notice that I was smiling. I'm kind of stuck here. I hit the rapid spawn button, close the window, switch to the browser and glance at the clock. Wait a second. You want to say that ICQ had a spawn button? I doubt. Time to get going or I'm gonna be late. Late where? You're not working. Strange. Every story has beginning and end? I do remember this. Skipping. Oh, what the heck? And thank you for the host banner. Oh, it's the end already. But I don't remember such pictures, so they were here? It's slightly different what we saw. Perfect time to... It's perfect time. It's not the end. It's not the true ending. It's one of many endings that we are reaching. So don't worry about this, I am going to play at least 3 more hours. And I don't think that I'll finish this game today. Well, all the visual novels are like this. To reach the true ending you must play until you actually find it. It will take a lot. And actually, title says that it's Everlasting Summit. This means it's infinity. Alright, so far I finished 3 different endings out of 14. Alright. And it's the first good ending so far. Oh, let's go one more. Just let's check how many to cover. Let's see. One second. Okay, so I believe that Hatsune Miku ending is already unlocked. I just need to read how to reach it. Should be hard. You must say that we stay here? Wait a second, every single day except the third one. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Why it's important that I must say that I'll stay here? So we're coming with who? This cat girl? And we're refusing her, that's why it will be the Miku route? Okay, the next is day 1, we must grab the keys. It doesn't matter what we will do, so do not reply. Just need to grab the keys. Run after him. Do not attempt. It was loud again. Okay, we must take the keys. Next it will be day number 2. Okay, we must go after the cards ourselves. Okay, grab it. Keep silent. Okay, music. Library. Okay, we are going alone. So day it's nothing. Only day 4. We must go to the bus station, which I did before. Okay, go alone. Do not bet. I am not going to play, I think. Skip. Skip. It's at bus stop already? No. Okay, day number 3. Fine. Skip this one. Keep looking for answer. Okay, engineers. Run away. I still don't understand how our message actually went in time back. It's very strange. Okay, here we must go to the bus stop. And here we must go with her, with Miku. We should not eat the apple and go alone. And that will be enough. Okay, let's go with her. On the other hand, I am not losing anything. However, she dragged me along with her. Okay, no apple, go alone, and that should be enough. I hope. It must. It's very loud sometimes. Just asking. Food poison. So? So what? Do not ask. Do not give. 1 second. Do not eat, because I can forget. Okay, here go along. It's a kind of great problem, because country where I'm born, country where actually every my family is from, where I actually was living my childhood or something. So, okay, most of the time I spent in Belarus. It's in Eastern Europe. So, what country I'm from? Belarus, Eastern Europe. That's right. That will be correct answer. Yeah. So, what's interesting about it? It has 2 official languages, but for some reason, 95% of people in it don't have their native language as Russian, but not me. My native language is Belarusian because my parents decided that I must go to the Belarusian gymnasium and study Belarusian language. Every single subject, all the lessons were in this language. That's actually makes me already unique, like a Native American in the United States. And I can't say that's something I would like. Never met. So I'm the first one. Well, the country is very small, it's super small. Population, I believe, less than 4 million people, so yeah, it's pretty rare that you will find something. What? What is it, Zlemodak? Yeah, we're going along. Let's skip them. Wait a second, it's a new text? What? I went farther and farther? It seems there's no end to these tunnels, like I'm trapped in the Minotaur labyrinths and terrible creature will appear soon? Seriously, no. This game is scary? It's very funny. There's a lot of jokes, just a lot of them. I was exhausted and slowly slid down to the ground, leaning against the mine's damn wall. You should read it as well, it's very good. Where's that damn Shurik? And how many hours have I been walking around here? My eyes began to close. Just for... Ooh, what? He's fallen asleep here? In this place? What the heck? It's kinda unexpected. Because sometimes a dream is just a dream. One doesn't have to look it up on the internet, searching for an interpretation of a dream that invaded your dream world in such an rude manner. One doesn't have to assume that it's a sign, a prophecy, a prediction of the future. Sometimes a dream is just a dream, a beautiful story. It's just not going to happen in your real life. A fairy tale sketched by your resting brain and painted by your imagination. Sometimes a dream is just a dream, even if it comes in several parts. Hmm? Hmm? Why in the bus again? Who is Masha? No, I'm so tired of all this. Huh? You? I raised my eyes and saw a girl hanging over me. What exactly are you tired of? Wait a second, why it's me, not, everything? It's not like someone made you do this. Or is still making you? Well, it's not that simple. It's indeed quite that simple. Good presents! The problem is, nobody who I know celebrates Christmas. Nobody. So no presents at all. Damn you always. Stop chatting. Come on. Get to work. Wait a second, what is she doing here? So the problem with Eastern Europe is that Christmas is not a holiday. It's pretty regular working day for many. Well, not December 25th, but 24th for sure it's working day. What's that Woodbrook no objection came from Fireway? The bus became empty in instant. And by the way, in Russia I know there's one whole week of holiday from January 1st to January 8th, but not for me. I constantly had all the days working except the January 1st. That's right. Alright, the girl was arguing with sulked like a child, turned abruptly, clicked her heels and headed to the exit? What the heck? Her name was Masha? Okay, you ready? What's going on here? It's very strange. Yeah, for them, yes. The whole week. Had never had it. Well, in my childhood, when I was in school, well, gymnasium, it was not school, it was 2 weeks of holidays. From December 25th till January 7th. But that was all. The longest holiday in the whole year. Well, except some holidays. I would like to have a week off. A paid week off. A woman appeared. Her face simultaneously expressed agony for the fate of the whole of humanity, arrogance, concentration, and fatigue. Yeah, sure. I do understand it's a new start, or it's actually the end. It's very strange. Job doesn't actually have holidays off. Since always have Christmas and such, we still have to come in? What is it? Are you in, like, stores or something? Or like nuclear plant? What is it? What is this job? Excellent. Then, action? What? What the heck is going on? I didn't even release when she left the bus, and the camera appeared? When did it appear? I've shut my eyes. That's right. I must be sleeping according to the script. Oh, wait a second, they filming this? How long must I sit like that? 10 seconds? 20? That should be enough. I slowly opened my eyes and started to sweep the bus with an ignorant look. Retirement nursing home. So since people live here, it's considered essential, it's open 24 hours by itself. By the way, these retirement homes, they're super rare in Eastern Europe. I must say they do not exist. People who need a special treatment are living in hospital or at home. There's no such practice that you have a nursing home for, like, seniors. It's very rare and they're very expensive. You must live in luxury before for something like this. So they're not like governments, they're like small business, yeah. Can you imagine all these folks stuff in the hospitals around here? They're right. Well, they will simply die. That's why in Eastern Europe, the like maximum life age it's pretty small, like 65 years old and you're dead. That's it. It's constantly happening. No one lives longer here because you can't survive yourself. Yeah. That's the total truth. I slowly open my eyes. Okay, ignorant look. Yeah, that's it. Wait a second, the game says that's it as well. I haven't got the slightest idea why I'm here. What is this? Any cars? What? Why? So I have to put on the most surprised face that I've ever done? I should imagine that I'm sitting in a toilet, reading a book, and then the door suddenly swings open and I see Jean Reno. Jean Reno is again. Pardon me, do you mind that I'm, pardon my French, doing number 2 here? What is number 2? I don't know. He would surely be surprised. Okay, it's a couple twist. Okay, get it. I just couldn't bear it and laughed out loud. Stop! Stop! Yelled the director. It's an outrage. You've already been shooting for a week, but we have still got less than nothing. She jumped close to me. What the matter this time? You know, well, she would hardly appreciate my story about Jean Reno. I'm sorry. It was hard to look her in the eyes. It wasn't like I was really worried about me messing up yet another take, but mainly because I was afraid to break into laughter again. Okay, a lunch break. Our director took off her Panama hat. Wait a second, she had this? Oh no. And began to fan herself with it. So hot. Well, it's summer after all. Sure came out of thin air, proving himself to be quite observant. Blackhead, you better take care of the camera. Sure calmly dodged the Panama that was thrown at him and went back to his camera. It's always like that. Calm, wise, and boring. Dull and quite predictable. I got on the bus and headed to the canteen to grab a bite. And ran into Masha at the doors. So, nothing. No surprise. When I have something to eat, she stared at me for some time with an uncomprehending look. Okay, let's go. It strange seems that Masha has already visited the canteen. What is it? Didn't she have time to have her lunch? I examined her throat sleeve from behind. Her double ponytails were really long and dangled from side to side, now and then hitting whatever they encountered on the way. Are you sure that you're comfortable with your hair like that? Asked Masha when we sat down at the table. What's the problem? Well, they kinda wait too long, no? It's a part of my character, Dirk. As if they were any shorter before that. She threw an angry glance at me and proceeded to violently stir the contents of your packets of instant noodles. One day I'm gonna get gastritis thanks to this diet. Wait a second, no, this is pretty healthy if they actually made it of it. Already got it. Oh sure, I bet you have already drank all the stage props together with these guys. And what's wrong with it? I'm not paid for this. What? It's free. Just so you know. That's hard. The leading role, after all. I don't drink the cameras and film and tape. No, it's like you're going for an Oscar. Who knows? Who knows? Reclined on the chair and lit up a cigarette. Just for information, it's a children's camp here, in case you'd forgotten. Yeah, you see any kids around? Ashley just sniffed and didn't reply. And by the way, all the great ones had to start with something. Some of them, for instance, started with a graduation project. Not a single sane human would ever think of shooting such wild garbage. She gazed warily around with an intimidated look, making sure that nobody except us was at the canteen, and continued. Only our Olga Dmitrievna would. It's not like someone made you do it. Oh yeah? Masha said slowly with bitterness in her voice. Like I had any choice. Or you did, or anyone else. Well, for starters, you could have proposed another subject. Propose a subject? Oh, what subject? All this time Masha had been sprinkling salt over her noodle cup. It seems she wasn't going to stop. I see you like it spicy. What? I directed my gaze at her cup. Damn. She slammed the salt shaker down the table and sadly dropped her eyes to the small hill of salt that, like an iceberg, finding global warming, just refused to dissolve in broth. So remove it! Come on! Suddenly felt sorry for Masha. Anyway, I could hardly digest this crap. Sandwiches are way better. Here, I pushed my bowl in her direction. She took it sadly and began to eat. Won't you even thank me? But it's completely your fault. What exactly? You struck me and I... Anyway, it's your fault. Whatever. Masha kept eating in silence. I finished smoking and stubbed the cigarette out of the corner of the table. What exactly don't you like about it? Well, it's actually fine if you get used to it. Lovely noodles. I looked at Masha in a way that made clear exactly how silly and irrelevant her answer was. Ah, you're talking about the movie. About the movie. Take my character, for example. Also, never mind using it as an example, it's the worst part of the script. Are you even reading this as you wrote it? What? What? I wrote it? Within 2 days, then laziness took over. Well, I read it. Maybe it was a mistake. So, what? Does it seem normal to you? What exactly? Character, my character! What's the problem with it? I decided to play the fool till the end. Stop mocking me! If looks could kill, my death would have been a pretty painful one. Alright, calm down. Masha fixed her gaze at me. What's the matter with you, character? Just a normal, retarded girl? There's so many around anyway, no? She turned red at first, then blue, then she turned green. I am not sure that the change of colors on her face during a fraction of a second was really like that. But either way, Masha looked scary. You know, that's disgusting, she said suddenly, getting angry. I think it's perfectly normal. The cast of a movie, or a book, for that matter, can consist only of cute, smart and sexy characters. You still need supporting roles. Wait a second, Hatsune Miku, it's like a diva. So, it's kinda strange that they're talking about her like this. Supporting, but not retarded! It's not like me, like we don't encounter them in real life. But I'm not like that. But you're not playing yourself after all. Your stubbornness started to get on my nerves. People will watch it and say, Masha is a retard. I covered my face with hands and put my head down on the table. Okay, and what do you suggest how? I don't know. Everything is just bad. Will it get better if you just keep crying and moaning? I'm not moaning! No, like I can hear it. Well, I'd prefer if I couldn't. You know what? I open one eye and look up at the enraged Masha. What? You just insensitive bastard. As you say, mademoiselle. And... She didn't manage to finish the phrase. The door burst open and a cheerful shout reached us. Masha-nyan? Semyon-kun? Who is Sasha? Oh, here comes another ruined lunatic. Oh lord, what have I done wrong? You? Turn my head and glance skeptically at the girl who ran into the canteen. Sasha, one of the main characters. If you compare Sasha in real life with the character she's going to play, then Masha's words about the injustice of this world don't seem that meaningless. However, on the bright side, one can ignore Sasha's acting talent. She really becomes a totally different person on the screen. I don't like her in game. I told you like 1,000 times, don't you ever call me Masha-nyan. Masha gritted her teeth. Okay, then it would be Mashan? Can I? Sasha snatched the chair, moved it closer, and sat beside me. Freaking Google. How do people like that entire colleague in the first place? Yeah, what are you talking about? Wait a second, so she's an enemy girl, not you. Sasha seems to ignore Masha's opinion of her professional impropriety. Oh, we were just discussing what exactly Masha-nyan doesn't like about our script. Just you wait till I beat the nyan out of you. She tried to land a punch on my forehead, but I dodged it. Her fist slammed down the table. Sasha gave a brief cry and started shivering. What the heck? See how disconnected she is? A curious young mind which doesn't seek any compromises, ready for long, pain-stalking work for self-sacrifice and denial of the fragile material world. And all for what? For the truth. Wow, you're so smart! Sasha murmured and hugged my arm. Too bad you're not... No, you're hopeless. I'll take that as a compliment. Masha fetched her phone out of the pocket and checked the time. Okay, time to get going. Where are you going? You only appeared starting day 2? Is it? I said it was during the first day. Okay, I don't remember. It's you who should get going, Dirk. Me too. Sasha jumped around, still clinging to my arm. I guess so. I got up, pushed the chair back under the table, and looked over at Masha. See you. Now, get going. She snorted and turned away. Itadakimasu. She's going to eat. Get lost too? Just as that reached my arm, Sasha shot past me with empty noodle packets trailing in her wake. I was sitting on the bus, flipping through the script lazily. So, which idiot wrote this? Oh yeah, that would be me. I put aside the stack of sloppily stapled printed pages and fixed my sight outside the window. Indeed, it was really hot. Even without shouldn't being Captain Obvious, it was hot. Let's take the asphalt, for example. It doesn't give a damn that just yesterday it was winter according to the script. You know it has to be melted right here and now. And the grasshoppers don't care, they just keep rehearsing. By the way, which of them do the herping? Is it the crickets or the grasshoppers or the cats? Higurashi, of course. No, those screech. Damn, I don't even have any internet handy for a quick check. So, why would I? The script is all agreed on and approved and can be edited at all. And anyway, who would care about the harassment? hoppers in our movie. Also, it would be a splendid idea for shooting a horror flick in the spirit of 50s years B movies. Like for example, My Cousin is a Grasshopper, or The Cricket Day, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. You had to spend. Wait a second, this one was not a B movie. You have to spend 5 more minutes here. I'm gonna turn into insect myself. Oh, why were there no air conditioners in old Soviet buses? I remember there was in the cars, yeah? No? I'm not sure. Hey, hello, anyone home? A loudspeaker was pointed at me, and right behind it, I recognized the face of Olga Dmitrievna through the molten eye. Please, leave your message after the... I felt a blow. Hey, you can't just make the protagonist like that. Have you even read my tour rider? Shut up. Shut up. This has to be the last take on the bus. I wanted this pretty bad myself. After all, it's better to be outside than stuck in this moving man melter. Shurik's camera was hanging over me. I acted as if I was really desperate about what's going on. Reached across the bus, dashed outside, ran all around it, and finally collapsed down on the sidewalk. Cut. Olga Dmitrievna smiled approvingly. Well, seems like you're able to do it when you really want to. Sure, it seems that will is the most important thing. And now, meeting Slavia. Break maybe? Rotor? Wait a second, Rotor? What was his name in Russia? I have no connection. Don't have a vacation. Off you go to your camera. He combed his head and shuffled off to his place. Action. I started at the camp gates, held my gaze on the statues of the pioneers and took a few steps forward. Sasha emerged from behind the gates. Hi Simenkon, my name is Slavia. Yuroshkune. What? She actually not acting like different person. She's still the same. A stunned silence standing opened that. It seemed like even the Grasshopper suddenly stopped their song and looked up at Sasha with fascination. I have just one question for you. The dreadfully calm voice of Olga Dmitrievna reached us from behind me. Have you ever read the script? Sure I did, but it's so boring. Those pointless to cries were going to historic. We couldn't find another actress here. You have only 3 weeks, and this come, and you! She sat down her director's chair and began to fan herself with her Panama hat. Guys, don't you get it that we won't make it in time if we keep strolling around like this? We still have lots of stuff to shoot. Could you get at least a little more serious? It's like I'm only one who cares. A stick certainly won't work with Sasha, so maybe we should try a carrot instead. Oh gosh. I'm sorry. I'll try again. You'd better. I tried hard to imagine the protagonist soaring the unknown environment as millions of theories fly through his head. He's shocked. Seriously, I need some water, but let's finish this ending. He doesn't know what to think of it all. His brain ready to explode. His consciousness starts to wander. And there you go! A girl, your average pioneer, appears and she has not the slightest idea of what's happening to him. She just greets the protagonist and sends him to the camp leader. I took a few steps forward and Sasha appeared from behind the gates. You must be new here. I caught sight of the lens of the camera pointed at me from out the corner of my eye and tried hard to make a really surprised face. If so, you need to go to our camp leader. So you can do it, if you really want to. Olga Dmitrievna wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm gonna turn grey before my time with all these flippers of yours. Okay, sorry. And we still have to do the editing. Why is it stopping in the middle first? So when you click and you actually start from the beginning and... It's kind of bad game design. She checked her watch. Okay, let's call it a day. I'd hardly call myself a workaholic, but even I felt that it's way too early to stop, given the already fallen badly behind schedule. Don't you think that I do? But I feel absolutely done. As you wish. I shrugged it and headed into the camp. Evening was closing in. Kinda, this ending is very boring. Seriously, it's like out of place. Tonight I was dining with Masha, Sasha, and Alisa. She's still Alisa? Nice. There was a huge bowl full of fried potato slices with mushrooms right in front of me. One of the perks of summer, fresh vegetables from the garden. Fresh vegetables available at winter as well. They're not frozen. They actually came from some other countries. Kinda strange phrase. But shows that much effort during filming. Oh, you seem to prefer instant noodles. What's this? What are you talking about? Sasha is great chef, mumbled Alex. Didn't anyone ever tell you that it's impolite to talk with your mouth full? And you're always complaining. Sasha was about to burst into tears. What the heck? Oh lord. Come on, chill out, everything's delicious. Yeah, Masha Yan, do you want me to make something? Masha gave her such a dirty look. It became obvious, even to Sasha, that she shouldn't continue. But anyway, just tell me honestly. I won't. But you don't even know what I'm about to ask you. I know. I don't. So what is it going to be? She stared at me with a triumphant look. Oh, why did I come with such a rubbish script? Damn. Alice and Sasha laughed. Oh, I see that you roast a cave visit. What's the matter? It's summer, we're surrounded by nature, there's a beach here, everything looks great. You might as well visit Turkey, why did you come here? Why Turkey? Alice glanced at Masha blankly and started to dig into her plate. So? She pointed her fork at me. And not the fork, but the spoon. One blow and your skull is doomed. Now you tell me, is he even normal? They didn't translate Semyon. Semyon-kun, nyasha. Sasha hugged my arms and nodded vigorously. What's the matter anyway? He just got us a free vacation. I don't understand what I am even doing here. Well, it's not like anyone's holding you here. I said coldly. No, if only what I wanted mattered. And you, what are you doing all this time? Just keep nagging others, and yet there's still a lot of time before your appearance according to the script. You must be preparing for the role, huh? I don't understand why they filming in the role. Nobody's doing this. So, game makers actually are not aware of how filming is working, as I understand. I interrupted you. Or maybe I'm preparing? Double standards. Triple, damn it. So, what are you doing? For real? Well, what do you expect me to do? Me? Nothing, just curious. Reading books? She answered timidly. And every book about how to master acting? Stop it, okay? You're sitting out here. God knows where. No internet, no phone signal, nothing at all. If I hadn't brought the mosquito repellent with me, I brought it, yeah. Masha gave her such a look that Sasha suddenly started to take up much less space than usual. I just don't get you. What's the point of complaining all the time? You could have stayed back home. Did I even ask you? Masha got up abruptly and headed for the exit. Masha Yan is upset, said Sasha in a distressed tone. If she got upset just now, then wait until you see what she's gonna be like towards the end of the shooting. The Pioneer Chainsaw Massacre is a drushba. Drushba was friendship in Russian and fortunately a well-known brand of chainsaws. Chainsaws? No. A regular saw. Well, double saw. I had never heard that it was a chainsaw. Maybe they're doing it right now, but not in the past. Curiously enough, I really couldn't comprehend why Masha keeps freaking out. Well, I had never lived in Russia, so I don't know. Sure, since the very beginning, she'd had no real enthusiasm for either the script or the whole idea of shooting our movie in a godforsaken Pioneertown. But still, she wasn't that aggressive. Wait a second. This saw was called like a friendship because two people are using it. It's not for a single person. So chainsaw not possible. Maybe the heat that's so to blame, or the grasshoppers. Sure, that's it, grasshoppers. They're giving us hell instead of good sleep. I wish we just had a button to release some sort of poison gas and presto. Use the repellent. What are you thinking about? About the grasshoppers? What's wrong with them? That's a grasshopper sleeping at night, it's cicadas. I mean, Higurashi, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly in English. Might as well ask what's right with them. Grasshoppers? They're not yeah? Why? Well, they're so scary? You just don't like insects in general? Nope. Me neither. A heavy silence fell. No matter what's going on in Masha's head, at least she can always keep the conversation going. Even if it's about the grasshoppers. I imagine her talking about her hatred towards these hellish creatures, but they are not only to plague this already imperfect world, but also keep chirping all night long, each time interrupting your own inner rest and gentle soul. Olga Dmitrievna approached our table. Are ready for the night shooting? Night shooting? It's not like we even completed the first sense yet. And you also mentioned that we are done for the day. We have to make maximum use of the time, or else we won't make it at all. Couldn't say that I was completely dead tired, and besides I had to show at least a spark of commitment for the success of my own project. Alright, what are we shooting? The night stand with Slavia in the woods? Nani? Sasha heard that we were discussing her character and jumped in. Just please, began Olga Dmitrievna in a strained voice. Stick to the script this time. Makarimashita. And stop that already. She gritted her teeth, turned around and left us. What's that scene about? Have you read the script at all? Of course I haven't, said Alisa proudly. I'm more than okay with just reading the scenes where I appear. I wasn't going to trouble her with meaningless talk about the necessity of getting the whole picture to fully understand one's character. I'm watching Slavia dancing by the side of the lake in the woods. What? I don't remember this. Yeah, it's so romantic, so maybe you should do your endings this time? But after this one. And she strips down in what? Yeah. Sasha stared at me with a look of incomprehension. The meaning of my words down here after several moments. Strips? Relax, not completely. Well, if it's gonna be you... She blushed. Sure seems like this girl has not only been watching too much anime recently, but also is not the smartest one by birth. Wait a second, she actually watching it with subtitles, as I understand, so why are you saying that it's not smart? Smart people not watching anime in original, say watching dubs. It sounded very offensive, but seriously, if you watch anime, please watch it with subtitles, at least. Just why did Olga Dmitrievna cut the characters like this? Because I checked many dubs and they are all horrible. It's like miss, constantly miss, especially Dragon Ball. Gosh. As for me, I'd rather cast Masha to play Slavia and Sasha's Miku. Well, I don't understand why many people don't like female voice for the main character, but wait a second, it's culture. And she's doing a pretty good job, much better than English dub. Anyway, it's up to the director to decide, and Olga Dmitrievna is the only director we have. By any chance, will they be dead? What? Sasha gave Alisa a blank stare. No. I mean, nothing at all. Not in this scene. Ah, so you will be doing that later. Alisa showed up a sharp grin. It sparks your curiosity so much, you should go and read the script already. Nah, I'm not curious at all. Alisa got up from the table. Okay, I'll be going. Yeah, what was it all about? What is that? It's nothing. Go get yourself ready. The sun's already setting. Nya. Sasha got up and dashed his exit. I finished my plate of potatoes and gave a heavy sigh. Well, at this rate, we won't manage to shoot even half a mile. I guess we can just hope to be continued that. And turn everything into an epic saga created by the students of third-rate local cinema and television college. Suddenly I understood that. Really, I don't care anymore. Already? I turned back and caught a sight of Shrek. It's not like I have anything to prepare. Do you think you can manage these night shootings? Somehow. Wait a second, do you have these expensive cameras that can actually shoot at night? Okay, let's get going then. It's finally become colder in the evenings. Too cold, I would say. I was sitting on a stump and trying to keep myself warm in my thin top, while others were aligning cameras and lights. Why should I be doing this stuff anyway? It's not like I even have a part in this scene. Masha was setting up a light reflector close between the trees. Who else? We always shot on manpower. Well, you'd bring one more people for this. Bring on more people. Everyone would have been happy to participate in the production of such a masterpiece. I complained about something. Look at me and I gave you a menacing look. No, not at all, I'm fine. Our director was probably the only person he answered Masha hesitated to argue with. I wonder why. No idea. Shurek sat down next to me. By the way, it's already long and very boring ending. Seriously. What do you think? Any chance you'll get it in only 2 or 3 takes? I have no idea, it's not like it depends on me. And on towards Sasha, she was jumping up and down energetically by the lakeside, warming up for her role. Now I see. Shug have a doomed sigh and headed to his camera. Alright, it's time. I hit myself behind Ray. Camera, action! Okay. Sasha walked past me, almost dancing. Wonder what is this? Fireflies? Not sure. I couldn't help noticing that given all this extra lighting, combined with the moonlight, she looked plain stupid. What? But that's a Cameron's concert anyway. It's probably for the best. I slowly emerged from behind the tree and followed her. Sasha went slowly along the shoreline, almost hovering above the ground, taking off her neckerchief and unbuttoning her shirt on the way. In fact, it actually looked amazing. I bet she could have been a great actress of the silent cinema. Soon enough, Sasha disappeared into the woods. I took a few moments to space out what was this song, the starlight, and then started to follow her. Cut. Sasha immediately dashed back from behind the trees. So, how's it? Excellent, perfect. If only you could perform like this every time. On the first take, then we would have it all finished in time. I'm saying it like we are not gonna make it on time. I nodded skeptically. You'll make it, you bet. What do you mean, that's all? Masha suddenly appeared next to me, as if out of nowhere. You wanted something else? Spent like 3 hours in preparation for only 1 minute of footage? It's cinema, you know, art. One can hunt in a single shot for years. One could keep shooting a 5 minutes movie for decades. Wouldn't Mitrina look particularly funny waving her arms like that? True. Mumbled Masha in a wasted voice. That's it? Yeah, that's it for tonight. Then good night, everyone. Come on, you'll finish on it or not? She threw that piece of reflector close to the ground and hastened off towards the camp. I quickly mumbled my goodbyes to everyone, grabbed the script printouts, and rushed to her. Was I going to film the whole week? Hey, it was at the square that I caught up with her. Now what do you want? A look of extreme fatigue was on Masha's face. Maybe you wanna take a short walk before you head off to sleep? Why would I? She glanced at me, apparently misunderstanding me. Well, it's just still so early, I bet you wouldn't even think of going to sleep at this time in the city. In the city. There's Eid in the city here, you know. Yeah, 3 days count for one. Come on, still early. Oh, fine. She gave me a bright look and smiled. Just not for too long. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Why do you carry that all the time? She pointed at the stack of paper I had in my hands. Well, you never know what might happen. Shortly thereafter, we arrived at the beach. What a lovely moon! For some reason, it's too bright and small. Usually, it's nearby the horizon. It must be bigger. Small moon is always on the top. Well, it doesn't matter. Masha started to strip and dashed off towards the river? What the heck? I don't know what was I expecting because she had a bikini on under that piano uniform of hers. Fascinated, I stared as she paddled her legs in the water, which caused ripples to splash around her. So, you're still able to have fun? I shouted. She threw me and... No, seriously, I need some water. But we must finish it! She showed me an offended look, came closer, and sat down next to me. It's like recently you all think that I'm just an old hag. Of course you're not. But you're still one hell of a mourner. I guess I have my reasons. I'm not sure, I don't see any particular ones. Masha got up and moved several feet away from me. Come on! Don't come on me, it's just... One can be such a... Such a what? You never see anything. She put her head down on her knees and added quietly. And you never understand. Yeah, that's me, cold-hearted, dumb and dull. She gave a barely audible laugh. Yeah, exactly. Let's go swimming? It's cold there. It won't take long. Okay. The water was surprisingly warm, so indeed we were hardly going to freeze. I sat down on the towels that somebody had left behind and took a deep breath of the soft night air. Masha lay in front of me and rested her head on my lap. Am I disturbing you? Not at all. Just felt like kinda tired. She looked straight in my eyes, but I averted my gaze. Why can't it all be the same as before? How so? Come on. It was a joint decision, you know? But nevertheless, she put her arms around my waist and I felt even more ill at ease. Why have we come here in the first place? To shoot a movie? I tried to put it off with a jest. Still, if it wasn't for you, I would have never gone to this college in the first place. We could have already... She sighed. But now? I still guess that digging up the past in this context is hardly a good idea. But think so, as for me, I still think that we shouldn't have. But you were the one who wanted it in the first place. I never wanted it, said Masha resentfully. Oh yeah? So it was me who insisted? Yeah, it was you. She turned away, but didn't get off of me. You're always like that. You don't like this, you don't like that. So why can't you just adopt a simpler approach to life? Take a look around. It's splendid summer. It's beautiful night. Yeah, shooting a remarkable movie. In fact, everything's great. You really believe that yourself? The question was indeed one worth asking. I do, kind of. It's not like everything always ideal. But what's so bad about it? Everything's bad. She seems ready to burst into tears. Stupid camp, this creep of yours. Everything is bad, and you're not a child anymore. You could have already started a family, gotten a job. Hey, we discussed it all 1,000 times. Yeah, and broke up exactly because of that. It was your call, mine. Partially because of yours, everything is bad attitude. Oh, but you like everything's great to make up for that. Only fools rejoice about everything around them. She actually has a reason. I'm not rejoicing. Rather, I'm rejoicing about things that are worth rejoicing about. I like my work. I find pleasure in films. Do I really? So what means you didn't find pleasure in me? She got up and leaned against my chest. Hey, maybe you shouldn't? What's the matter? Don't you want to? I couldn't make up my mind on how I should reply. On the other hand, I didn't want to open old wounds, but on the other hand, you're repeating yourself, clearly understood that I'm not in a position to refuse. And by now I didn't care of someone who might not be sleeping in my stairs. But why? What comes after? Who cares? Well, in that case, they will not show us this. The gleaming moonlight reflecting the water droplets on her bare skin. The sticky sand, the chill of the summer night, and the heat of her body. Heavy breathing and gasps of pleasure. Everything passed in one brief moment. Guess it's time to sleep. Oh, so short, I'm more than sure that there must be a huge text in an original. Not stimulate this. It's gonna be a rough day tomorrow. Olga Dmitrievna will definitely push us hard. I was slowly buttoning my shirts as I watched Masha dressing. I don't wanna to sleep alone. She murmured quietly. What, afraid of the grasshoppers? It's not the grasshoppers, it's the crickets. And I'm not afraid of them. Yeah, it's crickets, of course it's crickets. I was right. Grasshoppers at night? Seriously. She averted her gaze and blushed a little. Just, well, unusual. You might have got used to it, given the amount of time. I suddenly thought that there's nothing wrong with this idea, especially given everything that happened. Okay, but where? Masha gave me a questioning look. Is there a couple of unoccupied cabins reserved for further stands? Well, we could use these props for a while, I guess. Let's go. She smiled, got up, took my arm, and we slowly headed to the square. Is it over? Finally. Please, tell me that. No. And the suddenly blinding morning glare struck my eyes. I wasn't able to stretch. Masha was sleeping on my left arm. This end is very ache. Wait a second, it's a new room. Просто хочешь ты знать? Film concert? Is it Soen's right? Well, you can't see, but it is. I believe it's him. Okay. Okay. Another bottle of water. Nice. I barely managed to pull my limb from under her head and massaged it for a long time, trying to restore the blood flow. Wait a second, so how would they explain this ending? Just funny endings, that's all. Not related to the game itself. Or it's actually his hallucination. Maybe. Stretching my stubble, I reached for my shorts to find my cigarettes. Perhaps we shouldn't have gone that far yesterday after all. Now she definitely won't leave me alone. Well, probably not. That's not in her nature. But a bad aftertaste will still remain. And now she was an argument to scold me with, if I just give her one chance to. Yet another argument, it's not like she's shot on them. It's a way. Unable to find the cigarettes in my shorts, I thought that I must have left them behind my cabin. So I clumsily dressed and went outside. Oh Lord, let it rain at last. It's impossible to work in such an oven. And it's like this day and night and day. Rubbing my eyes, I plodded down the trail and didn't notice somebody coming until they ran right into me. It was a rotor. Hi, Simeon. Hi there. I shouted after him. Finally, I came to the cabin, opened the door, and entered. This is the same. Olga Dmitrievna was inside. Olga Dmitrievna, okay, she drilled me with her gaze. Would you care to explain? What's the matter? Where did you spend the whole night? She looked more than minutes. I was with Masha. And what's the problem? After all, everyone got it already, so it makes absolutely no sense to hide it. With who? Wait a second, so we are returning to the game. Olga Dmitrievna gave me a surprised glance. With Masha? I repeated calmly. We don't have any Mashas here. Now it's my turn to be surprised. Simeon, your behavior is unbecoming of a true pioneer. Are you shooting already? But where's the cameras? I grinned. Simeon, come on! I headed to my bed and opened the drawer. However, my backpack wasn't there. Have you seen my backpack? A backpack? She looked at me in surprise, so it was hallucination. Yeah, it was here. But you arrived here without any luggage. What? I broke it a silly smile. And I still haven't finished yet. Olga Dmitrievna, I get it that you're in the finest of moods this morning and you have an eagerness to joke around, but how can I feel fine when a pioneer, a future Komsomol member, is acting like that? A pioneer? Komsomol member? Something's definitely going wrong. Olga Dmitrievna, have you slept well? Are you okay? How dare you speak to me like that? What's your problem? To sum up, you need to be at the lineup in half an hour. As for me, I still need to find Miku. Miku? It looks like they just want to play a prank on us. Ma'am, yes ma'am. I saluted and marched out of the cabin. I have to go and tell Masha. Share some laughter with her. I vigorously pushed the cabin's door open and ran in. Wait a second, she's living with who? Slavia? Masha, you won't believe that there... Masha was sitting on the corner of the bed, with an absolutely pale face, wrapping her arms around her legs. Well, must say that this ending starts being interesting because it's like a nightmare that just started. What happened? I leaped to her side. Lena just came in. She's living with Lena? Lena? But she wasn't planning to come for another 3 days? It was an hour, Lena. This... Oh, so you still, Masha? It was just something that looked like her. Masha was trembling. An expression of horror was on her face. Okay, I'm getting my words back, but it was kinda very long ending that was very boring, and now it's okay. Calm down, let's take it slowly. She was talking about some kind of lineup. Clean up the grounds, about the library, about the music club. Her breathing became rapid. And it wasn't a joke, I'm sure of it. I recall the recent conversation with Olga Dmitrievna. At once. Oh, calm down. I still haven't got a scene. It wasn't our Lena, it was the Lena from your script. She raised her tear-filled eyes to me, and I stood right away that this wasn't a joke, and my courage vanished. That's ridiculous. Just can't be. So recalling the conversation with the director? Oh no, I'm sure. She threw herself into my arms. Tried to calm her down. We have to think logically. It's just them trying to pull a prank on us. That's all. I was just talking to Olga Dmitrievna and she's what? Also look unusual to me? No, I can't just say that to Masha. In the end, they all have their laugh and then quit it. No, something has happened. Something horrible. I'm sure of it. Masha was sobbing in my arms. Okay, let's get down to it. Let's talk to someone. For example, to Router. He sure isn't the main stand-up comedian in our hood. To tell the truth, At this point I was interested myself in finding out what kind of joke this was. She looks like she's trying not to choke on her own spit? Maybe. One that can't bring Masha, who is always calm and prepared for anything, to hysterics. Okay. She wiped away her tears and got up from the bed. Calm down now? I'm trying. Masha smiled faintly. Let's go. So if you actually left her alone for like an hour, maybe she will also turn into Miku? You left the cabin. Wait, Olga Bitrina was talking about some kind of lineup. Let's go to the square, most likely they will be there. Masha took my hand, but let it go right away. I chose not to look in her direction because I already knew what expression she had in her face and just headed to the square. The lineup, if that is the right term for people flocking around the monuments, was quite crowded. I didn't recognize even a half of people gathered here, and that fact was extremely strange on its own. Olga Mitrina tried to line them all up. I chose not to linger and went up to her. Olga Mitrina, you know... Oh, and Miku is here too. She interrupted me. Excellent, we'll talk after the lineup. What lineup are you talking about? Isn't that enough playing games? For God's sake, it's not funny anymore. She looked at me in confusion. What are you talking about? About that? Masha consciously looked out from behind my back. Olga Mitrina, it really isn't funny anymore. I don't understand you two. Let's seriously get back to the shooting. What shooting? I looked at her attentively, and for the first time realized that perhaps she wasn't joking. Olga Mitrina was never a decent actress, so I doubt that this expression of surprise and incomprehension was fake. What a mess. Okay, let's assume. Tell us your version. Version of what? She was still blinking her eyes while looking at my mouth. I got it. I grabbed Masha by her arm and headed away for the square. Hey, hold on! Where are you going? We have to find someone less insane. Olga Mitrina's shouts followed us, but I didn't pay any attention. Soon enough, we reached the clubhouse. I couldn't escape. It ought to be right here. Let's go. Masha didn't reply, just followed my lead. As it was kinda very loud. I opened the door abruptly and walked in. Router was there, as I had expected. Why is he not in this lineup? It's very strange. What's happening? Oh, Semyon, and you're not alone. Hi there. Have you come here to join our club? It seems that there was something wrong with him too. Why aren't you at the lineup? By the way, I asked mischievously. Well, I've got something to finish here. Whatever, just tell us what's going on here. Am I missing something? Just like Olga Drinina. He started at me with no sign of understanding. Why the heck is everyone around acting like we are real pioneers in a real pioneer camp? Isn't that the case? Is it? Well, actually... And what about the film? What film? The film, the one we are filming! Semyon, I really don't understand. What are you talking about? It's only now that I realized that everyone around is calling me Semyon. Well, Sasha was always calling me Semyon-kun too. Wait a second. And what's your real name? But that was clearly a joke while here. It's not a big sin. But my name is definitely not Semyon. Nice, I stepped back in horror and tripped over Masha. She let out a short scream. And you? Miku? I wasn't listening. I snatched Masha's hand and ran out. I managed to halt only at the bus stop. As I turned around, I saw Masha gasping for breath. I let go of your hand and sat down on the edge of the road. Looks like the two of us are in trouble. Don't you get it? Everyone here behaves exactly the same as it was written in my script. She started blinking at me for some time, then she recovered. Yeah, a fair guess. But what? Why? Like I would know? So what are we going to do? I don't know. Masha was on the edge of bursting into tears. Oh, stop it, I really have no idea. How can I come up with ready-made solution in this situation? I understand, but after all, there's still a possibility of it all being a silly joke. Well, an overdone one. But what if... Well, if, then we'll act in accordance with the circumstances. I sighed and quickly stood up. Let's go eat something at least. I think that whatever is happening here, food will still be served. Masha gave a barely noticeable smile and followed me. Yeah, totally the same picture. The canteen was jam-packed. Even at the lineup, I noticed that there were many more people than there were yesterday. Did all these children really come here to an abandoned camp? No, there's something really wrong about that. However, food was being distributed, so me and Masha took trays and sat down separately from the others. I ate intently, trying not to raise my head up from the plate and not to look at the surrounding people. However, it didn't help me much. In a couple of minutes, someone showed up near our table. I barely managed to raise my eyes to and saw Lena. Can I? She asked quietly. Yeah, suit yourself. While I was thinking as to how I should answer, Masha pulled out a chair beside her and invited Lena to sit down with a question. You went yourself this morning? She began anxiously. Well, got up on the wrong side of the bed. Masha laughed nervously. Lena glanced at me and then quickly looked away. So how it's going? Wait a second. So it's actually happened in the morning because we were inside this cabin without Lena and she must be here at night. Strange. I started with more general questions. Fine, I see. I genuinely had no idea of what can be we discussed with you. Plus, Lena indeed looked pretty odd. While she was usually all fun and high spirits, now she looked extremely timid and shy. Did you hear anything about Slavia? What happened? Well, nobody has seen her since yesterday. What the heck? It's like you two disappeared first, now you're here, but Slavia is... She left long pauses after each of her sentences. I still didn't get it. Either it's completely perfect acting, or the being sitting in front of us wasn't our Lena. Nope. We haven't seen her. Well, I hope she will be back eventually. Yeah, we hope so too. Slavia. Sasha indeed could lose her way in broad daylight. That's hardly surprising. I was just finishing eating the rubber-like oatmeal when suddenly Olga Dmitrievna ran into the canteen, waving her hands. She looked around emotionless, and after a glance at me, she finally headed towards our table at a fast walk. Oh, hey you are, let's go have a talk. She hissed below her breath, right at my face. Seems that objecting wasn't worth it, so I got up, nodded to Masha, and we headed after Olga Dmitrievna. After we got outside, she turned around abruptly and said, So, where were you last night? Should you care? I struggled. I should. Did you know that Slav is missing? Just heard that from Lena? Exactly. I went searching for her and found her. What the heck? Is she dead? Looked like she was desperately fighting back tears. Is that good news then? Come, let me show you. She said quietly and headed in the direction of the forest. I look at Masha. Maybe we shouldn't? What's wrong with it? However, my inner voice was agreeing with her. Alright then, but I'm afraid. Everything will be fine. I tried smiling, but even without a mirror, it was obvious that my smile was so fake that it made me sick. Soon enough, we came to a small glade. There, Olga Dmitrievna pointed at the tree. What the heck is going on here? So she's dead. Another Semyon killed her? I took a few steps and suddenly spotted a detached human arm. In fact, it wasn't even detached, more like it had been torn off. Masha appeared out from behind my shoulder and screamed in terror straight away. Don't look! She burst into tears and rushed into Olga Dmitrievna's arms. I made a considerable effort. I had to look behind the tree to ensure that it was indeed Slava. Body parts were lying there, an arm, a leg, ruptured in several places, a piece of flesh from the chest, a head with hair clotted with blood, and deeply sunken glassy eyes. I felt like lowering her and instinctively averted my gaze. Who did this? How would I know? Said Olga Dmitrievna in surprisingly stone-cold voice. So the camp, you're the only ones without an alibi. What? Masha continues to cry, now on my shoulder. Could you seriously think that we were able to do this? I gazed at her in fear. No, it didn't matter that much what was happening here. Silly Joe saw something more serious. A person had been murdered. A person who we knew. Slavia or Sasha, it makes no difference. Well, no. She hesitated. But someone did it after all. I would say some wild animals, probably wolves. There were never any wolves around. So you think a human could have done it? Well, there's no one else to blame. No, that makes no sense at all, it just can't. I hugged Masha tighter. The sobbing became quieter. Anyway, we have to call the police. Of course we have to, let's go. But he can't because police does not exist here. It is strict center, it's pretty far from the camp. The police won't get here anytime soon. Night was falling. I was sitting in the square and watching the sunset. Masha was sleeping in Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. Well, okay, so this ended super long. It all shocked him much more than us. For many reasons. There were two main questions in my mind. First, what is happening here? And second, who murdered Slava? Well, I have answers, maybe? It must be Simon, why not? Or Sasha. Anyway, who's the murderer? The first one could be postponed for the time being, but I still had no clue how to deal with the second one. Despite all the confusion, the conclusion of her being savaged by a wild beast seems to be the most reasonable explanation. I don't care if there are any wolves here or not. It couldn't even be a bear or badger, but certainly not a human. No one would be able to do something like that without additional tools. And the type of wounds made it clear that the unfortunate victim had been dismembered with bare hands or paws. Though it's true enough that an enraged human can gain nearly superhuman strength. But of all the people gathered here, who would be able to do something like that? Rotor? Lena? Maybe Olga Dmitrievna herself? No, that's stupid. But even so, there were many children apart from them in the canteen and at the square. But I'm really going to interrogate every single one of them? It's a job for the police. Then what's there to be afraid of? Maybe I'm not afraid for myself, but for Masha. Right, I need to check how's she doing. I was just about to get up when suddenly as I sensed someone's presence. I looked back and saw Lena. Oh, I didn't want to scare you. It's okay. Can I sit here? Yes, sit down, please. She fixed her skirt with a neat move, sat down, and started staring at the sunset. How sad this is. Yeah, not much to rejoice about. What do you think? Who could have done that? How should I know? Certainly not me. Oh, no, it's not like I suspect you're innocent. She began waving her hands in funny manner. Well, thanks for that, I smirked sadly. But it must have been done by a very cruel, very evil person. Well, not necessarily. Then I glanced at me in confusion. Maybe it was one of delusion? After all, in everyday life, maniacs can be the nicest of people. So, you saying that? Your eyes widened and your jaw dropped a little. That it could have been done by any one of us? Well, I'm not certain that's for sure, but the cycle of suspects is quite large. No, none of the children could do that, no one. Anyway, it's up to the police to deal with it. I spent some more time sitting in silence. I was about to leave when Lena suddenly whispered, "Oh, could you?" "Oh, what?" And a natural grin appeared on her face. First time I see this face. A devil's grin. So I thought, could you have murdered Slavia? Of course not. But you two didn't get along very well. Why do you think so? We were getting along just fine. Suddenly it became clear that Lena, most likely, is not talking about me. More precisely, not the me from yesterday. And not the Slavia, whose name is Sasha. I was sure about that. No, it wasn't me. Okay, relax, I'm not accusing you. She gave me a look, and for a second, her eyes seemed red to me. Maybe it was just a reflection of the sunset? I'm glad you got everything right. But it was you who said that everyone is worth suspecting. I didn't tell you to suspect everyone, I meant that we don't know who the criminal is. Yet. Oh, I see. Well, I don't become the next victim. Then said loudly and burst out laughing. The way she did it gave me the creeps. Okay, it's time to go. She got up and swiftly left the square. I chose not to linger and headed to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. It was now completely dark. Masha was still sleeping, so I decided not to wake her and quietly climbed in next to her. Our director, and the camp leader, as the local residents kept referring to her, was still nowhere to be seen. Wait a second, what is she doing here? I mean, Masha. If she enters now, it will all get very uncomfortable. Well, it might, at the very least. Anyway, who cares? A person has been murdered. It's not the time for such trifles. And anyway, we still have to find out what's going on. Why does everyone keep acting like they're, pioneers? It seems to me that until it becomes clear who the real criminal is, this whole ridiculous carnival won't stop. The real question was, what is the cause and what is the effect? Is that everyone keeps pretending because Slavia was murdered? I still couldn't accept that Sasha was the victim. So I've kept telling myself that it was indeed Slavia. Slavia was killed because everyone keeps pretending. Damn it, I got lost entirely, and such brainstorming is not going to get me anywhere. The door creaked faintly. Cautiously, I rose on my elbows a bit and peered into the darkness. A few torturous moments passed, but ultimately no one came in. Well, I guess it's no use to just lie down and wait. Right now it's probably just the wind blowing or something like that, but this late at night, when everyone is asleep, I stood up, grabbed my trousers in the dark, and looked around. It was hardly probable that I might find something that could be used as a means of self defense here. But I at least had to give it a try. Imagine through the cabin's contents. I stumbled upon a locked drawer inside the cabinet. Can we actually finally check what is inside? Since the first day, I'm still not sure what is it. Should like to find a gun or at least some kind of heavy crowbar there. However, I totally understood that I really shouldn't hold my breath for one. But I had to be look for a reason. I pushed the cabinet from the wall, estimated where exactly on the back side the drawer was, and gave it a sharp and precise so I would not wake up Mashup. kick with my leg. Okay, inside will be a body or something? There must be something creepy. The plywood cracked and something spilled from the drawer. Underwear. More underwear. Oh, watches. Oh, they might just come in handy. I shoved the matchbox into my pocket, and at the same moment I heard some strange noises from outside the door, as if some wild animal was scratching on it. Surely, if that is a real criminal, I won't stand a chance against him. But one shouldn't shrug off the possibility that it was the work of local pioneer, who may have gone crazy or who was just insane from the start. Anyway, I should be still able to knock out any of the local residents, even if he came at me with a knife. Thinking about a weapon gave me the creeps. No, I shouldn't be so overconfident. If I get into an encounter with someone who is, for example, armed with a knife, then I must shut the door, barricade all entrances, and wait for help. You really couldn't get hold of a firearm here. Also, the door cracked once more and opened up about an inch. I closed my eyes for a second and wildly pulled it open, gathering all my strength. I had a shocked scream and saw Alisa spread eagled on the doorstep. Oh, just you. Have it a sigh of relief. Don't scare people like that. Want me to give me a heart attack? She got up, dusted her clothes off slowly, and glanced at me guiltily. I'm sorry. It's fine, it just could be dangerous to walk alone around the camp during the night. What with all the stuff what's happening? I stopped short. Happening implies an ongoing process. As if something was still going to happen. I mean, happened. That's why I came. Alisa was looking at the ground and trembling slightly. It's already late, but Uliana is still nowhere to be seen. She raised her eyes at me, and I saw tears running down her cheeks. Where could she have gone? It wasn't like I was really concerned, but I asked because I felt that I had to calm the situation. It was perfectly clear that there's absolutely nothing to do in this camp at night. If there's electricity available, then everyone watches movies on their laptops. If not, then they just read books by candlelight. Wandering under the moon shouldn't be on that list. I don't know. Okay, let's think through it without any fuss. Wait a second, so do you want to say that there's no electricity as well? Strange. I walked over to the table and picked up the clock. It's midnight. Everyone should be already at their cabins by this time. A scary thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Where's Olga Dmitrievna? Let's go outside and talk there. Don't want us to wake up Miku. As we went out, I took a place by the stairs and started to think. Alisa stood beside me, wringing her hands with a pained look of her face as she watched the full moon rise. I have to call the police. You already called them. But back then it was only Slavia, and now it's also Uliana. And Olga Dmitrievna, have you seen her? No, but what? Is she too? Alisa burst into tears. We still don't know anything, but nevertheless, it's clear that something going on here. And if they're not just pretending to be pioneers and something really has happened to the world, right now I could have quite a good chance of departing from it without getting any answers to my questions. So I have to focus on survival. Survival. The word hit like a sharp pain to the back of the head. Survival. Just yesterday, I didn't need to give the slightest consideration to anything like that. The quiet summer night was raining over everything around us. Not a breath of wind, not a rustle of grass, a whisper of moving leaves could be heard. Nothing. Just the reflection of the moonlight in the cabin's window Sparse clouds up in the sky, and yet impenetrable darkness all around. They say that when you gaze into the abyss also gaze into you. They? It was Zarathustra. And the grasshoppers. These damn creatures are pulled double shift of junk. Wait a second, it was crickets. As if they constantly on duty. As the day shift winds up, the night shift got enough sleep begins. Then the night ones knock open. Have to find some insecticide after all. At least I can wipe out a couple of divisions with any like that would get me some quiet living space around this cabin. Sure, I can destroy them all. What the heck, there are probably more of them than the humans in the entire world. Kinda obviously. Can you hear it? No. Alisa sat down and huddled up against me. Her entire body was trembling. What? Oh, steps? Footsteps. I strained my ears. It seems that somebody was slowly walking down the path to our cabin. I couldn't make anything out in the dark, but the steps grew more and more audible with every second. Okay, don't sweat it. He won't dare to attack the two of us. Also, I wasn't really sure about it. My hands instinctively started to search for something I could use to defend myself. You can take this bite. Hey! Sorry. Soon enough, I found a piece of water pipe underneath the bench. It's not much help, of course. It's way too thick and uncomfortable to wield properly, but it's still better than going out empty-handed. A mere sight of this monstrously would make anyone pee themselves, most likely from laughter. There's nothing I can do. We're as good as sitting ducks here, so I'd rather move out toward the enemy. I wouldn't say that I was bursting with courage and valor. In fact, it was quite the opposite. I was really freaking out. Just seems that I had no other choice. I took a deep breath and slowly headed into the darkness. Soon enough, I could make out more features of the stranger's silhouette. Not very tall, weird hairstyle, scared. That ought to be Lena! I lowered my guard. What are you doing here this late at night? Lena's face was stained with tears. Come on. I led her to Alisa. As Lena was coming back to her senses, she tried to explain what happened. I was just sitting alone and it's already quite late but Miku's still missing, yet and what happened to Slavia and I... She's still missing, she's right here. I still just couldn't reconcile this image of Lena, a seven girl sitting in front of me, with the one that I saw in the square a few hours ago, with the grin of the devil and hellish flames in her eyes. Maybe it was just my imagination. Or maybe not. By any chance, do you know where Uliana and Olga Dmitrievna are? She raised her surprised eyes to me. Oh, why? Are they also missing? Well, so far we can't be sure. Simeon, at first I didn't realize that she was addressing me. Huh? Don't you think that it's way too quiet in the camp? It's night, everyone's sleeping, aren't they? I strained my ears. Indeed, there were no sounds besides these damned grasshoppers. I mean, and crows. No sounds whatsoever. What is this place usually like? Quiet? Whispered Lena. Quiet, but not this quiet. I couldn't let girls fall into panic. Also, I was starting to freak out myself. Yet there were a lot of reasons to humans disappearing into thin air, horrible murders, friends that pretend to be the pioneers until the very end. I was ready to do this. Okay, let's think rationally. The girls gave me a few questions look. People can't just disappear without a trace. That means? Nope, it doesn't mean anything. What the heck? Suddenly we heard a rustle in the bushes behind the cabin. Before I could even grab my pipe, Walter emerged from the darkness. Ah, here you are. He didn't seem to be all that concerned by all the stuff's happening around. Lord, stop jumping out at people like that. The girls are gonna have a heart attack at this rate. Also, I wasn't sure who was more frightened, Sam or me. Yeah, apologize. Why have you come? Have you seen Shurik? We haven't. It looks like half of the camp just disappeared in the last few hours. Plus, it's too quiet around here. We noticed that already. There's no light anywhere, dead silence. Don't you start whipping up the tension here. I feel sick already. What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. He flashed a mysterious smile that gave me the creeps. Okay, you stay here, and I'm gonna scout around the camp. Alone? Yes, that probably wasn't exactly the brightest idea. I have to think first, then speak. I'll go with you. Okay, then you just stay here, and don't forget that Miku is still sleeping in the cabin. Sir, yes, sir. What a dork. If he gave me that stupid smile in any other situation. About half an hour later, our sage brought us to the square. All the cabins were empty. What? It looks like there are only the five of us left in the camp. Seriously? And what the heck? I live alone with that pipe of mine. It appears to be so lightweight at first, but after carrying it for some time, I've learned that one can get worn out even carrying a bag of feathers. When as is everyone, Alice appeared to be more or less calm. The horror of the first minutes, when we were going from one empty cabin to another, had already passed. Well, at least we can be sure that it's not the same case as whatever happened to Slimer. Why is it? Just think, where are the bodies? He said in whisper, fearful of scaring him. It was not whisper. But where's everyone then? Disappeared? Hardly a credible explanation. But if you think about it, nothing whatsoever what's happening during the last 24 hours has been credible. They couldn't just go and just like that. It's not like anything up to us now, and in any case, tomorrow is still another day. I tried to put on a smile. Let's join the others. Yeah, a great Alyssa with a hint of indecisiveness. We'd only taken a few steps when a rustle in the bushes came from behind. I instantly turned around and peered towards the source of sound. Lisa clung to my hand so hard it hurt, and I tightened my grip on the pipe. Who's there? No idea. I strained my eyes but still couldn't make out anything in the darkness. Hey! I had no idea what to do next. The rustling suddenly cut off, and the night returned to just the usual cricket fiddling. Finally, it's cricket. Why it's groundhoppers and crickets? I mean, he's actually totally forgetting what was in the text before. Well, game designer. Could it be some wild animal? I wondered with a feeling of insecurity. Wild animal? Hmm? Who? Here? She gripped my hand even tighter. But there are no wild animals around here. A squirrel, for example? I don't know. A squirrel? Yeah, squirrel. Or maybe. Shall we go? Yeah. A minute later, we were approaching Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. Rotor and Lena remained silent and just shuddered slightly when they saw us. So, how's it? No one out there. What do you mean, no one? Everyone's gone, said Alisa through her tears. What the heck is this? The girls rushed into each other's arms, and I sat down next to Rotor, finally dropping that abhorrent pipe of mine to the ground. It's just that simple? Just that simple. But how? I really don't know, maybe it's an alien abduction? What nonsense. Wanna play detective, Sherlock? Well, it could be the same maniac. It's kind of way too much for just one man. Don't you think so? I guess you're right, but who? What is it then? It still could turn out to be just a stupid prank. And Slaviato? It's all just stupid prank? No, she was definitely murdered by someone. But who? He gave me a narrow gaze. I have no idea, maybe it was you? I was starting to get wound up. Who are you? Not me for sure. How can you prove it? Why on earth should I have to explain myself to you? You're the only one without an alibi. Why me? Oh, so you do have an alibi, huh? What's my cabin at night? Shurik can prove it. Sure, but Shurik's temporarily unavailable. Rotor gritted his teeth and turned away. Anyway, I'm the one with an alibi here. I'm not going to justify myself here. I'm sure about myself. It's good to believe in yourself. I'm also sure about myself, and Miku can prove me right. I was right. I was with you all the time. What kind of what? This is not mod. Not exactly the best witness. Just as good as yours. Have no idea how long we could have argued like that if Lena hadn't intervened in the conversation. Boys, come on, that's enough. You're right. Sorry. Mia. Indeed, now is not the best time for something like this. Anyway, we should stick together. Would it help keep us from disappearing? Asked Kalisa timidly. I'm not sure about all that disappearing stuff, but at least it should help us to stay alive. I glanced at my watch. It's almost 4 o'clock. The sun will be rising soon. Okay, squad, time to hit the hay, or we're gonna end up totally wiped out. But, no buts. Nobody else tried to object, and we entered the cabin quietly. What's happening? Seems like we woke Masha up. It's okay, keep sleeping. But she was already sitting up on the bed and staring blankly at our little party. Well, you see this? They're all gone, disappeared. Everyone's gone. Ella burst into tears and flung her arms around Masha's neck. What's going on? Can you speak clearly? Well, long story short, I grabbed my neck and compulsively reached for the cigarettes in my pockets. Finding none, I heard a sigh of frustration and said, "It's looked like there's just 5 of us left in this camp." Meaning, everyone in this room. Rejoice, Captain Obvious has returned. You're gonna keep watch first. Huh? How Nathan, do you really think that it's safe for everyone to sleep at the same time? Well, it isn't, but... Exactly. I handed him the pipe and slowly approached the bed while Lena was still sobbing in Masha's arms. Well, if you don't mind. I slipped my boots off, climbed over the girls, and turned towards the wall. But how? Anyone, anyhow, sleep. I was so exhausted, both physically and more importantly emotionally, that I was unable to do anything, think anything, communicate with anybody. I was desperate to get some sleep. Way too desperate. Masha whispered, Lena's sobs, Alice's voice, all that somehow melted in one quiet lullaby, and so I fell asleep. What the heck? I didn't expect it will be so long. I was forcibly awakened by someone doing their best to shake me. Physically shake me. That is, Roden was leaning over me and nudging my shoulder. Wait a second, it was 4 am. So, just 1 hour passed? What? It's your turn now. How long I've slept? About an hour. As I thought. Only an hour? Stay on your watch. Already it was enough. Yeah, infinity of power source wouldn't hurt for our router. Also, it wouldn't hurt for me too. Oh, fine. I rose with considerable effort, climbed over Lena and Masha, who slept with their arms around each other, and jumped down to the floor. The room seemed slightly brighter. The morning coming. Yeah. I wasn't trying to get to my place, but I grabbed him by the collar. threw him down the floor and gave him a blanket and a pillow. So you can, and you cannot. Come to think about it, why can't he? Anyway, it's not that important now. I took the chair, dragged it to the door, sat down, and started to wait. Anticipation seems to be the best word to describe what I was feeling. Any moment now the door will burst open, a maniac will break into the room, or the last residents of the camp will disappear. Or I will disappear. In any case, something will happen. I deeply felt that. When I was snoring his head off, the girls were sleeping securely, and I was starting to doze off too. Clenched the pipe harder. The feeling of cold metal against my bare skin somehow brought me back to my senses. I must not sleep. I'm their only hope now, and my own too. But it's so hard to resist. Just a couple of minutes. My eyes seems to have a life of theirs, opening and closing spontaneously as my mind wandered. A rustling came from behind the door. Though I must have imagined that it's just those damned grasshoppers. What is it still up to? Maybe it's the grasshoppers to blame? I fell upon the camp like a swarm of locusts and devoured everybody? A vision of me being devoured by grasshoppers unfolded in my mind. A disgusting storm was brewing in my head. Their long legs, their wings, huge heads, and the eyes filled with darkness. Eyes reflecting the abyss. Just look a grasshopper in the eye, and you'll never be the same again. That's how it happens. I'm running away, and they are after me. There's thousands, millions. I'm desperately jumping over the beats and gullies, climbing hills and rocks. They don't care. They've got wings. Yeah, these filthy wings that make that nasty riddle. Probably they wouldn't need their teeth anyway. They just have to flop these horrible wings faster and faster, summoning the sonic wave of the apocalypse. No, I just can't block all this hellish noise anymore. I'm falling, desperately trying to cover my ass with my hands. Please stop it, somebody! I was woken by a sharp pain in the back of my head. Opening my eyes, I realized that I was lying sprawled on the floor. It looks that I fell asleep and slipped off my chair. It was 9 o'clock. God damn it! It looks like I was sleeping for 5 hours straight. Anything could have happened. What if I had battered myself down and everything seems to be in its place? That was close. I shook a squat awake. My turn already? You sleep too much. While I've been sitting here all night long. Sure, that was a lie, but telling them that I was spent the night running for my life from the grasshoppers definitely wasn't an option. I'm sorry. Roten hung his head. Don't worry about it. I'm hungry as hell. Masha stretched out and gave me a cute smile. And why you all here? Don't you remember anything? No, what's the matter? Everyone's gone, said Alisa gloomily. Say what? Everyone's gone, vanished into the thin air. Masha glanced out of window and said nothing. Wait a second, are you Miku now? Seems like she remembered now. Well, getting something to eat is indeed a fine idea. Nobody was going to object. It's not like I was in the mood to eat, same as everyone else, but ultimately everyone knew that we had to keep ourselves running. Okay, it's kinda long. I must get some coffee right now. I didn't expect it will be so long-handed, but it's super long. Okay, let's save. Just in case. Anyway, this ending is very nice. Be right back. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. A second. Alright. Okay, soon enough, we are sitting in the canteen, quietly digging into whatever we could find. Oh, what's... Want me to cook something? Encouraged Masha quietly. Let's wait for lunch. For now, it's fine. She gave me a disappointed look. Okay, so what are we're gonna do? We have to get out of here. But the police. We have to get out of here. I repeated stubbornly. But how? Boss? It's highly unlikely that one will come. It doesn't run too often. At least there should be a timetable somewhere around here. I tried to remember if I ever seen the bus map or its timetable somewhere. Probably not. Then we'll go on foot. Anything's better than staying here. But it's a long way to... Well, you might hitch a lift. Hey, in the middle of nowhere? I doubt that. Stop with the drama. Also, thinking about it, it's exactly the right time for drama. Not being dramatic, but that's it. End of story. What are we gonna say when we reach the city? We'll tell them the truth. We came to shoot a movie and then... What movie? Okay, stop fooling around, will you? I burned my face in my hands, feeling run down. You know, it was kind of funny yesterday, also it really wasn't. You can stop it now. I don't get you. Are you still going to keep on pretending that you came here not to shoot a movie but to roleplay a pioneer? I don't understand a thing. Alisa swept her surprised gaze across everyone. But we are pioneers. What pioneers, of God's sake? Masha, who had kept silent so far, butted in. It's the 21st century out there. Yeah, right, pioneers. 21st? Looks like we're indeed in a deep mess. So you are all gonna say that you are, well, we are normal pioneers who just came here on vacation for a week or so? A heavy silence followed. Well, yes. I cast a look at Masha. She doesn't know how to react either. I signaled to her, pointing at the door. Excuse us for a second. Having gone outside, I asked, what do you think? Well, she adopted both of the ancient Greek thinker. It looks like they genuinely believe that, and some folks named Simeon and Miku were in our shows until yesterday. Some. Well, I guess you're more familiar with them than I am. Come on, I interrupted her. Couldn't you come up with a more feasible theory? I still absolutely no theories at all. I no longer know what to think. Me neither. And anyway, all hell is breaking loose here even without taking pioneers into account. Murders! Dozens of people disappeared without a trace. That ought to be our top priority now. I look closely at Masha. I wonder how can she keep such a cool head under these circumstances. Sure, I'm also trying to keep calm, but that means what? Let's leave this issue for later. But at least a wild guess? I guess it's somehow connected to their disappearances. It's safe to assume that one or even two or three humans couldn't deal with so many people at once. Agreed. It might be that this phenomenon somehow affected them. Might be. Anyway, it's easier to believe in that than, for example, that be in parallel reality or something. By now I'm willing to believe in anything. Then let's stick to this theory for now. Okay, let's go. You go ahead, I'll be back in a minute. It's dangerous to be all alone. Seriously, what's so dangerous? Broad daylight and everyone's around here. Okay. She gave me a faint smile and headed back to the canteen. But still, her behavior is also quite odd. It looks like the last few days changed everything and everyone, including Masha. Yesterday, shock, fear, and trembling. Today, cold and sensible reasoning. Now she's even more self-assured than me. Could it just be a good sleep? No, there's something obvious here too. Sure, she doesn't think that she's a pioneer like everyone else does, but still. If something has happened to them, then maybe it also happened to me. No, it can't be. Everything seems to be fine. I've double-checked my body and found no anomalies. Okay, I have to keep calm and control myself. I got up and was about to return to the canteen when suddenly I heard a teeny voice from behind my back. As if somebody was calling for me. I got down from the porch and looked a few steps towards the voice. Somebody was peering at me from behind the tree. What the heck? What the heck? It's Uliana. It was Uliana. The heck? No, not Uliana, but something that looked like her. I froze in my tracks. Half of her face was torn and hanging down in shreds. Her grinning jaw trembled nervously, as if in laughter. A bloodshot eye, hanging half out of its socket, suddenly swelled its pupil to look at me. I stopped breathing. It felt like I was gonna die right now due to the shock. Simeon! The thing that had seemed to be Uliana was calling for me. My legs began to give out. I tried hard not to collapse, tried to scream, tried to run away. By my consciousness had already left a body that now was just a rag doll, moving by the will of an invisible puppet master. One more second and... Hey! I instinctively turned towards the words, caught sight of Masha standing on the porch, and then instantly looked back to Liana. But she was gone. Masha seems to notice the deadly pallor on my face and jump over to me in the blink of an eye. What happened? I just saw Liana out there. I pointed my finger towards the tree. Sure, the sight of the butchered Slavia was indeed gruesome, but at least she was dead and not walking around in broad daylight with her face torn apart, and she wasn't calling me by name, even if the name wasn't my own. The last ounces of my strength disturbed me, and I collapsed to my knees. What? Where? Masha was shaking me by the shoulders. It wasn't her, it was... I don't know. Get a hold of yourself. I felt a round arm slap his... What is this translation? It's a face and gave Masha a questioning look. My cheek burned, but slowly I started to regain my composure. Liana was with her face. Basically, it was a zombie. Yeah, zombie Liana. That's the most rational explanation I can give. Masha looked at me, dumbfounded. Anything can happen here. If you've seen her yourself? Thank God I didn't. Come on, I'll get you some water. I described my encounter with that creature in detail to everyone. Ah, I can tell you one thing. See, science can't explain what the hell is going on here at the moment. Science is outrageous they're barely happening here. The hand of Satan. I wish we had a church nearby to light a candle. Lena said nothing, certain to quite sober. I'd almost completely recovered and now is able to think straight. Now it's perfectly clear that we have to get out of here. Well, I'm not a real scientist, let alone a paranormalist, but if I recall it correctly, all these demons and spirits are bound to a certain place. Therefore, if you get away from this place, now that's an excellent solution. Masha grins skeptically. I agree. Exclaim, ignore her. Yeah, and I just gave a barely noticeable nod. So it's all settled? I slammed my fist on the table and surged to my feet. Hold on, it's not like we all agreed on that. Why would we hesitate? I seriously wouldn't want a second encounter with a thing like that. Where will we go? Do you even realize how long will it take to reach the city on foot? Damned, do you really think that nobody ever rides that road? A car? A bus? Whatever will get something eventually. I won't be so sure. So you think that it's better to stay here? Well, I didn't say that. It's scary here, especially at night. Lena whispered quietly. That still doesn't mean that we have to go anywhere, said Masha out loud. I gave her a narrow look. No, something has surely changed in her. Perhaps I should have a gentle talk with her about it. Or perhaps I shouldn't? Maybe she's also... Okay, let's take a vote. I said that in quite a confident tone, yet I still had my doubts. What if Masha writes? Perhaps we shouldn't be running around aimlessly. On the one hand, I have no idea what awaits us beyond the gates of this camp. On the other hand, it's really all hell breaking loose here. Okay, she shrugged. And still, I won't stand for another minute here. Leaving. Staying. Well, let's try it, maybe we'll indeed get lucky and get you right. Leaving. Everyone turns their voice towards Lena. Wait a second, what? But we already voted like 3 against 1. And still I won't stand. Leaving? Staying. Leaving? Leaving. I don't want to stay here. It seems like my decision wasn't going to affect the outcome anyway. So let's get going. Okay. Well, I sprang to my feet. Everyone else remained seated with their heads down. Since we decided, Masha got up slowly and looked at me. What about stuff? Asked Alice awkwardly. Do you really think that we should care now? Marbert roared gloomily. Well, you're probably alright. Well, in my case, my stuff has already vanished somewhere. In a few minutes, we were standing at the bus stop. The city is that way. Masha gestured at the horizon. It was there the day before yesterday. I agreed. Yeah, that way, Roted confirmed. We paused in silence for a few moments and then slowly headed off towards our destination. Summer sun was unbearably scorching, making the asphalt melt. Everything a few hundred feet away, the road, the trees, the grass, the sky, was smelting in bright heat haze that looked more like a burning fog. I was streaming with sweat and was starting to think that I was getting sunstroke. Sure, it would have been a great idea to bring more water with us, but back then we were setting only thing we could think of was getting our asses as far as possible across the damn camp. Eventually, I felt like I was about to lose consciousness. Only the rich trills of the grasshoppers kept me in touch with reality. By the way, I can't hear them, only birds and wind. Of course! This hellish noon is indeed their favorite part of the day. Okay. They couldn't care less about the scorching heat, zero humidity, or the lack of any kind of air movement. Wait a second, zero humidity is. Well, it's much better than 99% of humidity at summer. Much better. On the contrary, they felt great. It was a perfect backdrop for the final act of their last apocalyptic symphony. We probably should have stayed in the camp after all. Or at least we should have started this hike later, closer to the evening. Also, wandering the unknown country roads at night is hardly a good idea either. The sound of a stifled cry came from behind me. 100 feet away, Alisa was barely holding up Lena, keeping her from collapsing to the ground. I dashed up to them. What's the matter? She's fainted. Helped to carry Lena to the roadside. There was at least some shade from a small grove. And that concludes our hike, said Masha in a homely mood, sinking down the grass. How are you? Fine, but what does it change now? We'd been traveling for at least a couple of hours, so thinking of heading back to the camp was pointless. Well, at least until the evening, when the heat will decrease a bit. And we still haven't seen a single car. I turned around and looked at Rolter. He pulled off his shirt and began to wring the sweat out of it. Alisa was trying to revive Lena. You've said sunstroke. Stop, she shouted at me. If that's indeed sunstroke, we've gotten ourselves in deep trouble. She won't make it anywhere. I walked towards the road, shielding my eyes from the sun with my hand, and stared into the distance. Nothing but the same asphalt. A tread leading beyond the horizon with no sign of civilization. Whether it's on asphalt itself is civilization, or any signs of human presence at all. It was like we are the only people left, not only in the camp, but in the whole world. Maybe. Why not? Anyway, is it going to the left? Maybe. So if you think about what has happened before, it's really not a big surprise. I went back to the others and sat down with Locke. I guess we have to scout ahead. I look at Rotor. To check what's ahead, maybe we could find something and you just stay here for a while? What? She can't go anywhere right now, anyway. And I was lying with your eyes closed and gasping for air. Okay, go ahead, said Masha calmly. It just occurred to me that I planned to have a talk with her. It's definitely not the time for that now. Let's go. Lawton shrugged at his shoulders and followed me. We kept walking for about 15 minutes. The girls were left far behind. What do you think? Any chance of us meeting somebody? He asked quietly. I don't know. I replied in an annoyed tone. I really wanted to refrain from talking now. The endless fields stretched to the horizon, sparsely sprinkled with patches of trees and hills. The landscape looked so typical and tranquil that, in fact, it was ancient. If we had found ourselves on the plains of hell, at least we would expect to be attacked from just anywhere, so we could brace ourselves and prepare for the worst. Now we felt just like little droplets of paint on the canvas of a nameless painter who painted the summer in central Russia. Wait a second, you just said it's in south, now it's central. Whatever, wherever we are now. Oh, okay. All this only made our fare stronger. Look, yelled Rotor. I narrowed my eyes and saw the road took a turn. So, what's so special? There must be something there. makes you think that? Well, since there's a turn, we've been walking straight forward all the time and now... Okay, let's go and take a look. Holy shit! In few minutes we finally came to the gates of Savionek Pioneer Camp. I collapsed down the curb and buried my face in my hands. I didn't feel scared. Fuck, I didn't feel any emotions at all. Just the fatigue and the void inside of me. But how? Murmured Rotor. No idea. Besides, what's the difference anyway? It's not like this is any stranger than anything else that's happened to me in the last few days. I looked up at him, feeling exhausted. Rotor's lips were trembling. An expression of deathly horror was plastered on his face. Let's go back and fetch the girls. I didn't wait for him and just shouted all back the way we left them. Found anything? Asked Masha, showing us some strawberries of uncertain origin. We did. A camp. What camp? She looked surprised. Our camp. What? Masha looked so silly now, so I couldn't help flashing an ironic smile. Yeah, Range Cat, hello there. Savionek on it. But you were going forward, not backwards. It's kinda interesting for me. This ending, I thought it very boring at the beginning, but now, everyone outside this camp and trying to find the exit. Everyone! Who's still alive. This ending is better than anything else. But you were going forward, not backwards. Forwards, and Savionek is there. Hey, stop joking! She exclaimed. I'm dead serious. But, said Alicia quietly. She was sitting down on the grass and cradling the head of Lena, who was still sleeping. Yeah, just like that. I said tiredly and dropped it down to the ground. Okay, it means we are heading there. I look at Masha skinny and suddenly realize that I can't wait anymore. Hey, what's happening with you? What do you mean? You look scared that now isn't the time for breezy chatter. You were scared to death yesterday, yet today you have this happening to me all the time attitude. But what's the point in panicking? She cracked a barely visible smile. If I didn't know you, I went quiet by my lip and turned away. But really, do I know you that well? Sure, we spent so many years together, but if you get down to it, I always thought more about myself. Whereas I always believed that she was completely satisfied. And she was always the same to me. The same as just about anything, even when we were breaking up. She wasn't the real person, just my favorite article of clothing. Thinking about it, I have no idea what's going on in her soul. I just never cared about it. Thus, her behaving like this under the circumstances doesn't seem more bizarre than anything else that's happening to us. And if you think about the talk at the beach 2 evenings ago, she really is stronger than me. Hey, listen to me at all? Oh, sorry, I got carried away. So much has happened. She looked at me sternly. Let's get going to the camp, or wherever you were. That's the same old camp. Alright. In fact, it's not like we had any other choice. Few more hours in this scorching heat would only yield more casualties. But we have to carry her along. Yes, just a second, let me figure it out. I found 2 very long and sturdy sticks in the narrow hole. Coming back, I authorized Rotor to take his shirt off. He tried to object, but soon enough, he realized that there was no use in arguing. I took off my shirt as well, and we made sort of sketch, touching the fabric to the poles. Will it hold? Masha gave her device a questioning look, but ultimately gave it a few strong pulls, ensuring it strange and smiled. It will, at least until we reach the camp. was hard to go in this heat, but it was even harder to carry the injured. That is, Lena. Several times I almost fainted and barely caught myself halfway to the ground. Walter felt even worse. Both Masha and Lisa were swapping places with him every now and then. Still, my pride won't allow me to ask them to carry Lena even for a minute. Sure, it's silly to act like this under these circumstances, but I couldn't help myself. There's yet another flaw in my personality, along with coldness, inattentiveness to the others, in my loved ones, and other less than noble traits. Finally, we somehow made it to the calm gates and I collapsed to the grass in the shadow of the unknown piano statue, completely worn out. Actually, it's our camp, Martian linkers on the boards. And indeed, it looks the same. You have to carry her to the cabin, Alisa mentioned quietly. Yeah, I got up with considerable effort and prepared for the last run. The obvious choice was Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, most likely because we managed to come through the last night here without major problems. At least, we are still alive. Me and Rolter were sprawled exhausted on one bed, and the girls were undressing Lena on the other. Don't look, said Masha sternly. It's not like there's anything worth looking at. I snorted and turned away, giving Rolter a harsh poke in his ribs, making him follow my lead. We gotta get some water and probably rummage through the canteen too. It's dangerous to go alone, take this. Wanna come along? She grinned. No thanks, at least take that pipe with you, I said uncertainly. Do you really think it will help? I said heavily, I said heavily and closed my eyes. Well, be careful then. The door closed after a second. You sleep? Walter's whisper reached me, as if one could sleep here. All at once I heard Lena moan from the other bed. I sat up on my elbows and looked at her. Lena was tossing and turning under the blanket. Suddenly she opened her eyes and abruptly turned to face me. What the heck? A devil's grin was frozen on her face. The same one I saw yesterday evening. Hot enough for you? Huh? She burst into laughter. I felt a shiver run down my spine. My ability to speak vanished. You? What? Asked Rotus through his sleep. I turned to him sharply. Look! I waved my hands, pointed to Lena's bed. What? He got up and looked where I was pointing first, then back at me. I turned and just saw Lena sleeping peacefully. Didn't you hear it? What? Yo, Lena was awake and said, oh, it seems like you got sunstroke too. I turned towards the wall, but I'm absolutely sure they heard and saw it. Well, it could be true that the heat got to me at last, but it all seems to be exactly like that time. And it wasn't Lena. At the very least, it's not the Lena I knew. She's possessed by the devil. I laid down and pulled a blanket over my head. I really wanted to sleep, but the realization that I might never wake up again if I fall asleep now was keeping me up and running. I'm not sure how long I spent lying like that, trembling at every rustle, but eventually the door burst open and steps resounded in the room. I barely peered out from under the blankets and caught a glimpse of Alice and Masha entering with a bucket of water and some bugs. I see you went a bit cuckoo here. Yeah, sort of. I replied with a trembling voice, trying to flash a smile. Everything okay? Seems like it. Glanced at Lena yet again, but she was still sleeping quietly. Maybe it was indeed just my imagination. Should given a condition of such extreme emotional stress and physical fatigue, I might be seeing things. I got up with considerable effort, took a cup from the table and scooped up some water. So, what are you doing next? You'll have to stay here for now. But Olga Dmitrievna has called the police, muttered Alisa. Yeah, but everyone disappeared after that. In any case, until Lena comes to her senses. Also, if I ever happen to see her like that again, I would frankly rather that she doesn't wake up. Alisa lay down on Lena's bed, and Masha sat down next to me. Get some sleep? She gently stroked the top of my head. Can you really sleep with all this happening? We'll keep guards. You look really tired. I guess she was right. Okay, but just enough. Wake me up before evening. She didn't say words, just smiled instead. Promise. I promise, replied Masha quietly. I closed my eyes and instantly tumbled into a dream. Here they come again, the grasshoppers. This time it's the king, a huge swamp green monstrously, with really long curved legs, wings that would match the wingspan of a large airliner, and enormous pitch black eyes. He was hanging over me, grinning and sputtering something really loud. I still didn't understand anything of their language, but judging by the tone, it wasn't anything nice that you would hear on the morning news. I want to get away, but he clutched at me tightly with his wretched claw. Seriously. I could hear my bones cracking, feel my ribs breaking, piercing my internal organs with their sharp splinters. I felt. Holy shit, what a sound. I felt hundreds of hammers smashing inside my skull. My vision faded, and the next moment, fountains of blood and flesh were spraying all over the place. I jumped up in a cold sweat. My own scream still reverberated in the room. It took me several seconds to clear the dimness from my eyes. I looked around frantically and realized that it was evening already. It was completely dark outside. And what is this, by the way? No, pay attention to this. Good grief. We didn't turn off the light yesterday. Wait a second, there was no electricity before. Masha was lying asleep next to me, while Rotan was curled up on the floor. Alina was lying on the other bed, tightly wrapped in the blanket, yet Alisa was nowhere to be seen. What? Hey! I woke Masha up with a few rough broads. What? She slowly came to her senses. Didn't I ask you? Sorry, I fell asleep. She had such a guilty expression on her face that I felt sick. I shouldn't have relied on her. At least I could have set up an alarm. I woke Rother up. Where's Elisa? I don't know, said Masha worriedly. Well, who doesn't know? You were all asleep. Well, she was sleeping here and then. Your eyes darted around guiltily. And then you fell asleep. She hung her head and let out a heavy sigh. Oh, perfect. Just perfect. Gosh. I pounded my fist on the table, making Masha jump. By the way, maybe. I don't know. Okay, you sit here, and we'll go and find him. Alone? Your face suddenly took on an expression of fright. We, it's not alone. What are you talking about? Alone, wasn't it you who told me that it's not worth panicking? Yeah, but it's not. Fine, I'll go alone. What? Or do you really want to sit here with only Lena? Masha kept silent. It's dangerous to go alone. Come on, stop saying this. I noticed that Roters seems to have fully awakened. It's not dangerous for her to sit here all alone? I felt that there was no point in arguing, so I got up, grabbed my trusty pipe, and headed for the door. In any case, given that people have been disappearing into thin air, one can't feel safe anywhere in any company. Of course, it still could turn that Alisa just went somewhere. To the toilet, for example. Also, given how frightened she looked, I guess she would have woken up Masha or just have held it till morning. Done anything but going all alone through the camp. I braced myself, pulled the handle, and went outside. I swept my eyes across the landscape and then. What the heck? I saw Lisa hanging high above the ground from the tree right in front of the cabin. A sharp pain pierced my temples and I collapsed to the ground. The horror was so overwhelming that I literally felt my whole body being bound in steel chains. Finally there, I barely managed to crawl back into the cabin and close the door. What happened? Masha rushed over to me. Don't look. I grabbed her arm. Don't go outside. What's the matter? She reached out for the door handle, attempted to stop her, but I was so big that I could only let out a groan of despair. Opening the door, Masha screamed and froze in her tracks. Gathering my last ounces of strength, I got up and kicked the door shut. The next moment, Masha fainted and fell back into my arms. I carried her to the bed and put down next to the shaking rotor. His face told me that he's definitely not interested in knowing what happened here. All these screams woke Lena up. She rose slightly in her bed and gave us a glance. What's happening? She asked in a whisper. I didn't know how I should reply. I felt a scream rising up in my throat, but I managed to muffle it to a hollow sigh. And I was horrified, but she still didn't release what exactly had happened here. Don't go outside, I moaned. Unlike Masha, she wasn't one to argue. An oppressive silence ensued. Even the grasshoppers seems to quiet down in order to add suspense to the situation. Masha was still lying on my lap. Rotor was quivering in the corner of the bed, and Lena was sitting in front of me with an expression of doom and despair on her face. I stared at the door with an unblinking gaze, waiting for the moment it will burst open, and my fear couldn't manifest in any concrete form. A homicidal maniac, a monster, an alien. My fear couldn't manifest in any. Okay, wait a second. We already read this. It was the horror of the unknown, unknowable, darkness, and emptiness. I wasn't afraid that I would be torn to pieces just like Slavia, or I would become a zombie like Uliana. I was afraid to disappear, to vanish without a trace from this world. Masha let out a quiet moan. I just had such a nightmare. It wasn't a dream. She opened her eyes wide and looked at me with horror. Then, there, don't look. I shouted and hastily embraced her. Lena started crying loudly, ran up and pressed herself against me, trembling all over. Old minutes dragged on in agonizing silence, gosh. So, what are you going to do now? Asked Masha through her tears. She didn't seem so self-confident now. Also, we were all in the same situation. Time passed, yet nothing happened. We had to make a decision. I couldn't say that I came back to my senses after what I saw, but I still felt my mind cleaning up a bit. I knew one thing for certain. We can't stay here. And it wasn't because it was more dangerous here than anywhere else. It's because I can't endure staying near the corpse of Alisa. I bet it's even more of a gut-wrenching experience for the girls. We have to go, I said quietly. I felt Masha and Lena hugging me even tighter. We have to. I wanted to stop it shaking and left the bed. How are you feeling? Asked Lena. She said nothing. Can you walk? Probably. I gently escaped the embraces and got up. We have to run. At night, it will be easier to go. Wait a second, to go where? But Masha tried to make a humble objection. Yeah, I know that we decided to stay, but now we have to get out of here. I turned to Rota. You do realize it. They shouldn't see all that. He gave a barely invisible nod. Also, Rota didn't know what happened to Alisa. It was obvious that his vivid imagination had conjured up so many gruesome theories during this time that he was probably even more distressed than me. Okay, we're gonna hold hands and go. I'll go first and lead the way. Masha goes next. Then Lena. Then you. I look at the girls. They were sitting with their heads hanging down, sobbing quietly. Ready? Nobody replied. This was obviously a useless question. One can never be ready for such a situation. I took Masha's hand, turned around, and gave Lena and Rotor a serious look. Okay, now shut your eyes and don't open them, no matter what. You got that? Yeah. I seriously don't know why it is the problem, but okay. I leaned nodded. I stilled myself, burst open the door, and went out. Wait a second, what is this paper sound constantly? Holding Masha's hand. Watch out for the steps. When we made our way outside, I darted a final glance at Alisa. What I saw now didn't send me sprawling on the ground. Also, my heart was racing frantically. I was feeling sick and dizzy. My stomach turned. Did he hunt herself? No, it's impossible. Anyway, why did she go outside? And something telling me that there will be no explanation at all to all of this, but who knows? She was hanging about 5 meters above the ground. Several neck shoes, tied together in a string, were tightened around her throat. Ah, that's what it is. Bulging eyes, protruding tongue, putrefaction already at work with the body. Looked like she didn't die a couple of hours ago, but at least a couple of days. An expression of agony and inhuman suffering was permanently frozen in her face. It was clear that she couldn't have done such a thing to herself. My god, who came up with all this? Maybe we all in hell? I hastened my steps away from the diabolic scene, dragging the others along. I ordered them to open their eyes only when we reached the square. She's still there? Asked Masha, not letting go of my hand. I just nodded. Who? Alisa? And I cried out loud and burst in tears. Masha embraced her and tried to comfort her. What happened to her? Margaret faltered with a faltering tongue. I bet you don't want to know that. For a while I just stood here and looked at the moon. Well, it's not a moon, it's serious. And I was sobbing, Autumn was pacing in cycles around us, and Masha sat down at the bench and buried her face in her hands. Okay, it's time. I said quietly, yet nobody moved. We can't stay here. I walked to Masha, leaned over and took her hand. She raised her eyes filled with tears at me and nodded. I slowly proceeded to the bus stop. Night has fallen on the camp. Along the way, I noticed that the grasshoppers were almost quiet. Keeping silent for some time, not they resumed their nasty song, but this time it was much quieter, I might say a little bit more respectful. The daytime progression noise changed to a nocturne for violin and orchestra. Is there any chance they're conscious about what's going on here? Of course, if we assume that there are grasshoppers in hell too. We came to the bus stop and stopped hesitating. So, where are we going? Asked Masha, wiping her tears. Okay, we already tried going to the right. Let's go to the left. But there's no camp there. And just a couple of days ago, there was no camp to the right. Maybe we shouldn't. Then sobbed quietly. We have no choice. I won't stay here any longer. We were just about to get moving when we heard noises approaching from far away. What the heck? I strained my eyes and caught a glimpse of someone coming here down the road. A bus! Exclaimed Rodert with joy in his voice. Shut up, you fool. It's not a bus. People are approaching. I hissed at him. Lots of people, said Marsh unconsciously. Zombies? Looking that, it was utterly clear that we shouldn't stay here any longer. Oh, what the heck is this sound? I turned around and saw someone approaching us down the road from the other direction too. The noise was getting louder. The cleaving of grasshoppers, also not the usual one, a much louder, distorted version, as if it had been passing through a guitar amplifier. Run! I shouted, but nobody moved. Oh, screw it! I grabbed Masha's and Lena's hands and darted off back into the camp. And what about Rotor? The girls were floundering in a stupor, so I ended up literally dragging them along. Having dashed to the square, I stopped to catch some breath, and only then I did realize that Rotor had been left behind. You have to go back to get him. Masha screamed and shifted towards the bus stop. Are you nuts? I pulled her hand and forced her to stop. You want us all to meet the same fate? Lena was trembling so wildly that I felt my right hand shaking as it held hers. Keep running! Where to? Don't know, into the woods! Returning to Olga Vitevna's cabin wasn't an option. My self-preservation instinct also suggested that we shouldn't stay in the open area as well. I dashed towards the woods. I held girls' hands tightly. They ran with difficulty, especially Lena, who was swaying and wailing. She fell a few times, but I quickly picked her up, spurring her on with shouts and dragged her on. Passing through the trees was the hardest part. Though the full moon was shining up in the sky, in the dark I was still constantly running into snags, branches, falling to pits. Netless were slashing my legs, and leaves were hitting me in the face, leaving painful stretches. My head was pounding heavily. Every breath I took whistled painfully in my lungs. The blood was pounding so heavily in my head that it seems like my skull was ready to burst from my pressure at any moment. I stopped feeling my body. My legs carried me forward by themselves. At last we ran into a clearance and stopped. Exhausted, the girls fell to the ground and sat on a fallen tree. Who was there? People? Or demons? Or something else? And where was that chirping sound coming from? I couldn't make them out in the twilight, but that was probably for the best. After I slightly recovered my senses, I walked up to the girls. Lena was lying dead white on the ground, seems like she'd completely lost it. Masha was sitting, hugging her knees and rocking from side to side. Okay, who will die next? Masha? You've got to do something. I said as I sat near her. It's too late. You're gonna die. She whispered in a hollow voice. We are still alive. That means there's still hope. No, there's nothing now. It's all over. I put my arms around her and held her tight. No, it's not. I said, staring into the darkness of the forest. The grasshoppers could barely be heard now. If not for Masha's elaborate breathing, I would think I was dead. Forgive me, she whispered quietly. For what? For everything, for me being like that, for whatever we failed to achieve. It's not the right time for that now, I said tenderly. We don't have much time left, so let's say it's the right time. She looked up at me and finally smiled. Forgive me, if only I hadn't been so selfish in the first place. I looked into her eyes, her bottomless, sorrowful eyes, and I felt a hot tear cross my cheek. No, it's me who should be sorry. I was totally ignorant of what to say in such a situation. I did so much wrong to her, caused her so much pain, and now, at the last minute, I can't think of anything other than an empty I'm sorry. I was unhappy with anger at my helplessness and being unable to protect the only person I held dear. You know, I always loved you. I know, she said quietly. Masha smiled again. Also, her face was trembling and tears were running towards her cheeks. And I still love you. I know. I couldn't stand it. I longed to turn away, to close my eyes, but I kind of felt weakness at this last minute. I leaned down and kissed her heart. Time stood still for us. This cursed Pioneer camp, the dark nights, all those hellspawn, and even the bloody grasshoppers just to exist. The whole universe. This to exist. Just two of us were left. And Lena. Just when I was almost willing to believe that it was all just a bad dream, the woods came alive with Rustin. The foliage far away, hovering and swarm of foggy silhouettes emerged from the darkness. I still couldn't make them out, but I was certain that they are the same creatures that we had seen at the bus stop. My whole body was stricken with dismay. I was afraid to breathe. So, this is how it ends, said Masha quietly and held me tighter. No, this is not the end. Suddenly I realized that I will fight for her to the last drop of my blood, as long as there is a slightest chance of survival. I jumped up, tugged her off the ground and rushed over to Lena. She was lying, deathly pale, with her eyes open, and she didn't seem to understand what was happening at all. I started shaking her by the shoulders. Get up! There was no reaction. I gave her a few slaps and she let out a dull moan. Get up now! As I roused Lena, she stared at me with spaced out look. Let's run! I grabbed the girls by their hands and rushed aimlessly. The farther from them, the better. I was tumbling down, getting up again, helping Lena and Masha to get up too, having through the dense foliage. Eventually the noise faded, leaving us with only the quiet chirping of grasshoppers. The light flickered in the distance. Soon enough, we came out into a small clearance, completely sheltered by the trees. There was a building that somehow looked like a kindergarten. Wait a second, you going to the place where you fainted before this ending started? What is that? I stammered. The building of the old camp, said Lena faintly. Seems that she was slowly coming back to her senses. I stopped, hesitating. Sure, it was quite naive to think that we can find shelters there. It was obvious that we can't be secure anywhere with all the stuff that's happening. On the other hand, we were on the verge of collapsing, especially the girls. I took a few hesitant steps towards the building when the rustling from behind reached my ears. I froze in my tracks, unable to turn around. Holy shit. The rustling was growing louder, and suddenly we heard the diabolic chirping. Holy shit. Holy shit, what's going on here? I forced myself with a superhuman effort and turned around. A crowd was behind me. A crowd of little girls. Rather, a crowd of Ulyanas. They were all exactly the same as that Ulyana I saw this morning, with the same torn face and horribly distorted smile. And all of them, the same hellish sound, the chirping of grasshoppers, a diabolic noise that chilled my heart. We froze there where we stood, unable to take even a single step away. All of a sudden, one of the Ulyanas came forward from the crowd and pulled. Nice. The severed head of Roger from behind her back. A grimace of horror was permanently frozen in his face. I almost fainted as she started to talk. Hey there, Simeon. how are you doing? Your voice felt like a bullet piercing right through my brain. I screamed and fled towards the old camp building, dragging the girls along. I must admit that back then I completely stopped thinking of Masha or Lena. Maybe they were also screaming, maybe they were shocked by horror, I do not know. The most important thing now is to get as far away as possible from these monsters. We flew into the building, immediately the ground disappeared under our feet and fell into the darkness. I woke in complete darkness. My whole body ached, especially my legs, but somehow I still managed to get up leaning against the wall. The sound of the Ulyanas was nowhere to be heard, which calmed me down a little. I called out in a thin voice, "Masha, Lena!" I heard some movement nearby and felt someone gripping my leg. I suddenly jumped back, but at the same moment a faint voice came from below. "Are we still alive?" "Seems like it." I helped Masha get up. Suddenly, a bright light fired up a couple of meters away from me. I leaned against the wall, trembling, but immediately realized that it was Lena who had turned on a flashlight. Where did that come from? Interesting question. Where did you get that? Lena came closer, limper. I took it just in case, yesterday. I took the flashlight from here and shone it around. We were in some kind of tunnel. The walls were linked with wires until lamps were hanging from the ceiling. Where are we? I don't know. Looks like some kind of bomb shelter. I looked up and saw a pretty formal hall, beyond which one could barely make out the hallway of the old camp building. The floor had probably eroded with age, and we fell down here. At first glance, there was no way to climb back. Too high, and there's nothing to grab. So, what is there? Go further? Ask, not really expecting an answer. I don't know, but we'll have to check. I shone the flashlight ahead of us and took a few uncertain steps. My whole body was covered in bruises and scratches, but I could still walk. Ouch. Lena cried out behind me. What is it? I think I sprained my ankle. I was honestly expecting the next line to be something cliché like, "Leave me behind and only be a burden," but of course she could never say that. Okay, lean on me. I went over to Lena and offered her my shoulder. Soon enough, stone walls gave way to wooden ones, and we ended up in some sort of mine. Wait a second, it wasn't like this, it was a hole. Let's have a break. Masha break. I carefully lowered Lena to the ground and sat down nearby. Well, at least those monsters are nowhere to be seen. But for how long? I sighed heavily and closed my eyes. What do you think is going on here? Masha's voice was trembling, but she still sounded more or less confident. Looks like she's so exhausted and devastated that there's just no strength left for fair. I don't know, and honestly, I don't want to know. But we're gonna get out? Definitely? I couldn't see her face, but I was sure that she's smiling. Suddenly, the flashlight blinked and went out. I hit it with my palm several times, the mine's walls lit up to the dim light once again, and I immediately realized that something was wrong. Lena was nowhere to be found. What the heck? Lena disappeared. I whispered. Oh, what? Masha grabbed me by the sleeve and stared at the point where Lena had been sitting a moment ago. Oh, but how? She started to cry quietly. We'll die, we'll definitely die. I also very much wanted to burst into tears. Darkness surrounded us all around, closing in. The flashlight was gradually dying, and with it, our chances of survival. Get up, time to go. The battery will die soon. A couple of minutes later, we came to a fork. What the hell is this? Some kind of labyrinth too? I hissed under my breath. What? Yeah. Let's go back, maybe. No way. Masha pressed against me even harder. Where to then? I don't know. But we had to choose anyway. And I decided to go right. Next left, next right. Soon we came to another fork. Wait now. Let's stick to the direction we chose before. We had been wandering for too long. We had neither stench nor wheel left to move on. I was terribly thirsty. I was ready to lick the moisture from all the walls. Let's sit, just a little, a bit. If you can't, we must keep going. But just a minute. Masha backed in anguish. Fine. She lowered her head into my shoulder. The flashlight was blinking more and more often, so I decided to turn it off for now to save the battery. That is it. I don't know how much time passed. I desperately wanted to sleep. My eyes were closing by themselves. How did we first meet? That was so long way ago. Do you remember? Asked in a whisper. What? Masha's voice was trembling. How we met? Yes. She tried to laugh but immediately began to cough. I will sleep for a while, okay? Just for a while or you will sleep through the whole day again. Well, but you will wake me up? Of course. Kissed her and closed my eyes. Oblivion was getting closer, but I didn't care. I was transported back in time to that very day. Hello, everybody. Summer game at Christmas. Wait a second, it started at winter and it's ending at winter, so it's some kind of Christmas game? No? I don't know. My whole body was aching. Perhaps my brain couldn't rest peacefully because it was distracted by thousands of signs from my near endings. Anyway, it's usually a winter to everyone, but not for me right now. Well, I don't know what is right now the temperature, but during daytime it's by Celsius it was around 28 degrees. It's kinda summer outside. And I really like it. Maybe in February it will be cold, but right now it's summer. Right, perhaps my brain couldn't rest peacefully because it was distracted by thousands of signals from my nerve endings. Somehow I rose and woke up Masha. After all, we were planning to survive. How long have I been in this mine? Fork after fork, tunnel after tunnel. Masha was whispering something all the time. To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. It seems that I won't be able to handle even one more turn. This escapes to the right if we follow in the right path. But suddenly the flashlight highlighted a tight passage in the darkness, and soon we found ourselves in an open chamber. Look! Ash was pointing somewhere into the darkness. Flashed the light there and saw a neckerchief lying on the floor, on the ground. So before I thought it was Shurik's, but actually when we found him he actually wore it, so I'm not sure. This is not... Now let's go. At last we got out of the labyrinth and found ourselves in a small room. There were broken bottles all over the floor, pipes stretched along the walls, and at the end of them were rusted valves. A mess of graffiti was scrawled all over the walls. At least it's a change of scenery, I sighed. The flashlight had almost died and I had to shake it up every 10 seconds to slightly recover the battery. Exhausted, Masha dropped on the floor. You can't stop. I'm sure there's the exit somewhere here. How do you know? I look at her. She obviously had no energy anymore. Masha was struggling with her exhaustion and could lose consciousness any second. I just know it. I smiled, trying to look encouraging. Well, if so, she leaned against the wall and stood up hardly. Sit here for now. I will see what is further on. I'm afraid. Masha trembled. I'm not going far. She raised her eyes to me, full of hope, and nodded almost imperceptibly. Wait a second, what is this doing here? It was not on this end. Well, I don't know. I look around and notice a heavy iron door. My attempts to open it came to nothing. It was completely rusted shut. I wish that pipe was here now. But there was no other choice. I raised my leg on the wall and threw all my weight against the handle. My muscles bulged. My whole head was awash with sweat. My vision darkened. But the door didn't budge, just gave off a hollow rattle. It's alright, wait a second. I shouted out to Masha, asking for breath. I need to find some kind of stick. I ran over to Masha, went down and smiled. There's definitely an exit behind this door. She looked at me wearily. I ran out of room and began to scour the mine in search of something suitable. The flashlight was about to die and, having blinked its last, finally went out. I panicked and began to blunder around, trying to find the way back. However, I kept running into walls and couldn't remember at all how I got here. Wait a second, you can actually scream and go to Masha's voice, no? Oh, finally. I screamed, hoping that she would hear me. Suddenly a sound came out from behind me, a light appeared and my shadow appeared on the ground, stretched far off into the darkness. I was rooted to the spot by fear. I heard a seemingly familiar voice. What's wrong, Simeon? Got lost? What the heck is this? A wonderful game. I slowly turned around and saw Lena holding a flaming torch in her hands. Her face was disfigured by an inhuman grin. I've come for you. This was the same Lena that I saw at the square last evening. The same as in Olga Mitrina's cabin. That was Lena, and at the same time, not Lena. This creature was more like those Ulyanas. I'm coming for you. Who are you? I squeezed out. It's Lena, don't you recognize me? She burst into devilish laughter. I completely forgot about me while having fun with them. I? Words stuck in my throat. It's alright, there's nobody left now. Just the two of us. So you did everything? Didn't get not everything, of course. For a second her face became guilty, but then she grinned again. Slimy was first. She was always so annoying. She was Miss Reliability. Diligent, hardworking, always everywhere, agreeing with everyone. Yuck, boys did she scream when I was tearing off her arms, huh? It's a pity you didn't get to see it all. Her mouth began to tremble, her saliva dripped out of it and her eyes rolled up. And then Alisa. Every day is annoying me. I don't need anyone. Now she's hanging peacefully alone on a tree. However, it wasn't easy to leave you up there, but it had a much greater effect. How you all screamed, huh? Like pigs in slaughterhouse. Lena's face was twisted by a grin of sick pleasure. Alright, just that bitch Miku left to deal with, and then it's over. Wow. You even have... what is this? What is this? Is it some kind of sword? She produced a giant cleaver covered with blood from behind her back. Well, actually, it seems to me that she was lost in thought. I don't know what that crap in the form of Diana was. He and the other spioneers weren't killed by me, but does it really matter now? So far she killed only two people. Or maybe three. She shook the torch and it flared out in a second. Wait here, I'll be quick. Her devilish laughter came from behind me. That means she went after Masha. I must do something quickly. But I have absolutely no idea which way to run. The darkness completely disoriented me. Screw it. I ran the way I assumed Lena went. After only a short way, I painfully smashed into a wall. Turned around, trying to move slowly, but I stumbled over another obstacle, fell down, and screamed in pain. Trying to rise, I realized that I couldn't put any weight on my left leg. Seems like I twisted it. I tried to crawl, but it worked out badly. The whole mine floor was covered with sharp stones, rusty rails, and broken boards. After only a short way, my arms were turned to bleeding pieces of meat, and my eyes couldn't be opened because of the dust and sand. I found it in my pockets and pulled out the matchbox. I tried to light a match with my shaking hands, but couldn't get them to light. Calm down, I muttered. At last, after the fifth try, the mine was lightened by dim light. I quickly oriented myself and worked out which way I have to run. It seems to me that only a few seconds passed before I found myself in the room where I'd left Masha. The last match went out, but I just had enough time to see Lena raising her claws above Masha. I rushed towards them, screaming, and dived forward. My hands suddenly collided with something. I fell to the ground and began smashing everything around me. Most of my punches didn't hit the mark, but then my hands met something soft. I had a moment and dead silence set in. I rolled into my back and started breathing heavily, inhaling the dry air greedily. Masha? I called. Head quite soft. Are you still alive? Yes, she whispered. Did she get you? No. I began to fumble in the darkness and soon found the torch and a lighter. Shapeless shadows began to dance on the walls, and I saw Lena's body sprawled on the floor. She seems to be alive. I was going to finish her. Don't! Masha crawled right over to me and grabbed my leg. But we can't just... You don't need to. Because Lena wasn't to blame for everything. But she's the devil incarnate. There's no way we can let a human like her, if she can still be called a human, live. But when I look at Masha, I realize that I can't. I just can't. I took up the cleaver from the floor and twisting it in my hands, I decided that it would make a perfect crowbar. Couldn't order the door, I jumped it into the wheel and pulled on it as hard as I could. The door creaked and opened. Fresh air streamed into the room. We escaped. I turned to Masha, helped her to get up, and we left the room, leaving Lena lying unconscious. Beyond the door, there was a short corridor with a ladder at the end of it, which led up to a grating. I climbed up and pulled on it with all my strength. The grating fell down with a crash, and we climbed out. I fell to the grass, exhausted, and looked around. Against the square, against the camp, a bright red dawn was breaking in the east, burning the tops of a distant forest. The last stars winked at me, and aware of everything that had happened here in this hell. Masha rested her head on my shoulder and pointed up to the sky with a trembling hand. I wish we were there. Though we got out of dungeon, nothing is over. Crowds of zombie Ulianas are wandering through the camp, and insane Lena is lying underneath, and heaven knows how much more devouringly we will hunt her. I really want to sleep. I didn't know how to answer her, because I don't know where to run. I don't know where can we be safe. Don't know how to return to our world. Sleep. I patted Masha's head. Listen, this would make a great script for a film. She laughed out loud. I looked at her and her. Masha was smiling, but his smile wasn't diabolic, like that one of Lena's. It was pure, honest, maybe even childish. All her exhaustion had gone away, and her eyes were shining with a cheerful spark. What happened to you? I could hardly speak. Everything is fine? She laid down on my shoulder again. It was the last scene. What? Suddenly, I felt my strength leaving me. My vision darkened, my consciousness began to float away somewhere. I was lying in silence, and only the sound of Masha's breath could be heard. Not the grasshoppers, children. Like all of them had died at last, but only Masha's steady breathing and his smile. Hmm? Hmm? Epilogue? Already? Or just credits? No, epilogue. I struggled to open my eyes. Brilliant moonlight reflected on the water, cheerfully skipping on the waves. A light night breeze was blowing and somewhere far away, and all was hidden. I looked at Masha, who peacefully slept nearby, caught by my shirt. What a dream! My mobile phone dimly showed the time, 3 a.m. It's actually 3 a.m. right here. We'd better go to bed, for tomorrow Olga Dmitrievna will make us. I just decided to wake Masha up, but I suddenly noticed an open script and a pen next to her. I quickly went through the several pages and was horrified. It was completely identical to what happened in my dream. Bile rose in my throat and my eyes darkened. Masha rolled over, opened her eyes and looked at me. You awake? Did you write this? Asked, big-tongued. Yeah, what's wrong? I didn't know how to answer. I just couldn't understand what was going on. You were sleeping so cutely that I didn't want to wake up you, and the grasshoppers were cheering so wildly, so she smiled. Wait, but we are here now. I mean, we're not pioneers. We're filming here and all that kind of stuff, aren't we? Yes, of course we are. Masha looked at me incomprehensibly. Maybe I woke up, read what she wrote, and then fell asleep again? I was drenched with sweat. She found me in the pockets of the pioneer uniform lying next to her and gave me a handkerchief. Typical Russian handkerchief, embroidered with colorful flowers. I took it and suddenly felt a surge of warmth. The same warmth you feel when someone there to help gives you a present. Shall we go? Masha started getting dressed. Yeah, let's go. I barely stood up and went down to the river. Cold water revived me, and the dream stupid seemed so real. After all, it was just a dream, wasn't it? On our way back, Masha held my hands and chattered about everything non-stop. We came to the square. I hope those creatures will let me sleep at least tonight, she said thoughtfully. Oh, the grasshoppers. Oh yes, that'd be great. Will I go? She looked at me keenly, turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Grab her hands, pull her towards me, and kiss her heart. Because sometimes dream is just a dream, and reality is reality. Okay, this is the best ending so far, as I say. Well, for me. Every story has beginning and end, and we can skip this. And it's very good timing because it's time to sleep, for me. Yeah. This means at least 2 more Saturdays may be needed to finish this game. No wait and end. Well, winter will be at the very beginning. Not here, because for some reason it was just asleep in this ending. I seriously don't understand how they were able to bring Hatsune Miku into this game, because it's copyright. It's copyright indeed, and she's here in this game. And it's super long ending, that's for sure. It's like the whole game. Well, let me see. Yeah, Miku and then this means how many are left? So I finished 1, 2, 3, 4 of what? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so then, wait, 14 actually ending. That's another one. It's not so much. This game is super long. Alright, let's see who can we rate. Is somebody still online? Wait a second, Mr. Gun and Watch still online? How is it possible? There's another person with the same amount of viewers streaming right now. Dead the promotions, Drexen's cut. But let's rate maybe Mr. Gun and Watch. Let me open my channel. I'll type this. Mr. Gonna Watch. Alright. It is. Stamina for stopping by, Alpha Puppy. It's really 3 AM here. I'm very surprised that Mr. Going Watch is still streaming, because it's really night. Everyone should sleep. Me for sure. So we'll continue this game next Saturday, and I don't know, maybe tomorrow, maybe on Monday? Well, tomorrow will be Monday. I'll be finishing Red Dead Revolver. So that's it for today. See you next time. Bye.